And so you're going to learn a lot if you stay with us. You're going to learn the history of hoof care for one thing and how it's actually pretty atrocious.
Yes.
Um,
I think we've all learned that the hard way.
yeah, we sure have, but we're talking about going back 250 years of it,
Hmm.
you know. Um, Bad teachings that started in the first vet schools. And then, the industrial age came along and the horse kind of quit being, the everything. And so the research that would have gone on in that field that may have brought an enlightenment and brought us out of the dark ages, which actually horses' feet were better in the dark ages. It wasn't until uh, the vet schools come along and established false teachings, false beliefs in anatomy that they were just learning at the time. Like they made incorrect conclusions about the anatomy and about how one should trim and things like that. And it was all based on removing the heel to force frog pressure.
Mm.
This is a doctrine that started in the 1700s and has been crippling horses ever since. And just about the time men start getting out of it and giving heels, you got some Yahoo coming along with um, some reason why you ought to keep amputating them out and stuff. So I never knew this, so I got into barefoot trimming, or well, just trimming. I didn't know it was when I got into it in 2005. It was just called trimming, you
Yeah.
know, and stuff. And then I started, and I just did a trim by a guy named Gene Ovnick who had studied wild horse feet up in Montana. And uh, and see, first I had a farrier, had the colt in my old age. I'm already 50 years old, you know. So if you're 50 and you're looking towards trimming your own horse, you're having issues and stuff. And so this farrier came like clockwork to my 2-year-old colt ever since, I had him, and his feet just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And when I was a kid, the farriers used to complain about feet like that, calling them platter-footed. And not only were his feet getting bigger and bigger, but then they were getting little cracks up in the wall, which you call gravel, because when the white line stretches, then a little piece of sand or gravel can get up there, and the hoof is made so it will travel up and pop out the outside of the wall. And so I'm wondering, why is my 2-year-old getting dinner platter feet, as the farriers used to call them,
Hmm.
and getting dinner platter feet and being graveled? And so one time after the farrier came, and I never called him, he came like clockwork every 6 weeks when I had a check for him already. He did my mare and my 2-year-old that came out of our mare. And so one time after he'd been there, and it was a couple days, and I picked up my gelding's foot, and it looked like he'd never even been trimmed. There was at least a fourth of an inch of wall sticking up above the sole. And I'm not liking this, because my horse's feet are getting bigger and bigger. I don't know why. And so I called him, and I was really nice. It wasn't like I was called and I was, hey, you. I was called, and I don't remember that guy's name right now, but I called him and I just said, hey, I was wondering if you could come by and look at the horse. I said, because I know you just trimmed him. I said, because I was there when he trimmed him too. So it wasn't like, he just came in and didn't do the job. I said, but he's looking like he hasn't been trimmed, and I've got some concerns about what's going on. And he's like he just couldn't understand it, and he was like dumbfounded. And he says, but no, I'll come by. So that weekend he comes by, he brings his son with him, who's probably, a teenager or whatever, and they get out, and he walks up to my horse and he picks up his foot, and he is also dumbfounded. He looks at it. He can see there's a good fourth of an inch to a third of an inch of wall sticking above the sole. Now he does a pasture trim, and they don't take the walls way down anyway. And so he can't understand it. And so he's saying all these things like, well, everybody makes mistakes and boy, I just don't understand it and stuff like that. And so he starts trimming my horse. Well, in the time between when I had called him to voice my concern and the time he came, I started remembering a farrier that I knew in Montana. I live in Kansas now. In Montana, back in 1998, something like that, or 97. I can remember. But anyway, we worked on a little uh, hobby farm for a millionaire up there that wanted to raise horses. And so his son also was a farrier, and he was the one that trimmed all the horses. And he told me about a guy named Gene Ovanik who had studied wild horse feet and created a trim based on his study of wild horse feet in 1986 and 87. And so that just clicked with me because I was raised in Wyoming on the Red Desert and worked on ranches there, grew up on a ranch. I understood exactly what he was talking about. The idea clicked
Hmm.
because of all the wild horses I'd been around, as well as ranch horses that were never shod, you know. And so, but we left that place and I never really thought about it again. And then what is it? So that was around 96, 97, 2005 comes. I've got this cold and we've got this problem with this farrier and with my cold feet. And I started remembering that guy. And I thought by then, well, now the internet is up and coming. Maybe I can find out some information about this guy um, from the internet. So I typed in some stuff, wild horse trim, blah, blah. And I found an article and I found a website that Gene Ovanik put out. Now, do you know who he is?
I do not, but I just pulled him up while I was sitting here listening to you. So
Okay.
I'm on his website now.
Oh,
Equine Digit Support System.
yes. Yes. And he's also got an art. Well, now I looked that up and so I printed out a bunch of stuff, for the farrier. And so when the farrier came, I had it off to the side though, not in plain sight, you know. And so as he's trimming my horse, I'm talking to him about when I was in Montana. I told him the story, and I said, and so then I went to the internet and I found some information. And so, I was wondering if you might be interested in it and maybe doing some things in these trims that this guy learned and stuff. And of course, he's sulling up. I'm being as nice and as meek and as everything as I can, but I can tell this is not really going over that great,
Yep.
you know? And
Shocker.
so so he finishes my horse and then he's packing up his stuff, getting ready to go, and apologizing still that it seemed like he hadn't even trimmed my horse and he doesn't even understand it, you know? And so then he's getting ready to go. And I said, well, would you mind doing the mare too? Because the same thing happened to her. And I've got her tied up there. And he just gives me this incredulous look and just kind of stomps over there and picks up her foot and looks at it. And it's the same thing. She's got all this wall sticking out. And I mean, he just trimmed them the weekend before. Okay. And so Boyd gets his tools out again and then he goes, I don't understand it. And he trims her, and anyway, he leaves. He never called me back again.
Ugh.
He never came, he never called, he never came back again. So when we worked on the ranches, I already had all the tools because my husband used to trim and shoe. He was not a horseshoer, he was just a cowboy shoer, which a lot of times they're better anyway. But we had all the tools, but my husband won't do it because he got a bad back and all that kind of stuff, and doesn't like it either. And so I thought, well, I'm going. I looked up this guy's site. He had directions for how to do this trim based on his wild horse research, And so I studied it for like a couple weeks. And then one day I went out there and I had my directions printed out and I took the tools and I did the trim. Took me like 4 or 5 hours to do semi follow his directions on all four of my horse's feet. And that was how I started this. Um, Now, at the time, I had no idea that there was any more to it than Gene Ovanik. Now, I'm going to look up his research page here that's on the internet. Just a second here. Wild horse hoof pattern offers hope for domestic. I'm typing into Google here. Domestic, blah, blah. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Now I'll do a share. Just a second here. Share. Okay, so this is Wild Horse Hoof Pattern offers hope or offers help for domestic hoof problems. And so I had no idea that there was any more to it than this. Actually, for a couple of years, this is pretty much all I did. Um, uh, well, no, for about a year I did this. Okay, and again, that started in 2005, and so uh, on about a little while later, I got to doing more research on the internet and running into some stuff, and I ran into a guy named Pete Ramey's page, Hoof
Mhm.
Rehab. And I didn't understand about how you can link other people's pages with your page. And so from there, I started doing okay, this was hard. It was hard to trim. Okay. And from his page, I wound up on somebody else's page thinking it was his page. And these were two people talking about how trimming was hard and they found an easy way to do it. And so instead of trimming from the bottom, what they do is they put the hoof on a stand and then dress it down from the outside about a third of the way up. And so it was called trimming from the top. And I started doing that trim. And I did that trim for about 6 months. And along with aspects of the other trim, such as taking the heels back to the base of the frog, that was part of Gene Ovanig's trim, and going down to the hard sole plane, that was part of his trim too. And then on theirs, to make it easier, you would basically what farriers called, I learned later, dressing down the hoof. You ever seen them put the hoof on a stand, and dress the wall down, make it look all straight and nice?
Yep.
Okay, so I was taking off at least a third of that exactly like they showed. And they also had, not only did I print out all the directions to do it, I started a notebook, 3-ring binder, putting all this stuff in there. But they also wound up having videos on YouTube of how to do this trim. Now, I also had started about that time I started a YouTube channel because I just learned it as a fluke. Like nobody at that time ever thought of, oh, you're going to get followers. That was never any intention. It was, oh, this is fun, be on TV. And so I started sharing what I was learning about hoof trimming. And I think I had maybe about, 8 or 9 people, kind of click into my channel and talk to me and start following, doing what I was doing. But I was doing what these gals were doing. And I called it the same thing. Oh, we're trimming from the top, and this is where I learned it, and so this is what I'm doing. And I okay, so long story short, one day my horse is still young, you know, and so I kind of need a round pin to get on him, and so I thought I'd go over to the neighbors to the round pin, and I got to walk a mile to do that. I thought, well, by the time I walk him up there, foot back, he'll be ready to get on by the time I get up there. I'll get him in the round pen. So I took him up to my neighbors. I get him in the round pen. And first, when I got up there, he's running around kind of crazy a little bit because you know how they are when they go to a different place and there's other horses around.
Hmm.
And so then I stepped on him and he went pretty good there for a little bit. And all of a sudden, he just really sold up, And I thought, uh-oh. You know how it is on a colt when a colt souls up and they don't want to move? You're about to get bucked off, you know. So I thought he was just like kind of being a jerk or something like that. And so I was kind of trying to force him to move out there a little bit. And then I realized something was wrong with him. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, it was that he couldn't move.
Boy.
And so I got off of him and I realized that his feet were really sore. And so I talked to my friend. I said, "Hey, I walked this horse up here." I said, "But there's something wrong with his feet." And I said, "Could you give me a ride home in your trailer?" And so I took him home. And by the time I got home and I took him out of the trailer, I realized that something was up with him. I didn't understand at the time, but something was up. He was sore, very sore on all 4 feet. And so, and this was shortly after just within a couple months after I'd started this trimming from the top.
Mm.
And so I went in and I mean, I'm wondering what is going on? What is going on? So I started studying the hoof capsule and I started seeing that that hoof capsule's real thin. And then I started thinking about how I had been rasping down that wall. And you know what? I got a real mechanical mind. Okay. That tells me that I'm weakening something that needs strength. And what I realized at the time, and I came to the conclusion of, was that I had trimmed my horse into a form of mechanical laminitis.
Oh God.
And so, and that was now the the videos I did where I was trimming from the top, I took those down. I wish they were still there. Okay. But here's what happened. So I had that YouTube channel and I had led a couple other people to do the same trim. Plus, they were also following the girls, you know, and stuff because I told them, well, yeah, these gals here, blah blah blah. And so now I am convinced by my research that I've done on the structure of the hoof capsule that this trim is trimming these horses into mechanical laminitis. And I have shared this with people and how embarrassing that I have done something to hurt my own horse and
Mm.
hurt their horse. And so I'm thinking, man, it's embarrassing too. So I thought I'm just going to disappear here and then take my channel off. But I couldn't do that because I thought as long as I have done something that is going to cause harm to somebody else, and I know it, I have to tell them. So instead, what I did, and those videos are still there, a warning called trimming from the top. Do not do this. And so I shared the whole thing and the conclusions I'd come to and why you should not dress down the wall like farriers do because of how it weakens the wall and things like this. And this is not a way to trim. And what happened was and I thought, yeah, people are going to hate my guts now. Instead of that, it was the exact opposite. People actually really appreciated the fact that I told them the truth. And so I didn't get rid of my channel. I kept it. And so then, long story short, I wound up learning all kinds of stuff about barefoot trimming and other people and their methods and everything else. And I've had this channel for 10 years. And I see my channel documents me doing natural barefoot hoof care and barefoot trimming from 2007 yeah, because that's when I opened the channel. I had another channel too at one time from 2007 to 2014 and well, actually 2015 through 2015 documents. So see, nobody can say, well, you weren't doing it right. All you got to do is go look. In fact, what I would find certain things that were wrong and correct them. Okay, so my feet were actually holding together better than a lot of people's. So, uh, but my colt loved to run, and he quit loving it. What's that telling you?
Yeah.
You
Mm.
know, and uh, so in 2014, I gave up, and I quit making videos. I quit doing everything because I found that there were just things I wasn't able to solve, and that my own horse was not sound. And not only that, I had trimmed my Shetland pony into mechanical laminitis doing barefoot trims. And I'm telling you, I have it documented to the T how these trims destroy a horse's foot.
Mm.
And so in 2014, I gave up. And the reason I kept going so long when things weren't really working out that well was because I kept thinking that wild horse quality foot that they keep telling you about is right around the next corner. And it never came. And so what do? I mean, you're just kind of in this position. So I just give up. And and I had hoof groups, I had email groups, I had all kinds of different stuff trying to help people and help myself. And so I let my horse go for a year, and I just barely trimmed him on occasion.
Ooh.
And he actually got better. What's
Okay.
that tell you? Tell you
Yeah.
something else. When I was trimming all those horses, the ones I trimmed the least did the best. You
Mm.
know why? Because it wasn't over there trimming their heels out all the time. And when you have your own horse and he's right there, easy pickings, you know, like I don't know, how often does your trimmer want to trim?
Well,
What's your,
she, yeah, I have her come every 4 weeks, but I make sure to tell her like if there's nothing to do, I don't care. Don't feel like because you're coming, you have to do something. I just,
yeah,
now that we've got them, well, that's now that we got them in a good spot, I think, though I question that, but I'm not going to go off into that yet.
yeah,
I just wanted to maintain and don't feel like you got to do something. If it's just a tiny little nothing, so be it, whatever.
yeah, yeah,
Wanted,
leave it.
some eyes on. So,
Well, see, here's the truth. Okay, I noticed, and I've noticed like over these years that these trim cycles for people, for the professionals, were getting shorter and shorter. That they were saying, well, if this horse is gonna, build this foot, we've got to trim every 3 weeks and stuff. So a lot of people have these horses on 3-week trim cycles. Now, I didn't purposely do that to mine, okay, but they were there. So you naturally
yeah.
would just do them more,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah.
So I gave up for a year. And then after a year, I thought, you know what, this horse, he's going to waste. He's a nice, young, good-looking gelding, and he should be doing something and stuff because I just wasn't doing anything. And so I thought I'm going to sell him. And I brought him in to take pictures of him. And I thought, oh, I'll just take some pictures of his feet. And I was mortified. Okay. They had grown into this monstrosity, underrun heel, big flare, funky toe with big cracks. And I'm like, my goodness, because you don't really see how bad they are till you take pictures of them.
Mhm.
And so I thought, well, nobody's going to buy this horse if his feet are this bad. So I'm going to have to do something to fix him. But now, how do I fix this mess? Well, I'm going to tell you one thing I've learned since then, and that is this is that what I came to is the reality of what you're really trimming the horse's foot into. But if you don't keep that trim going constantly, that is exactly how it grows out. And that's why they have to keep trimming, 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 because if they don't, you start to see the fact that they have trimmed the heels out, they have bent the coronary band back behind a foot, and now the heels cannot do anything but grow forward. That's why you got to keep them real short looking. See?
Mhm.
So so then uh so I started trying to fix his feet. And I thought the way to fix these underrun heels was to grow them out and then make all the horn tubules move back to kick them up, and then I would lower the heels again because I had an image put in my head of what a barefoot horse is supposed to look like. And so then in 2016, that was in July of 2015. Then in January of 2016, because see, this whole time I have been obsessed to be able to understand the anatomy of these feet and what's going on, you know. So in 2000, January of 2016, I was working on an illustration of anatomy of every single part of the hoof wall, the hoof capsule wall, from the toe, from the top to the bottom, from the hairline to the ground, all the way back from the toe to the pillars through the quarters to the heels, you know. And so I had gone meticulously through everything, and that means not only the part that's growing in where your coronary band is, but then the part that attaches the lamina, slides down, connects to the sole, and then grows past the sole that you cut off, you know, every little part. And so I got back to the back of the foot and I had this epiphany. And I saw, oh my gosh, there was this place for a heel buttress. And I realized we have been led to trim this out of these horses. And it was a game changer all the way around. And that's why we're here today. Because I realized that we've been led to trim the heels out. So I started to restore the heels on my horse and started getting other people to do the same. And in doing that, oh my goodness, we started learning all kinds of things that went on with the feet when you over trim the heels. And so then it became not just a thing of growing heels, but of literally restoring the internal anatomy to what it was meant to be. Because what happens is when you lower the heels on a horse, his foot still wants to stand up. And so he's going to stand up anyway. But then what it does is it takes the side wall by the heel you've lowered and it curls it around back behind that horse's foot. And well, it can contract the heels, but it can also, uh, uh, it makes the hoof capsule smaller. And then it takes the foot, because see, they have a foot in there that is as like your foot is a certain size, and you take a certain size shoe. That's the same with their foot. They have an inner foot, and it takes a specific capsule size to fit that foot. And if a horse wears its own heels out, the capsule will shrink and get smaller and tighten up on the foot to keep the capsule from coming off the foot. And so what happens is it's like a form of nature's Chinese foot binding, okay? Because the capsule gets smaller and smaller and the foot is crammed into the capsule. And so this is for survival, but after a certain degree, it really starts having an effect on function, you know, and it can also cause laminitis. It can cause all kinds of foot diseases and things like that. And so since 2016, we have been researching and unbinding. We called it foot binding.
Oof.
See, since then, we have been learning how to restore the capsules on these horses, restore the heels, and restore the internal anatomy back to its rightful position. Because the back of that foot can roll up to be less than half the size that foot should really be. I'll show you a picture here. A second here. Ta-dum, ta-dum. Get into my pictures. Oops, wrong one. Just a second.
Thank you for all this background. It's very interesting.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Oh, I've been scribbling down notes. I'm listening very attentively.
Well, everybody here has a story. All of us very similar. And how Like I didn't have a barefoot trimmer. I was my barefoot trimmer, you know.
Yep.
Um, uh, so not only, can it be a situation where you have somebody who has been misled to do these trims, um, doing it to your horse. Well, now there's all kinds of people that want to teach you how to do it to your own horse. See, and it's just abundant in that regard.
Yep.
Let's see, where was I going? Okay, I was going here just a minute here. This is kind of one of the first times I started seeing this and not understanding what I was seeing that came to be called foot binding. Just a second here. Oh, I must be in the wrong place. No, I know I'm in the right place. Oh, here we go. Okay, so here's an example. Now, um, before I had a hoof group and stuff like that, I still do have this community page, and a lot of people would, I talk to a lot of people in Messenger and help them in Messenger, and I was helping a lot of people, and I thought, well, I'll do some webinars, and I did all this for free. I've always done all this for free, and I'll do some webinars, and then I won't have to help people so much. I could
Mhm.
just record it and say, go here. Well, didn't turn out that way. And so it turned into a real research group where we are all owners who basically are all doing case studies to show that this stuff is true. And we find patterns in the things we do. And we also come to conclusions when things are not true and
Mhm.
prove them out. See? And so, because this is not a business and we're not trying to, you know, not, although it'd be good to be more well known, things like that, we're not trying to make money on people ultimately. Like, we're not offering you something free just so we can get you to Patreon,
Yep.
or to our class that we're going to charge you $400 or $500 for, or something like that. This is a cause for us. And when you hear about the history of hoof care going back 250 years, and just the atrocious history of the barefoot movement as well, you'll see why this is more than just this is a cause. This is a cause to help people
Yep.
and save horses from this horrible suffering that is going on. Um, so okay, so this was Anna from Sweden, and so I was helping her, and she comes to me with this horse that has a foot that looks like that,
Oh.
and I am like, wow, never seen anything like that. Well, what that really is, see, is over in Germany, or well, wherever this was, Sweden. Okay, what the trim they do is the Strasser trim. Strasser trims the heels out of everything, like they do in barefoot trimming to make the foot look like. Let me find this picture here, and I'll show you. I got it here somewhere. So these were all markups and things I did helping her to try and get them feet straightened out and understand. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, so here's that foot. Okay, this here is the foot that they say in the barefoot movement. See, it was the natural hoof care movement,
Yep.
and it was started by Jamie Jackson. I never heard of him till later. Okay, and yet I was doing a trim that I was trying to put this foot on my horse. But I had never heard of Jamie Jackson. But see, his book is what made this popular starting back in 1992 with the book, um, The Natural Horse Lessons from the Wild for Domestic Horse Care. And he did three editions of that same book where he promoted this as the ideal foot that every wild horse has and that you ought to put on your horse. And I got a 3-ring binder right here. And I may have started out with Gene Ovenick, but I wound up with a picture of this foot on top of my binder. You know how you get those big 3-ring binders and they got a clear plastic
Oh,
thing
yeah.
on the outside?
Yep.
Now, I didn't even realize that because I had this binder for a number of years, adding stuff to it, and then it fell by the wayside in the garage. And then over time, I learned that this guy, Jamie Jackson, and his book was connected to this foot, and he started it all. You know, him and Gene Overdeck did not know each other, yet it's really interesting that he claims to have done his research in 1985, well, 1982 through 86.
Yep.
He claims that he did a research on wild horse feet with BLM at their Litchfield place where he documented all these feet and photographed them. And in 1985, he changes it up in another book, said he did it 2 years. He changes the number up of how many horses he did freely as well.
Yeah.
And so I tried to put this foot on my horse for those almost 10 years.
Wow.
Well, this gal here just bought this horse and she don't know how to trim. She hasn't been trained to do the Strasser trim. Now, Jamie Jackson and Hildur Strasser, who was a German vet, were in league in his second book, okay, supporting one another. They don't now, but it's the same trim they do ideally because what they're doing is trying to force a coffin bone to be flat, which you can do if you trim the heels out of a horse. So what happened was this gal, she buys this horse, she don't know how to trim, so she don't know how to keep making the heels look like this. See this foot here?
Yeah.
So this part starts to grow. And so then it looks like this. You see why you'd have to cut that off to keep making it look like that foot there?
Mm-hmm.
See? So so uh I'm helping her and so the foot starts to expand here. Um let me see if I can find this one picture here because I still was this is what see this is one of the other feet on the same horse. Look at that.
Oof.
Okay. But this is after we started letting it grow and the back expanding. See, because what we eventually found out was this cartilage up here, this is much a part of the foot up here as what's below the hairline. And so this cartilage here is supposed to be fully extended out the back like this, and it's supposed to be straight. But it will, if you trim the heels out, it will do, let's see here, it will do this. It will totally curl. It will not only pull down, it will literally curl in. I'm going to show you a picture here, just a second here, of what we call spooled in. I mean, that's the only thing I could think to call it was spooled or curled in. See, and we didn't know that. I knew that it was pulled down, but more and more we started to see how these cartilages literally roll in and almost turn that foot inside out. That the foot, see, the coffin bone only goes to well, right about here. And so that foot that's the only solid part of that foot is the coffin bone. And so the cartilage, the digital cushion, the fat, all that in the back, it pulls under, it curls in, and then there's a band of skin around the top called the periopal band that connects the skin on the leg to the hoof capsule. And that thing will shrink up and it will roll in, it'll grow over the whole frog, and it'll get thicker and it'll get harder, and it will literally bind the foot in that position. As well, the whole time, the internal anatomy of the frog is being bent, and then the frog is growing and it is binding and holding the foot in that position. And ultimately, this is for survival. If a horse is in a drought and he has to travel a long ways for food and water and he's wearing his feet out, This all happens so that the horse can survive for the hoof capsule to stay on the foot. All right, but no, so anyway, okay, so I'll show you this other picture here of spooling, what we call spooling. Um, let's see, where am I at? Okay, I get lost. There, share. Okay, so what we found out is as you trim the heels out and lower them, it takes the inner foot and the bulbs at the back of the foot and it starts to roll them in like this. And it can be obvious, but most of the time it's not obvious at all because what you find happening is the foot is making a smaller version of its own self. And of course, who takes that many pictures, right? And who looks at their horse's feet that much to be able to notice these increment changes where the capsule is literally getting smaller, just kind of rolling the foot up in there. It not only rolls the foot up, it bends the foot in half. So it's literally folding the foot into the smaller capsule. Um, and then this periopal and the frog and everything, they all, the person is trimming like the foot is normal. Okay. And so it's like you have a field with a big ditch in it and the grass grows up, but the grass in the ditch is the same height as the grass in the field. So you don't even know that ditch is there.
Mm-hmm.
See
Good
all this.
analogy.
Oh, thanks. And so all this is going on in this foot, but because you just trim it like it's normal foot, you don't know that the foot is actually bent in the center and all that frog you see, it's really bent and really super deep, but you just see the same old flat frog you thought you always saw, okay? But it's not the genuine original foot. It's all grown there and it's all in this new nice tidy little package and it's not the horse's real foot. He's actually in a capsule that's way too small. So let me see here. Okay, so look at some of these pictures here. A second, get this up. Okay, so here's an example. See how this is curled in like that?
Oh, okay.
Okay, now here's another example over here. Okay, now you see this right here? This is part of the periopal band. It's the part that grows in the very center here. And what it does is when the heels get trimmed out and the horse tries to stand up, then uh, his bulbs literally get pulled behind his foot and they get curled up inward like that. And then the periopal grows over the frog and between the bulbs and it fills up the whole space. And it holds the capsule on the compromised foot. Let's see here.
Wow.
Okay, so this is a simulation that I did. This would be a healthy foot. This was a healthy foot and the size of this foot. Okay, so these bulbs here, they can literally be curled in like this, and then a whole false hoof capsule grows, or an alternate version, the survival mode version grows. Because a horse can do this to himself in nature. He can wear his heels out. He can deform his foot in the same exact way. And that is exactly what that horse did on the foot you see. Now, the deceptive thing about this foot, just a minute here, about this foot that became the model. Okay, that man, first of all, this was not a horse that came from the Litchfield Corrals where he claimed to do his research. This came from a BLM facility called Palomino Valley, and it was off a dead mare that died in a roundup. And he got all 4 feet somehow, some way. Why is it that a rear foot became the barefoot model that we are being told all our horses' feet should look like? And so when you go around the internet and you look at these sites, you're going to see they're trying to force, and hey, this horse did it to itself. Could I do that to my horse too? You bet I could. You know, and there are some people that become very proficient at certain ways to trim the heels and the toe and things like that to make the foot conform to this image. But what's happening? You're taking the horse's foot and you are literally uh, folding it, curling it in, and forcing it to be in a smaller shoe. So, and I mean, there's various versions and it can look different ways. That's why it's so deceptive. Let's see here. Let me go back to this other share. Okay, so now it does it different ways. Sometimes it just contracts the heels. Trimming the heels low is what also leads to contracted heels. But um, the foot can reduce in such a way that it can just look like a normal average version of itself. The heels don't contract or kind of in the same way that we see some contracted heels. But another thing it can do, uh, given the right circumstances, some of them just, okay, you see the shape of the foot, how it goes, it's narrower here, right? And it goes wider, right?
Mhm.
Well, sometimes when you're trimming the heels out, instead of, just making it kind of going the same and making kind of a false version of its same size looking thing, and instead of like the heels totally contracting, sometimes they will go wide like this. They'll go wide out, but it's all the same thing. It just depends on the horse and the type of trim they got and um, his particular whatever the particulars are to his situation and his feet. But it's all foot binding. So let's see here. Okay, so this was my horse. Um, I had no idea that this was even going on in him. And and it's a long story for how I found out that this was happening. Much experiment and learning over time and just thousands of pictures. Okay. I've probably got 150,000 photos easy peasy over the last 18 years just of this horse. So, okay. So what you see here is you see how the bulb curls in like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now that periopal that covers the bulbs here, it will grow over the whole thing. And you don't even know that it's there. In fact, it can grow between the bulbs and it can take the place, it can grow over the whole frog like
Wow.
that. And you don't even know it. You've come to find out you're trimming periopal off the frog. It's not even real frog.
How did you figure that out?
Well, well, let's see.
Don't let me deviate you from though your train of thought.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's go through this first.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Um, okay. So, well, for one thing, I noticed that in the wet season, first of all, you see these cartilages up here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see how that cartilage on that horse kind of flat like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, on a lot of them, they're curled down and around like that. And so I came to understand that the cartilage was much bigger back here, going back like this, and that when it curled down, that was a form of distortion. And so I noticed that in the wet season, my cartilages would expand. And in the dry season, they'd shrink up again. And I heard some different things about a part of the anatomy and about the periopal. And so I started suspecting that something was going on in the back of this foot that was causing it to open and close. And so I just started doing an experiment, which I'll show you, of trimming this periopal out of here. And I saw my foot expand to almost twice the size in the back in 4 days by putting in a boot with water and just trimming out dead frog and periopal between the bulbs. I saw the whole thing like open up, which I'll show a picture of that in a minute. But okay, so this is a foot that had contracted heels, and people would think that's thrush, but that's not thrush. He just had contracted heels, and so instead of this being open, this frog corium being open, it's been squeezed shut so that no frog can grow there. Okay, so that's okay. Here's an example again. Okay, what you see here is how the hook, the capsule wall and the heels are curled around in. The bulbs are curled around in. Not only are they curled around in, they're inside there. They're inside there. The bulb that should be clear over here is inside the foot. And this little piece of skin here, okay, that's periopal. And what happens when heels get trimmed out is this turns into like a tether that attaches to the frog and grows in and over the frog along with this to hold the capsule on the foot. Because otherwise, the foot would burst out of the capsule and the horse would be dead. You know, no capsule, I mean, that's a bad deal, especially in the wild. Okay, here's an example. You can see it. Can see how they curve down like that? You know, a lot of horses you hear about having canker. It's because they're trimming the heels out of them, which trims the true frog off. And then they're forcing these horses to walk on something they were never intended to walk on. And it wears that periopal out, and there's no frog there. Well, then they start getting wounds on the frog corium, and it grows into some monstrous wound. Like if you get a chance, go visit the canker groups on Facebook. See, all the problems that we have with the feet on these horses is due to what is being taught as supposed to be the true foot of the horse that is actually a adapted version of a horse that just got too much wear on his feet. And so now they have us mimicking over wear on our horse's feet to try and force their feet into and the front feet into looking like a rear foot of a horse that died in 1985 in a roundup. It's insane. And plus, at that time, there were no pictures of wild horse feet, so you could come out saying anything, you know, and stuff. But now we have all these advocacy groups and stuff like that. And I've been collecting wild horse foot pictures now for over a year. I don't know why I never thought of it before. Okay. And guess what? They have heel, and they have a lot of heel, and they have big feet too. Okay. So, again, here's just
Linda.
some, yeah.
Hi, Angeliki.
Hi.
I I would like you to show that all these things could happen to horses that they were barefoot trimmed, like the Benenitra. And I've
Yeah.
sent you one photo of Benenitra that her toe is shooting forward, exactly the same kind of heels and of
Yeah.
binded hoof, but
Yeah.
with the toe shoot
Yeah.
forward. I've sent you the photo of 2007.
Okay. Yeah, see, that's
Because
really a super good point, is that all the feet don't wind up with your nice little short toe like that. Because when you trim the heels out, you are setting up the structure of the hoof capsule to force to grow forward. And man, if you don't handle that toe just right, then the toe will just keep shooting forward. And this is where you really start to become in danger of mechanical laminitis, because that foot will fall
exactly,
apart in the
like
front.
my case.
Exactly. And like my pony. See? Um, let's see here. Let me go to Facebook and I'm going to show those pictures. Hey, I'm
Because
glad.
many people have the same problem with my horse,
Yeah,
and
yeah, exactly.
it's quite different. The photos are quite different from
Yep.
what you're showing,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
it's exactly the same condition.
I'm really glad that you brought that up, because that is super, super important point. Okay, I'm jumping through the hoops to get into my messenger. Facebook hoops. Okay.
Sorry about that, but
No,
I think
don't be
it was
sorry. No,
it
no,
was
no.
important to show
Yes,
because many people have the same problems I have, which
yes.
is if you look at it, it's quite different of the hoops you're
Yes.
showing now.
Yeah, yes, it is, because the dorsal wall did not hold the same
Yes.
way. Yeah. Um, so
And
that, no,
with
I'm,
this condition, I had the ski tip coffin bone.
yeah, no, I'm really glad you brought that up. That is a super, super important point. Okay, where are we at here? Here we go. Okay, so Angelique has been researching with me now, what, since 2010 or 11? Angelique?
Yes,
Yeah,
2010,
yeah.
11. Yes.
Right in there and stuff is when we
Yes.
became acquainted with one another. And she's from Greece. And there are other people here too. I don't know if here today, but many of these people have been here a number of years, you know. And so, okay, so I'm gonna have to take a copy of this and make it bigger. Just a minute here. Oh, wait, no. Let me save it.
And the next photo I've sent you is 2012 when we started to try to fix these hooves.
Okay, so this was before I knew you, and this is this when you first got Benitra?
Yes,
Okay, just a minute here. So I can kind of enlarge it so you can see it, Sharon.
it was Strasser
Strasser
and
trim.
Ferrier. Yes, and
Okay,
Ferrier trims.
okay. Yeah, because we trim the heels out. See, they're wanting this hairline to be down here. And so later other people, because they saw the toes shooting forward, they figured out ways to bring the toe back. And one of the things that we found out was that when you start to bring the toe back, it just like it was bending, the foot was bending and curling in from the back. Okay, and it's actually looking shorter in the back. Well, it you could still have a perfect toe, but it will make the toe look longer. And so then, because the toe looks longer, they start to take, I did it too, take the toe back to make it match up with what it's supposed to look like from behind. And over time, what we found was that you can back up the toe, and in the right circumstances, it will then start to bend the the coffin bone, bend the front of the foot, the coffin bone. It will start to push the toe literally back and steeper, so that it is literally bending the foot and curling the foot in from behind and pushing the coffin bone up and back from in front.
Ugh.
And
And
then you get
yeah,
a mechanical laminitis.
yeah. Well, yes. See, in one, like in right here, what you see in Benitra, also when the dorsal wall shoots forward and starts to separate. See, and a whole nother deal is going on here too. See, when okay, so you have this anatomy in the back of the foot that's being forced into the foot, right? Well, it's not like it's hollow in there. There's already anatomy in there. There's the coffin joint, and the navicular bone, and the digital cushion, and all that. Okay. So what's happening is this anatomy from behind is coming and shoving up into that, and it shoves up into the coffin joint and it pushes that joint forward. Well, when it pushes that joint forward, it forces the coffin bone to rotate down and press against the sole.
Oof.
Can you draw it for the people? Because you say it, but if you draw it, they understand better, Linda.
Oh, okay. See, where do I have this deal? Let me see. Um,
Sorry, I put
no, no,
you.
no, you haven't. You haven't. You are a partner in this. And so anything that you want to bring up or you have to say to me is vital. Okay? And I want you to know that. And I probably wouldn't even be here if it weren't for you because of the encouragement and everything and friendship that you have given me. See? So, you
I
know,
am a person who can confirm all you said before about
been
the
through the
history of tax.
yeah, you've been through the ringer as well. So, okay, so okay, I will explain that and don't let me forget. Okay? But let's do that in a little later. Let's go through
Yes,
just the basics of this on your foot right now, but very important what you're talking about too. Okay, so here is Benitra in 2007. Let me see. Where am I at here? Let me go back. Can you see how her toe is long there?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Um, let's see here. All right. Just a second. Okay, let me get this one here. Save image. I'm
While
trying to make them a little bigger.
while you're searching, full
Mm-hmm.
disclosure, I am an ex Jamie Jackson student.
Wow. No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Wow. Wow.
As soon as you put that picture up, because I was going to ask about him, and then you put the picture up, I was like, okay.
Okay, I recognize that. Aw. Let's see here. Okay, so um let's see. Okay. I'm having a brain aneurysm here. Just a second. Okay, go to Zoom, go to share, hit share. There. And, okay, so here is 2012, and I was still trimming the heels out at this time. And but I think what Angelique learned was how to take the toe back, and so it turned it more into this, to where at least the foot isn't totally fallen through the thing, but you can see this is still not the foot that the share what's going on here, Angelique.
yes, this is when I met you,
Okay.
and she was dead lame,
Mm-hmm.
and we had a couple of abscesses every month
Yeah,
in that stage.
yeah. And here's the thing too. If you get around all these barefoot groups and stuff like that, they're constantly plagued by abscesses. It's like a common thing. Okay, so let's go look at the other picture. Okay. Well, it was these two pictures, right? Do you have a current
Yes.
picture to show the
Well,
difference? I mean, she may
well,
not be perfect yet. None of our horses' feet are perfect. We're going to tell you that. Okay.
no,
But
it's not perfect, but it's
but
better.
yeah, it's better. And the thing that we're finding is that even horses that have had these long-standing problems can now come to a place where they're comfortable and not in pain and their feet aren't falling apart. You know, that old horses, we even found that changing our view on what the back of the foot looked like. Uh, Angelique met a man. His name was George Malikos over there in Greece, and he wanted a horse to eat grass in his olive orchard, and he wound up with this mare. Her name was Pocahontas, and she'd torn off over half of her coffin bone on a rear foot.
Ugh.
And Angelique helped him restore that horse's foot, grow a hoof capsule, and it was the back of the foot, the caudal foot with the heels and the correct frog and everything like that. That horse runs all over the place now. It's really a super beautiful story. And we got videos of that horse and everything like that. And that was so inspiring because what that showed us was that even these horses that have worn off a coffin bone from laminitis, that, not everybody wants to go putting their horse down. If they could get that horse comfortable and that horse can live a good life in his pasture and stuff like that, people don't mind having horses like that.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that gave us hope that we would be able to help people that are in those cases and to restore maybe you're not going to go on an endurance run with that horse, but I'm telling you, this mare that they grew this hoof capsule on is wonderful. And so why not be able to learn to try and figure this out to do this for other horses? It really gave us hope for these horses that have this damage due to the errors of mankind.
Mm.
you know
I've
Yeah.
sent you two photos of very recent ones. I mean,
Okay.
a couple
Okay.
of months ago.
Okay. Let's see here. Now, here's the thing too. On the dorsal walls, you may never get them perfectly straight because of the way the coffin bone wore off during the laminitis. But see, we need to learn that that is not the end all most important thing. You know, we have had to change the way we look at these feet. Um, like not to any extreme to where we want to grow the toe out a foot or something like that. But the extreme taking back of the toe on a constant basis and insisting that it look a certain way every single time, it's taken us a while to overcome that because when you become a student of someone, when a certain image is put in your head, it's really hard to get past that sometimes. Okay, so let me share this. So this is a sole shot of Benitra now. And I mean, look at, she's got nice thick hoof walls. She's got good sole. She's got a very healthy frog. She's got heel. Okay, now you're going to see the side of the foot. Oops, wrong way. Okay, and here's her foot now. And she is sound and she is happy. How does Benitra go today? I mean, you've known her since 2007. So what would you say? Some days good and sometimes not.
Well, she has this key tip that makes her hoof go round to forward and up.
Mm-hmm.
And now I've took her to my land because I kept her for 6 years near my house, and now I brought her to my land,
Mm-hmm.
and the surface now is very different. So
Okay.
she's not very happy.
Okay.
hoof-like,
Yeah.
but she's better anyway. I
Hmm.
mean, she was doomed to be euthanized, this mare.
Yep.
She's better now.
Good.
She
And
needs some support. She
hmm
needs some to be on top of her hoofs,
hmm
because her hoofs grow the wrong way, and she needs to be exactly in one position that helps her.
that's
And
okay.
she is
Yeah.
28 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, all the damages. And I want to say to people, because I see that we have new people here, you must look at the hoofs, because hoofs tells you what they need. If you know the anatomy, and if you keep in your mind the inner foot, you can always help your horses.
Yeah. And there's no reason why, as she goes, and even as you possibly are able to do more to help the back of her foot, that she won't even get better. But
Well,
like Angelique says, this mare was destined to be euthanized when she got her, you know, and she's gone through periods where she was sound, more sound than she is now. But this isn't a mare that you want to ride. This is a mare that you still want to give a life to.
Mhm.
See, and that's what we're talking about as far as that other mare that lost her coffin bone, this mare that was chronically foundered. Just the fact that you can look at this dorsal wall. Now, this horse, as she said, still needs support. We're not barefooters here, but a horse can go without shoes if the anatomy and the structure of his foot is right. And so that's what we are into, is understanding the true anatomy and structure and how to help the horse have the best foot towards that goal that he can have without causing him extra pain and all that baloney the whole way. Okay. Because a lot of these horses that, uh, like they're talk about transition, some of them never transition. And the reason they never transition is because they were never meant to have that foot to begin with. See, everything we're dealing with is distortion and deformation, and it's being done on purpose because the wrong ideal has been put in somebody's head because they made some mistakes in their conclusions and their judgments. So, okay, but what I like about this foot, having, studied and seen a lot of laminitis and how the feet just get so destroyed,
Mm.
okay, is the fact that, I mean, look at the walls, how smooth they are. They don't have huge, giant ripples. The coffin bone is worn away with a big ski tip, and the dorsal wall has to grow out like that. It has to follow the shape of the coffin bone. But what I like here too is what I see on the bottom of the foot,
Mhm.
you know, that she's got some foot to her. See? Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that, because
thank
people
you,
people need
Linda.
people need to know this, and people need to know that this just isn't about, oh, I'm going to get my horse so I can be barefoot. Because barefoot, let me explain something. When I was a kid living on a ranch in Wyoming, a horse without shoes, we jerk the shoes off of them in the winter and let them go like 6 months. In fact, in the West, according to Western knowledge, this is what you do to keep a horse's feet good. Everybody knew that constant shoeing was not always good. And so it was tradition that you would take the shoes off of them, especially in the winter, so that their feet could spread out and, get a rest from shoeing.
Yeah.
Um,
Recover.
yeah, recover and stuff. And so that So a horse would have been barefoot without shoes. But what we call barefoot today is totally different. At first, it was Jamie Jackson wrote that book, and it became called Natural Hoof Care. Then it became called the Natural Trim. Then it became called the Natural Barefoot Trim. And then for short, it became called Barefoot. But it is not just a horse going without shoes or a horse having natural feet. It is wholly based on his research, his teaching, and him and Hildred Strasser, okay, kind of combined there. It all stems from that. And of course, then you had people jumping on that bandwagon. See, now at the same time, as I said, Gene Ovenick did research and did the same thing, worked with BLM in Montana and Wyoming for 2 years. These two men did not know each other at all. It wasn't until as all this started to develop, Gene Ovenick developed that site you saw, ELPO, a shoeing method, and also they trim for barefoot. But what the conclusions he came to and the conclusions that Jamie Jackson came to are different. See? And see, nobody knew that. And I did not realize that really till just the last 2 years when one of our members sent me all of Jamie Jackson's books, autographed, by the way. And I started reading his books and I started seeing contradictions, you know, like the fact, I'll just mention this real quick because I'm not trying to diss Jamie Jackson. What I'm saying is that his research I fault his research. Okay, and here's one of the big main reasons why I fault it. Having his books here, having gone through them thoroughly, okay, not that I still can't make a mistake, but this is that he came out with this first book in 1992. And in it, he stated that he was able to go to the Litchfield corrals with BLM where they would rope the horses that they had caught and stretch them out. And he was able to go up there on each horse and measure, examine, and photograph their feet. He, in his first book, he said he did 107 horses. So, and then, he says it in different ways around the book, like over 400 feet or something like that, or over 200 sets of feet, he'll say. He specifically says in chapter 6, wherever it is, 107. He says, I did that in 1985. Okay. His book gets popular. He runs into Hildred Strasser. They kind of play off each other because she doesn't believe horses should have shoes. Natural. He's been studying wild horse feet. He thinks they need to look like that foot we've been showing. She thinks they need to have a ground parallel coffin bone, and a marriage is made. Okay, because the only way you're going to get a ground parallel coffin bone is you trim out the heels. So their research and their ideas complemented one another. She could back him up because she's a vet and a researcher. And look at this. He can back her up over there in Europe because, he's out there in America with the wild horses and the natural and the nature. You see, that's how they get together. And so he comes out with second book full of advertisements of stuff he's selling along with her books, selling her books, and all the stuff she says about how shoes are bad. And so that was the 1997 book. And in that book, he made the same statement. Okay, I made a mistake on this, so I need to retract because I thought he changed up the number of horses he did in that book too. But no, that would be the next book. So this is the same book, The Natural Horse, Lessons from the Wild for Domestic Horse Care. He said, I was able to go with BLM in Litchfield, California, and measure, examine, and photograph in 1985 107, all 4 feet on 107 wild horses just brought in from the range. So those two books gel. Well, Barefoot gets super popular, you know, and stuff. And he has a breakup with Hildred Strasser. And you can read about this. I'll show you a link to read all the history of this on the Horse's Hoof website, where Yvonne Wells, who was a Strasser trimmer and also knows Jamie Jackson, where she does a timeline of the barefoot movement. So 2020 comes. He puts out another edition of the same book. And in this book, he changes the number of horses he said he did. He says that he did 250 horses and that he was able to measure, examine, and photograph over 1,000 feet on these wild horses. But here's the thing. He also changed the number of years. He said, instead of just saying I did it in 1985, he says I did it in 85 and 86. But here's the thing. I can't find a picture or a photograph of any of those horses' feet in any three of those books.
Mhm.
All I can find is dead horses' feet that from horses that he got at the Palomino Valley facility later. And those dead horses' feet are the ones that became the model. See? So why no pictures? He said he cataloged it. He said he took pictures, you know? And so there's many, 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 many contradictions that show that his research was faulty. You know, he's not a researcher. He was just a farrier and a hack at that. You know what a hack is? You know what a farrier calls a hack?
I think I know what the common use of that term is.
Somebody who's not trained.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was never, not that it would have made any difference. I have no problem with people putting a shingle out. Okay. But it's just the fact that he is not trained in research or anything else. Now, fast forward to an interview he did on YouTube on it wasn't on his channel, it was for another gal. He's over in England doing his Paddock Paradise.
Mm-hmm.
And this Grace Deviney does an interview with him, and he takes that interview and he puts it on his channel. Well, he takes a piece out of, for the introduction, he takes a piece out of the middle of the interview and he puts it at the very beginning before, on his video, before the interview starts. And I'm going to show you, well, I'm not going to show you. I'll give you a link so you can go and look at it.
Sure.
First thing, I opened this up, right? This is last year. I opened this up. There's Jamie Jackson. And it took me a while to figure out who he was talking to and what he was saying. He's relating a conversation he had with a guy named Leslie Emery when he came out of the Litchfield Corrals and told Leslie Emery what he saw on the wild horses, because Leslie Emery had written a book called Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care that Jamie Jackson had read and was so impressed by, he became a friend of Leslie Emery and he moved to California just to shoe with him. And so they had been friends for a while. And Leslie Emery advocated growing heels on horses to cure navicular. And his book got super popular. And so Leslie Emery also wanted to know more about wild horses. It talks in his book. And so when Jamie Jackson gets out of the corral, he relates a story of calling, well, first of all, he said he didn't have the right measuring tools. And so he had to tell the wranglers, thanks a lot. I'll be back. I'll be back, but I got to go make me a handy dandy measuring tool. So he calls Leslie Emery as soon as he gets out of the corral. And in this interview on YouTube, I'm sitting here going, should I just show you what he says?
Sure.
I'm just gonna show you what he says because it'll blow your mind because he never said this in any of his books. Okay. So we're just gonna go there. Let's see here. Oh, I'm there. Da, da, da. Just stay just a second here. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. It's right here. This is how the barefoot movement began. Jamie Jackson with Grace Deviney. Okay, so here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Stop. Stop. I got to make sure that you can hear this. So hold on. Let's see. Stop share for a second and then I have to remember this every time how to make it so that you can hear the audio better. Just a second here. Okay. Where is it here? The microphone. More. Oh, I hate this. I like space out every time. Like, how do I make this better so you can hear it? Might take me a second here. Chord, captions, breakout rooms, don't wipe with lights, trim, reset to default view, YouTube. Oh, wait a minute, share. Okay. Okay, advanced. Ground. Dang. Oh, here we go. I found it. Okay, somebody wants to remember this for me next time. It's in the share box. Optimize for video sharing. Okay, because you got to hear what he says. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Share. Here he is. Make sure I get this back all the way. Okay, I'm going to turn it up because you got to hear it. Okay, it's turned up all the way. Here we go.
He said, what about the angles? From what I can see, they're high, not low. He said, how can it be high when there's no heel? I don't know. You got to figure that out, you know. So that's another whole story. There's a story in the corrals, it's a story of horses. And then there's a story about like a back into lions how Jamie Jackson's going to wild horse model is just beginning to present itself. Very.
So let me just do this real quick again.
I didn't understand how exactly.
Yeah. I got to figure that out. So he's talking to Leslie Emery, who wrote a book that everybody was starting to follow and who is having great success in rehabbing horses that were on navicular by growing heels. And Jamie Jackson see, in the rest of the interview, if you go on in the interview, he tells the rest of the story where then he says to Leslie Emery, oh, yeah, your theories aren't going to work. Your book's wrong. Your theories aren't going to work. And he talked Leslie Emery out of believing that his theories worked. And if Leslie's Emery's book and Leslie Emery would have continued on doing what he did, you and I would not be here today, and many, many, many horses would still be alive.
Mm.
And that's a fact. Okay, because wild horses have heels. Okay, so I'm going to show you. Now, he says in the book, he says all heel height was relatively the same. Okay, because he didn't want to say that horses don't have heels because he knows that people would have laughed him to scorn. Okay, everybody knows horses have heels, but somehow, some way, he come up with the idea they didn't. And the fact of the matter is, you have to trim the heels out of a horse to force a ground parallel coffin bone. And this ground parallel coffin bone was a big belief over in Europe, where Strasser came from. They've been debating it for a long time. And so, I can tell you exactly how he came to the conclusion that that horse, well, I don't know. He may have had the conclusion when he started out, thinking that it wasn't right. Okay. But I can show you how he may have come to solidify that conclusion and believe that. Now, I believe he's sincere. Okay. But I also don't trust his research.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the pictures of the wild horse feet that he took? Why is it that when I look at horses from that area, they have heels? Why do all the wild horses, more of them than not, have plenty of heel and a high hairline? But yet he's telling us they have no heel. He's not telling us that what he said in the book, oh, heel height was relatively the same. And he'll say stuff like heel height can't determine dorsal wall angle. You see, in the farrier circles and stuff like this is a big debate. Big debate on dorsal wall angle, what it should be. Should it be like the shoulder and this and the bony column and the blah? You know, heel height and dorsal wall angle, they knew that if you raise the heel, it's going to make the dorsal wall steeper. And so that is why then he does the part about where the guy he's talking to on the phone says, well, what about the angle? And he says, well, I don't know. He says it's from what I can see, it's relatively steep. And so the guy he's talking to, who's Leslie Emery, says, well, how can it be steep? How can it have a steep dorsal wall if they don't have any heels? And he says, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out. Okay. Now, I don't know if you've ever been around horses being roped,
No.
but it's scary. Okay. It's not like even roping cattle can be rough. Okay. But I've seen horses roped and thrown down. I've seen horses roped, thrown down, and gilded without, back in Wyoming when I was a kid,
Ooh.
without anesthetic.
Oh my God, that must have been traumatic.
It is traumatic, but kind of when you're raised in it,
Mm.
you don't realize how much. Now, after you get older and you're totally away from that kind of wild Western stuff, okay, and you develop way more empathy, for animals and stuff like that, and then you see these animals, horses roped. It's a violent, violent, horrible, awful affair. All you got to do is get on YouTube and go look at Mexican rodeos where that's their thing,
Mm-mm.
roping horses. So here's a I don't know how old he was in 1984, probably the same age as me in his 30s. And he goes there. I don't know if he's ever been around doctoring cattle, but it can be hairy. I don't know if he's ever been around uh, what cowboys are like. Okay. They don't want that guy there anyway. Okay. Because they're in a deal where they got to get in there, they got to do the work, they got to get it done, and they got to let the dang horse up. And it's relatively dangerous. And he makes sure that we know that he endangered his life. so that we could learn all this stuff. But anyway, I just don't know how much time he really spent there. You know, I do know that he got a bunch of dead feet that he made his determinations off of, and that foot that we're all trying to put on our horses is a rear foot. Rear foot, we know, are different from front feet, right?
Yep.
And why is it that we are all trying to put the rear foot of a dead wild horse on our horses? Because he come to this conclusion and he wrote this book and he made it seem plausible and we trusted that. The whole world has trusted it. The foot's everywhere. See? And he brought back a belief that was leaving. See, because this history of trimming the heels out of horses is an ancient one, going back to 1754. Before that, see now, Sharon, there's an article you need to read. Well, it's a research paper by a guy named Henry Hamerling, who researched. It's called the proper the proper angle, the dorsal wall angle, and he goes through the history of what men have believed about the angle the dorsal wall should be, but it is directly tied to heel height. And he talks about how the ancients, the Greek cavalry and the generals and things like that, up until 1754, everybody knew and believed that horses had to have heels. And in 1754, a Frenchman that studied anatomy by the name of Philip Lafosse, who was also a farrier, and the farriers were also the vets at that time. There were no vet schools. Philip Lafosse comes up with this bright idea that in order to keep horses from slipping on cobblestones, you should trim the heels out and make them walk on a frog. Okay? Then the vet schools adopted that. Okay? The vet schools adopted that belief, and it went from the vet school in France. The farriers in France came out against it. But of course, the elites won. And the vet schools took it from that vet school to 40 years later to the vet school in England, where it was solidified for the next 40 years and passed on to us. Until there were a few men that tried to, Bracy Clark, one of the first vets, he come out against it. His book is totally against frog pressure. He saw the way it was crippling, harming, killing horses. So see, this has been a belief to begin with, low heels. And so Jamie Jackson, he read all the books, and then running into Hildred Strasser and stuff like that, they believe that over there. And all I'm saying is that he drew some wrong conclusions, you know, and the part I don't like is where the pictures. And here's the thing, we wrote to him and asked him about it. And he said, well, I didn't have anything to do with how the book was finally put together. That was up to the illustrator.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, I got a hold of the illustrator and asked him. And he was a little irritated with me. I said, I don't know if you remember doing this book. He barely remembered it. I said, but does the author have the final say? He treated me like I was a moron. Hey, I'm in Cancun on my vacation. You're asking me this stupid question. Of course, the author has everything to say.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway.
Yeah. Well, of course he does, because he's also, talking to himself throughout it all.
Yeah. So, what happened there? I don't know. I just know that his research is faulty. Now, so that's all I'm going to say on him. Suffice to show you the difference between Gene Ovanek's research and his. So watch this that I put together here. Just a second here. Okay, where are we at here? Now, I don't agree with Gene Ovanek's either, but I feel that his research was more genuine and honest than Jackson's. In that he has pictures and lots of them, and Jackson doesn't. He came to the conclusion that that 1 foot is how everything should be, And now you have people all over the world forcing these horses to walk on their bulbs. Let's see here. And see, this changed my whole life. These people come out with these ideas, and these ideas have an effect,
Yeah.
you know? Let's see here. Okay. Pictures.
So Gene Ovenick also trims out the heels.
Yes, but not in the same manner. Okay, he does it according to the way standard farriers do, in that they believe that you take the heels back to the base of the frog, which can over time trim the heels out of a horse one way or another. If the horse maintains frog depth, then not as much. But if the horse doesn't maintain frog depth, then you wind up trimming his heels out. It's the luck of the draw for the horse. See? Um, and plus, they shoe. You know, the natural balance, they shoe. So when you add shoes, you hold the foot together longer than you would when you're trying to go barefoot. You know, if you understand what they were taught in farriery, and then you read their research, you can understand what they were thinking when they looked at that foot and why they made the interpretation they did. See, so this has become a deal of having to understand history, having to understand what they believe and why. And then at the same time, all of us have been avidly taking thousands and thousands of photographs, plus all the pictures on the internet of feet and comparing and, you know, to find the truth. What is the truth? What is a horse's foot supposed to be like, you know? And so all these pieces over this last 18 years have started to come together to show us what the true foot of the horse is and how it can adapt into many different versions of itself to try and survive. And then how it falls apart when things don't go right, and how this becomes different foot diseases that we run into, you know, how it makes false heels for itself so that it can still support itself up in the air, which will make you trim the heels out even more because you keep thinking the heels grew. If that ain't crazy. And so let me find my file here on him. HIGA. His file's right next to Jackie, my foundered pony. So, my mechanically foundered pony. That I use their trims to trim my pony into, because ponies' feet respond. They're smaller and they grow at the same rate, and so the effects of trimming is twice as bad on them. That's why you have so many bad foundered ponies. Let's see here.
Ask a
Okay.
question.
Yeah.
Do you know David Landraville?
Yes.
Because that's so is he heels or does he trim out heels?
No, he trims out heels. And now David Landerville, when I first got on Facebook, I started running into him. He had a page called On the Vertical, and I thought it was a lady trimmer. I didn't know it was a guy. And because I would just see his posts go through, you know. And we were both kind of in the same place, looking for the same thing, you know. Um, looking to well, I just didn't know a lot about the history of all this like I do now. Okay. And so I watched him grow and things like that. And then I saw us both split off and go two totally different directions. And so I followed him and I read his stuff and I know what he believes. So, like, Jamie Jackson, or no, uh, David Landerville started pretty much with Pete Ramey. And David Landerville has a post that he titled, this was a number of years ago, titled "The Heart of Hoof Care," where he really explains where he came from, what he believes. Okay. And he says in there that Pete Ramey said you should take that wild horse foot of Jamie Jackson's and burn it into your brain. He said, I did that. I took that literally and I did it. And so if you get on his site and you go way back, you'll find that he sees that foot in everything. He carves it in wood. He at one place he's out on the beach and he forms it in the sand. He uh was at some river somewhere and there's this big huge boulder that looked just like one of those feet. So he takes a picture of it. That he everything he did was to try to get the foot to look like that foot because he believes that that foot was built over time and that he says that he believes that horses build their feet and their feet get better over time. Um, so everything he did was to form that foot. And so he figured out a way to trim the heels in such a way to mimic the wear to form the foot into being like that foot there. And now that horse that had that foot obviously survived to a degree and things like that for a long time. It's probably an old horse. If you look at the original pictures with the legs, it's pretty, I don't know, look pretty weird. But anyway, so, it's not anything that you could figure out a way to trim to mold, get the foot to mold its way into that. But he also lives in Arizona where it's real dry. And so these feet are more conducive to hold together in a dry climate. And have you ever noticed they always say water's bad? See, Jamie Jackson said water, oh, wild horses like dry area. Well, tell that to the Salt River horses in Arizona that live practically all day in the river eating river grass and then live in the desert the other part of the time. They have the best feet of about any of the wild horses. See, just because it's a wild horse doesn't mean it's got necessarily going to have good feet. The environment does play a role. And the foot is designed to survive. But just because something is surviving, just because something is adapting, doesn't mean that's the way it was supposed to be or that that is the best
Yeah.
for that animal,
Right. Surviving despite what you're doing to it.
Right. So let me find this deal here, just a second here. Because I have this deal I put together of that shows Gene Ovanik's just a minute here. Hold on.
Sorry, Linda.
Yeah.
I've been watching all you said for so many years now, and I want to make a question.
Okay.
All these people, all of them, they are talking about trimming a hoof to a certain way.
Yeah.
Okay. No one has done what you have done to match the inner foot to the outer foot. I mean, I never found somebody to explain to me, except you, of course, to explain to me why the hoof should be this way or the other way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only logical thing I've found is when you said we have a foot inside and a shoe outside.
Yeah.
And these two elements should match.
Well, yeah, and then learning too that the inner foot can be deformed, and so because of the way it was worn or trimmed, and so then if you went and took the hoof capsule off and you didn't know what the foot should look like when it was undeformed, you would look at the deformed foot and think that was the norm.
Yes,
See?
but
Yeah.
I mean, yes, they can
Yeah.
be deformed inner foots, but they should be some correct foots.
Right. Exactly. And
I mean,
see, I was just saying that because just like you brought your feet, to show the difference, You know, and how we got to tell people that dorsal wall can shoot forward like that when you're trimming the heels out. Okay, so you've just brought that to me, and I'm adding to it too that also we learned that the inner foot can be deformed, so you have to know the difference between the two, you know.
Exactly.
So
I
yeah,
mean,
that's why we're
I've
together.
read a lot about hoofs, but no one explained to me what a correct inner foot is like
Yeah. Yep.
and what a deformed inner foot is like.
Yeah, and it took us a long, long time to figure that out, didn't it?
Yes, yes, a
Yeah.
long, long time, but we did it.
But
We
we did
were
it.
very,
We're doing
we
it, and we're
were
doing it.
doing it,
Yeah, and we're
and
seeing
we
more
have
and more all
done,
the time. Yeah.
and we have done mistakes,
Yep.
and we have revised things.
Yeah. See? Well, thank you
But
for bringing that up. Yeah.
I mean, I have a problem with Landerville method because he has lamed half Greek horses. But the problem is they don't explain to you why they trim the way they trim.
No, they have some sort of made up anatomy in their head that is not true to fact
And
because
why
of
nobody
this.
shows even the university books, even the not the farriers, the vets. They don't explain to you what's going on in there,
Yeah,
in there.
because they don't know because of these false teachings that were established in academia clear back in the 1700s when the first vet schools opened up. You know, once these academics write something in a book, it becomes written in stone and then it gets passed down until finally enough women get sick of dying of childbed fever and men start washing their hands. Oh, wait, that's a different subject. Sorry. Everybody's going, what?
I am following tacts with with passion because things are explained to me. I'm not a farrier. I don't work with horses. I have only 3 horses on my own. And the first horse I trimmed was Benenitra.
Yeah,
I know nothing, but I saw what you have showed me. And now I understand. When I see a hoof, I say, the shoe does fits
oh,
well.
yeah, that
The shoe,
capsule
not
is just,
the iron shoe, the shoe as a capsule.
yeah, the capsule's just a shoe on the foot.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
And
this is very preliminary. It is very simple to understand. It is very clear to understand. You have to fit this shoe to this foot.
yeah, but they have to understand what that foot is first. You know, you got to put that picture in their
Exactly.
head first, and stuff like that. So,
And
uh,
this is why on the group I always write down study the anatomy, see the inner foot, and then you can trim. Otherwise, you cannot trim.
yeah, yeah.
This is the way I think.
Okay, well,
And
you think
because
right, and I'll agree with that.
too many people come into our group lately, they have to understand, they must understand
Okay,
that
well,
if they don't know what the inner foot is and how the outer foot grows from the inner foot, they cannot trim. It's so simple.
yeah, I know what you mean. You know, here,
There is no other way.
I'm gonna okay, I'm gonna talk about this here. And but first, before we go to this, okay, let's look at what she's saying. Let's look at what at the inner foot, see? Because here's another thing. They slice and dice them so much that they never really considered that thing on the inside of that capsule, because capsules were hard to remove. Not that they never did. Okay, but again, the foot can be deformed. Okay, but they slice and dice so much they just considered it a capsule with parts in it. And so they never saw it as an actual foot in there. covered with skin. You know, they call it dermis, they call it corium, but what they didn't realize was it's skin. And I know this for a fact because I started noticing in the dissections I did and where I removed capsules, how depending on how I cured those feet, they'd turn into leather. Like, and I'm talking about the coriums, that the dermis that grows the hoof capsule would turn into leather or it would turn into rawhide. That tells me this is just skin. It's just a different type of skin. Like the skin on my head grows my hair. The skin on my face grows a little too much hair these days too. You know,
Gross
dip,
wrinkles.
and wrinkles. Different skin grows different things. The skin on the horse's leg grows his hair. The skin on his foot grows his shoe. But it is skin. It covers all the parts, and it is a real foot. And half of it is solid where the bone is, but even that's covered with movable skin, like a gel pad. Okay. But almost 2/3 of the back of that foot is soft cartilage and fat covered with skin. So, being soft cartilage and fat, it has to be supported and maintained in a specific form by a specific configuration of the heels, the frog, the bars, all that, a specific configuration. And let me just, we're going to put up a picture of the foot here real quick. Let's see here. Pictures. Yeah, always going back. And the first time I started realizing this was, in fact, off of Pete Ramey's page, where he has a picture of a foot that Cheryl Henderson gave him, a wild horse foot Cheryl Henderson gave him that he dissected. See, and that foot, I looked at that for years, and I was still trying to trim my horse's foot into that Jamie Jackson no heel foot, while at the same time looking at that foot all the time on Pete Ramey's page that had ample heel and heel buttress. Well, let's look at it here. Let's see. Oops, wait a minute. What is going on? Just a minute. Stop share for a second. And let me get over here. I don't know what's going on with my okay, I found it. Oh de do de do. Share. Where are we? I'm lost. Okay, share again. This one. This one here. Okay, this is on Pete Ramey's page. I looked at that for years. I have pictures in my book over here that has Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse rear foot on the front that I kept trying to trim my horse into. It's pathetic. And then this foot and the capsule of it and everything on Ramey's page. I had both of them in front of my eyes, but I could not see. Look at the heel buttress here. Look at the heels. He's got at least a 3¼ to 3½ dorsal wall, and at minimum of 2 inches from here to here. And that you look at there is a heel buttress. And the hairline sure doesn't, not a 30-degree hairline. See? But even though that was in front of my face, and I actually used it for a model, and I even used it when I did the explanation for why trimming from the top was bad in some of my first videos, because this other image had been put in my own brain. I did not see what was right in front of me, and neither did Pete Ramey, and neither does, I'm sure David Landerville had seen that. See, this other foot has been so promoted and put in front of people that they can't see the truth right in front of their face. Oh, hold on. Just a second here. Hold on. I got a call.
Devon, hi. Did you make your magic with that horse? No. Devon is not here.
What'd you say, Angeliki?
I said, did you make your magic with that horse you posted?
I'm still working on it. Uh, I'm supposed to go look at him and possibly trim him again tomorrow. I've been on vacation.
Ah, good. Very good.
You cut.
One.
You're cutting out. I didn't
I
understand
hope
you.
you'll make some pictures.
Oh, I will. Yeah, I'm trying to get better at that. But they're happy that he's sound enough that they're hoping to start doing lessons and getting him back into work next week. Huh?
Well, while we wait, I have a question, seeing as I'm such a, complete new to this. My very first step should be to go on the YouTube channel and just start pouring through videos on your YouTube channel.
On Linda's, yeah. She just posted a link a few days ago um, of where you can find all of her videos. I would suggest clicking on that link and they're in order and just watch every single one and watch them over and over again until you can teach it.
Okay, that sounds like it sounds like yeah, I went on the YouTube channel, but it was out of order. And so that was going to be my next question.
You can sort it from like latest videos.
So
Yeah.
just chronologically.
Yeah.
As far as like the YouTube videos, do we watch some of the older stuff that's quite older on there, or like just the stuff in the most recent 4 years? Because I think I've heard that on the Facebook page.
Um, well, I try and put a disclaimer on them. Don't trim the heels like this. And definitely in any place where I used to rock her toes, because trimming the heels out makes toe look long. Got to shorten that toe up. Okay, that was a Gene Ovenick thing. Um, don't do that. you know, um, but it doesn't hurt to watch some. There's still some good stuff. As far as trimming bars, uh, odds and ends of stuff. You just don't trim the heels like that. You know, so I don't know what to tell you. But from 2016 on, actually from 2015 on, is pretty good because I started growing the heels in 2015. Even before I learned about the heel buttress, um, because and okay, get this is how logic goes when you're taught something that ain't true. So you're trimming the heels out. It's pulling this coronary band down like this. So if the capsule, let me get this here. If the just a second here. Okay, so if the heel grows down like this, right? Okay, but you are trimming. You want this hairline not to be here, but to be here, so it looks like that wild horse model. Okay, so if you have taken this coronary band that's growing your nice straight heel like this, but you have forced it down like this. You've changed the angle of this heel that grows like this to grow like this. See there?
Yep.
And so, but as long as it's short, you're not noticing it too much. But another thing that happens, well, then these other horn tubules that should have started here and ended here, well, now they're forced to grow clear up to here. Okay. Well, you had this up here, your dorsal wall was here, but now you got this horn tubule pushing into it and pushing it up here. And so your heel that was here, as you pull this down, this starts to curve. And what happens is these heels actually start, you have false heels and they move forward. They're making the foot smaller from back here. Then you start trimming back the toe and to get your dorsal wall back. Well, okay, it'll start growing down and then it'll start pushing the toe back and it'll take this bone here and it'll push it back and you wind up with this foot totally bent in the capsule and the capsule encapsulating it. You ever seen a foot that looks like a can?
Yep.
Yeah, because the foot's been totally bent in there, And so nobody knew this was going on. And the only reason that we know what's going on is from thousands of pictures and trying to fix our horse from a barefoot trim. That's all. It was never meant, nobody ever meant to find none of this out. I just want a horse that has good feet before I die. That's all. I'm 68 now. So, all right. So let me undo this here. So here's
Thank you for that, Linda.
oh, you're welcome. So here's inner foot. This is not Pete Ramey's inner foot. This is the inner foot off of a horse that lived here in Kansas, an 8-year-old paint horse that went blind and owners couldn't take care of it. So they put him down and buried him on their place and they let me have his feet. He had barely been trimmed maybe 3 times in his life. He maintained his own foot. And this is his inner foot. He had a perfect inner foot. It was not deformed or distorted or nothing. And so, and at the time I actually got it, I didn't know what I had, you know. But this is an example that shows you, now there's the bone, the rest of it is all cartilage and fat, and see something they never tell us either is, or you never think of anyway, is that this part above the hairline is much a part of the foot as what's below. And so you see the shape of this cartilage. See how it's comes out the back more straight like that. Well, so the first thing we learned to look at was above the hairline at the cartilage to tell maybe how bound the foot was, how much the heels have been trimmed out. Because you could have heels that look exactly like this, but it's not the real heel. What happens is all of this got trimmed out, and then the side wall, say you trim it out, and then the horse takes this part of the sidewall and curls it around behind, which lifts his foot up and gives him something to stand on. He makes false heels because you see, so we use this analogy a lot. It's the back of this foot is composed of the same stuff your nose is composed out of. It's got adipose tissue, cartilage, and skin. Okay, so my nose belongs in a certain position, in a certain place in the middle of my face, and that's where it functions the best. Now I can take my finger and I can start to push my nose over to the side of my face. The further I push it, the more I feel it, the more it starts to affect the function. Like right now, I've pushed it about half the way over and I can't hardly breathe out of one nostril. And this is just my nose. Okay, so when I let go, my nose wants to go back to where it came from because it's got all this memory tissue, cartilage, fat, all that, adipose tissue. And so this capsule was meant to support this foot exactly where it's at. Now, in nature, Maybe the food supply ain't right, the water supply ain't right, whatever. There's a drought, there's rougher terrain. And so the horse could wear down his heel, which is going to force this hairline and the back of his foot down like that. Well, that immediately affects the function. Everything has to work harder and weirder and stress and everything like that. So what happens is the the power of the horse of the foot, he's going to pull his foot up anyway. Okay? He pulls his foot up anyway, and as he does so, he takes this piece right here and he pulls it around behind his foot, and it becomes the support for the back of his foot, but it also takes and it curls his heels in. And this periopal band goes to work and starts stitching things together to hold it all together in a nice, tidy little package, hoping that times are going to get better in the spring and that when the grasses come and the water comes, it's going to loosen up that periopal and he's not going to have to travel as far for food, and some of that heel's going to grow back and he's going to be able to restore his foot. Okay, but that might not happen, which obviously didn't happen for that mare. And eventually she just, her heels got run forward and her back heels got wore out and the periopal bound and the whole foot. She's in a dry climate and it held. And then they gathered her up in a roundup and she died. This is all part of nature, but it doesn't mean that adaptation and nature is the best. I don't want my horse to have to travel. And this is how Paddock Paradise probably came around when they saw, hey, this ain't really working too good, maybe. We need more natural movement for these horses. See, all of this is a part of the barefoot movement. And then including the excuse that it's the diet when the foot falls apart. Well, there's only so much you can do to cram this foot in there. See, before you're going to start having problems. First of all, here's something interesting because you asked about David Landerville.
Yep.
He calls his deal hoof builders, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so here's the foot. What do you think's going to happen when I start reducing the size of the capsule on the foot into that form? It's going to start to bulge out the back. And if you don't know what's really on the inside and you don't know what's happening, you could mistake that for building the foot up. See? And that's exactly what happens. They mistake that for building the foot when actually they're just making that capsule smaller, and then it's bulging and curving and deforming these cartilages. Now, that some of those horses seem sound, well, that horse that Jamie Jackson, the dead feet he got there, that horse, I'm sure, seemed sound. We'll never know. We never saw her. But the fact of the matter is, if that's just an adaptation, okay, and that isn't what the foot is really supposed to be, where else is that form taking a toll on that horse? Because you're destroying the true suspension system on these feet. Like I got some videos that show how the frog works, how the frog is not supposed to be on the ground. It's actually made to descend down and push up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So if you're altering the suspension system and how the foot works, like okay, so the way this works, you got your pastern up here. The pastern descends down between these cartilages onto the digital cushion, which descends down onto the frog, and then the frog pushes to the ground. But the whole time that frog is made out of really rubbery material, it is forcing its way back up. So the whole time the pastern is descending, that digital cushion and that frog are pushing back. And so when you trim out the heels or you force frog pressure or you deform all that, that takes away that buoyancy and that suspension. And then you have the horse bottoming out and landing on the bulb right here. Then what happens when you trim the heels out? Okay, well, here's the heel. Wait a minute. Look here. Just a second. Okay, here's the heel of the horse. This is the inner heel right here. Look, it is very well defined, right? What happens when you start trimming these heels out here and pulling this coronary band down like that? Well, it takes this heel and it crushes it up into the foot like that. See? So no longer is the horse walking on heel buttress here and heel. He is forced to walk on his cartilages and on the bulb of the back of his foot right here, while this part has been shoved up into his foot like that. I mean, the amount of deformation that takes place in these horses and what their feet can deform into and still look kind of normal to us is actually astounding. So, okay, so anyway, so here you see, look, this foot is just like that foot on that wild horse, and this was a domestic horse. So this whole thing of, oh, well, they adapted and, all that stuff they built. Yeah, they do probably have some stronger feet to a degree, but I see no reason why our domestic horses can't have that close to that. And I've seen feet like that on thoroughbreds in Oklahoma. I used to sell this stuff called Miracle Freeze mud, and I used to take mud down to this lady that had race horses in Oklahoma out of Miami. And I don't know who her farrier was. He must have been an old guy that believed in heels. These thoroughbreds, I don't know what happened to them. Of course, we know what happens after they go to the track. But these thoroughbreds had the massive, big, sturdy, strong feet, just like a wild horse, just like a wild horse with heels. Okay. Okay. So let's go back to here. So let's see here. Stop that. Okay. So this is Pete Ramey's wild horse foot that Cheryl Henderson gave him. Now, here's an interesting fact. In the pictures on his website, he used to thank Cheryl Henderson for giving him this foot. I have this documented because I have pictures from way back then, and I have pictures from more recent, the last few years. Well, when Cheryl Henderson started getting a bad rap on Facebook, you know, because she also is just following these teachings, trying to get that foot right. Okay. When she get a bad rap, he took her name off of it. So now nobody knows where this foot come from, but I got pictures that'll tell you where he said, "Thank you, Cheryl Henderson, for this feral hoof." Now this is Chester, our mascot, wild adopted horse, owned by one of our members, Sharon Shields Reynolds. Okay, he's a live horse. And this is that dead wild horse from Oregon that Pete Ramey was able to dissect. It's a wonderful dissection, the way it shows that heel buttress. Well, this horse has the same kind of heel buttress, but this sure is not that one dead wild rear foot of Jamie Jackson's with the 30-degree hairline, that would be at least a third less the size of both of these, because in order for that horse to deform its foot like that, it would have to crush its heel up into the foot and pull the whole hair thing around and under and flatten out its coffin bone. Okay, so this was my mare that died, and what I'm doing is this is a simulation just showing you. Um, and I found too, I started restoring her heels. And so she got better before she died, thank goodness. But this is an example of the straight hairline, and there's the heel buttress corium that grows the heel buttress. And this is what you wind up doing when you trim those heels out. It will literally pull this down. If it doesn't pull it down, it will wrap it around in like that. And then you have no heel buttress, no real heel buttress here. And see, it will take this heel and crush it forward. One thing you're not seeing here is how, well, maybe a little bit, you see the lamina, it will push the lamina forward like that. So if your coronary bends like this, the only thing the hoof wall can do is grow that way. See, so it makes run forward heels. But if you keep them trimmed low, you don't even know. And there's a human. Anyway, another wild horse foot, Pete Ramey. You can see here, this horse has at least a 2-inch heel buttress right here. Now he cut the top off because he don't know that top is much part the foot as the bottom. Not condemning him for that. This is what they're taught and not taught. They don't know. See, even Jamie Jackson, he come in at a time when he's seeing all these lame horses from farriery. So he's really trying to do the best he knows how to do. Okay. But the only part I don't accept about his research is how come no pictures, dude? Why does your research, why is it so different from uh Gene Overnick? You know, all wild horses do not look like that rear inner foot that you've been promoting. All wild horses don't have heels, you know, things like that. And you see on this foot that the coffin bone that was left in this is at an angle. It's not ground parallel like they promote. And so even their own dissections disprove, but they can't see it because of the image that was put in their head to begin with, and they have not come to the realization yet that this image was wrong, incorrect. And so until they come to the realization that the original teaching they received and the image they put in their head was incorrect, they will not be able to see what is right in front of their face. Whenever you have incorrect ideas about a certain subject, you add them into what you know, and they will always lead you in the wrong direction to draw the wrong conclusion because you have to have absolute truth, absolute facts. Then you add them up and then you draw a conclusion. If in your facts that you think you know, you have something that is wholly incorrect, then that's going to affect the way you look at it, and you will not draw a correct conclusion. So this thing intact has been where over time we started seeing things that we believed and were taught and the whole world believes, and it wasn't true to fact. It wasn't true to right. And then understanding, how did people come to their conclusions? How did Pete Ramey come to his conclusions? How did Jamie Jackson come to his conclusions? And once you know what they know what they were taught, know what was believed, and then you also have gleaned some truth in the meantime that they didn't have, then you start doing this sorting, you know, out with the bad, in with the new sort of thing. And then you start seeing the truth of what is really going on and why all these horses are suffering because of man's mistakes. See? So this just shows you a human foot, how it can be bent. Well, guess what? Horse's foot can be bent in the same way. That's That's shouldn't be no surprise. You know, I can take a piece of paper and fold it up. It's not a miracle. You know, we're talking about physical laws, that's all. Um, you know, it should be no big deal that I'm going to go back to this one picture. It should be no big deal that I could take a horse can deform its own feet given the right environment or wrong, that I could do the same thing with a rasp, you know. Um, doesn't mean that's what should be done. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to go over here. So, okay, so this is Gene Ovanek samples taken in Wyoming. What he did was, so they roped the horse, they spread him out. He would take, he took a board and painted it black, and then he put it on the bottom of the foot because he wanted to see where that horse bore weight. He wanted to see that because of what they taught in farriery. So if you don't know what they have been teaching in farrier for 250 years, you would not understand what Gene Ovanek was thinking and why he drew certain conclusions that he did. So he did not like what they taught about where horses bear weight. Okay, it confused him because they teach that horses don't bear weight on the sole or the frog or the bottom of the foot. They teach that the coffin bone is magically suspended within the foot by the lamina, and so you need to pare out the sole and mount the shoe on the wall alone to transfer the weight to the sides of the wall to the internal lamina. That is what they've believed for 250 years. And of course, you can get away with that when you're taking a shoe and nails and holding the whole thing together while at the same time forcing the sensitive lamina of the horse's foot to bear the weight and continually trimming the heels lower at the same time. See, you're in the process of deforming and crippling the horse. The horse is in constant inflammation. You know, horses can be, you can be in inflammation without limping. I have plantar fasciitis, and man, it has all but crippled me many times. And I'm in great pain, but I don't limp. But it has caused me extreme distress at different times in my life, from the pain, chronic pain. Chronic pain, we learn in humans, can cause insulin resistance and all that other stuff, right? Well, why not in the horse? You know, uh, all that coming from his feet. Instead of that causing the feet, what if the feet is causing that? Because of the practices that men do. So this is what they believe, that the horse is suspended magically on the walls. Every other foot in the every other horse, every other animal in the world walks on the bottom of its foot, not the horse. Not in farriery, traditional farriery. Some Yahoo back in whenever said, oh, it's like a suspension bridge. It's magically supported. So this is what Gene Ovanek was taught. This is what they believed in farrier. And as a result, they will pare out the sole to make sure that the horse is walking on the wall alone. But again, they don't believe that the horse bears the weight on the wall. They believe that the horse bears the weight on the internal lamina leaves. That'd be like you bear your weight on your nail bed. Okay? Look, just press your fingernail down on the desk in front of you and feel that pressure transfer to your nail bed. This is what they've been taught to believe, that is where the horse bears its weight, on its nail bed. I about had a cow the first time I learned that. I mean, I was like, I couldn't even believe it, you know, that. And so Gene Obnick, he had serious doubts about it as well. Okay. In fact, to even say that that might not be the case, if you read his research paper, he was scared to even say it. You know, oh, it's really a relief to find out that maybe the horse, the bottom of the foot was, there for something. I mean, and I've seen these farriers do this before. Anytime that they go to believe in something that is contrary to what they were traditionally taught, because it's really like a religion, they will harass and persecute one another for believing something different. You know, they can be really mean. So, okay, so Gene Ovenick, he would take a board and he would paint it. He would put it to the bottom of the foot, and he would see where the horse bore the main weight bearing marks, which he found was the toe quarters and the heel buttresses. And in his research, he said heel length varied. Heel length varied. In Jackson's research, he said all the heel length was the same. All heel lengths were relatively the same. And now you know what he really believed. They have no heel. I didn't know that when I first was putting this together. And so you see over here, see any heel on that horse? You don't, do you? But look at by the side of the heel here, he's got 1 centimeter. See? Because he believes they should walk on their bulbs. And so, and let me tell you, with these little 4 pictures he has in his book here, they have been manipulated to prove his theory. This is just a drawing. See, here's the thing too. When you are following people and their writings and what they're saying about the foot, beware of the drawing. Because the drawing can be manipulated to try and prove their theory. And as you're reading it and looking at the drawing, you're not realizing that, hey, that is not a horse's foot. That is not evidence. His drawing is not evidence. Okay. And so he's got a whole theory behind this, and a whole theory for why heel height has nothing to do with true natural dorsal wall angle. Okay? Because he believed somewhere he come along to the conclusion that horses do not have heels. So, not so in Gene Ovenick's. In fact, he showed the different heels that he saw depending on what the horse walked on the ground. Soft sand. Look here. They wind up with a notch and almost what looks like a hook on the heel. But he's still got heel. Look at that. Medium, prairie, sod, and gravel. Okay. Again, here we go. The horse still has heel. In fact, look here. Let's see. Let's annotate. Okay, so the dorsal wall is that long and the heels are that long. So let's compare here. Let's just make us a little triangle. Okay, so these heels here are at least what? 2 inches, maybe? Of course, this is a drawing. This is a drawing. So just remember this is a drawing. Okay? So this don't prove anything. This is just a sample drawing of what he believes he found. And of course, he has pictures. Plenty of pictures. Okay, difference between him and Jackson is Jackson goes to Litchfield, gets in, gets in, tries to, I assume he had a regular farrier's pasture gauge, and he felt it was a little difficult to use or something on a horse with his legs tied. So he gets out of the krill. He tells this in the video. He gets out of the krill and he tells the wranglers, "Well, thanks a lot, fellas, but uh, this barrier gauge I have, it's just not going to work. I'm going to have to figure something else, and I'll be back." Where he made his hoof meter reader, he says, and difference being, guess what? Uh, Gene Obenek got pictures of him using a regular Farrier's pasture gauge. It worked just fine. Jackson says, "Oh, regular Farrier's pasture gauge, that just won't work on nature's hoof. No, I need a hoof meter reader and a clipboard. How is that easier on a horse that's struggling with his feet tied together? I don't know. But anyway, and I apologize right now if sometimes I sound a little sarcastic. Okay. But when I think of how this research has affected my life, my horse's life, and the lives of hundreds of people I know personally, whose animals have suffered, are suffering, and are even dead. I'm not saying just because of so and this and that and the other, but this conglomeration of error in the hoof care industry. You know, when I have a gal telling me who had to put 2 horses down due to these barefoot trims, okay, oh no, it wasn't a professional trimmer. She went to clinics and learned to do it herself. And when I have her tell me, uh, every time I think of what I did to my horse, when her eyes were open and she saw the truth, she said, "Every time I think of what I did to my horse, I want to slit my wrists." This stuff that these people do and that they want to spread the ideas and all that, this has a real impact on all of us. These horses are more to us than a car or a machine. They're part of our family. I know people in our group and people I've known over the ages couldn't even ride their horse anymore. you know um uh uh Suffering for a very long time. The expense, see, the expense they've had to pay, to the vets, to these fancy trimmers, and hoof gurus and stuff like that, trying to get help. So this has a real impact on us, and it needs to be gone through with a fine-tooth comb. So Gene Obnick, he said horses have heel, and he shows different kinds. This, no heel. But guess what? Now I have hundreds of pictures of wild horses and their feet to where you can tell what kind of heels they had, even and especially from the Great Basin. And they do not gel with what this man here said at all. So, you know, is that the fault of the printer of the book? Or is that his fault? He came to a wrong conclusion. He pushed it at a time when all you had to do was say the word nature and people bend over backwards to get at it. You know what I mean? So that's natural hoof care. And so these two men, there is a combined belief of their research within the barefoot movement. Now, Genovnik has done amazing things. I really, really respect this man. I don't agree with some of his conclusions for sure. And we could go through that with a fine-tooth comb because his ideas were added to this guy's ideas, and it got just so that you didn't know who was what, when, where, when, until the last couple of years when I had somebody send me these books And then I started comparing and I started seeing where all this belief came from that we believe in barefoot trimming, natural hoof care, and how this is a combination of this stuff. The ideas of these two people, along with the Pua and Hildred Strasser, and along with traditional farriery. And then, of course, you have academics starting to get involved because they started seeing, hey, the dollar signs. You know, whenever the colleges start seeing popularity and dollar signs, they're going to come up with a course to charge you for. So get ready for this to become a thing that you got to get a degree to do, and being totally in error and wrong. They would do that if they could. Okay, so anyway. All right, so there is many, many details that we could go through on these. But I'm going to just, in ending as far as Ovanek's research, I'm going to show you a few of his pictures here. So just a second here. So you can see that the wild horses he saw had heel. And I'm going to explain something to you about why they look the way they do. And then we're going to find a picture of a really good wild horse's foot that had just the right amount of wear, the right amount of moisture, everything like that, which there are plenty of these horses, by the way. And in fact, Pete Ramey, I showed you his, right? Look at here. Wait a minute. Here's another one. Let's see. Where am I at? What am I doing? Okay. Here. Let's see. New share. Okay, so the fact of the matter is that people didn't know how to take hoof capsules off in one piece. All right. And so he took this hoof capsule off in pieces. But you can see right here that this is nothing like Jamie Jackson's one dead rear foot wild model that we're all supposed to put on our horse. Okay. So here it is in pieces. Look at that. Look at how that foot is built up internally to support this. And that heel board. I mean, look at the thickness of the sole. And not only that, but see, this is something else that I learned, that what they taught about the anatomy of the sole was totally false, that the sole is not concave. You see this lip right here? You see that? That's sole corium. And this sole corium that lips up over the outer foot grows a convex sole ridge like this around this foot that surrounds the whole perimeter, that nestles and keeps the edge of that foot and the edge of that bone in a protective, form-fitted, cushioned area. I don't know what to call it. Now, if you look here, you'll see, you can kind of see it. It fits right down in there past that sole. So this sole actually starts growing, just a minute here. This sole actually starts growing here. It doesn't start growing just under here. If it only started growing from the very, very bottom of the foot, then the sole would be concave. And guess what? The sole can look concave, even though that sole ridge is there. And there's a way that happens. It just so happens that when the wall grows down, it will take the edge of the sole and pull it with it. And so the sole ridge will disappear and it will only look concave. And so somebody made a mistake and thought it was only concave and then said, well, the farrier needs to trim out any ridges or sole he sees there. He needs to make it look concave. And so then they come up under there, they trim it out, they make it only concave. Well, and then they mount the shoe on the wall to transfer. Let me come up under here just a minute here, clear that out. Okay, to transfer the weight to this is the lamina. They think the horse bears its weight on this. Now the wall is dovetailed to that and slides down it. So you're telling me you're going to take and you're going to force the horse to walk on the very rim of the wall and then it transfers the weight onto these sensitive tissues. And so it puts the horse in a state of constant bleeding and inflammation as it tears their lamina on a continual basis. But
Yeah, and then carve out the sole ridge so they don't have any protection from the bottom either.
yeah,
And then
yeah,
when your horse is lame, it's like, well, your horse has bad feet. You need to have shoes on it.
yep, yeah, that's it, you know. So this is what Gene Ovenick is taught. And so, but he just feels that there's got to be more. And so when he sees a wild horse foot, he sees this big chunk of sole in the toe. And he assumes because he's been taught that feet are only concave, that this is a callus. And so they start calling it the toe callus, when in reality, it is the convex sole ridge that surrounds the whole perimeter of the horse's foot that is supported by the wall of the capsule. And so that is where we got that. And see, then we got this thing of never trim the toe callus, but do take back the heels. Then you had something really trimming down the heels, but never trimming the toe callus. Well, that's a recipe to get your toe to shoot forward. You know, so you had that problem where your toe's shooting forward. Well, then we started learning how to back that toe up when it shoots forward. See, all of these were responses to distortion that was happening because we're taking the heels down. So how should the capsule fit the foot? This is the foot. Notice it has definition in the heel, in the coronary band, the area that grows the buttress back here that connects to the heel and grows down, joins up with the sole. So you got to have pretty much a good heel buttress right to here that then joins with the sole to have a correct uniform sole depth there to support the back of that foot. So anyway, okay, so we're going to look at Gene Ovenick's, some of Gene Ovenick's pictures. Now, wonderful man. I have nothing but the highest respect for that guy. He has done everything he could to help people, help horses, has high integrity, that guy. Just a minute here.
I think the word crescentric is the key.
Yeah, crescentric sole. It is not just concave, it is convex and concave. And it grows a convex sole ridge that is the width of a horseshoe around the perimeter. So we're carving out the natural shoe that the horse actually builds and grows for itself. And the foot can even look flat because what happens is it builds that sole ridge. And then, let's see, I got to go down. Where? Just a minute. Gene. Just FG. Greek. Greek. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, just a second here. Okay, share. Okay, so I never saw any of his pictures for years. Never saw one. All I ever saw was, let's see here. Let me share. Oh, surely it's got to be here. This here. This article of his right here, where he describes his research and what he did. I read this over and over for years. Of course, it was mixed with as well what I was learning from the rest of the barefoot movement and barefoot trimmers and websites and stuff like that. So it was all mixed and jumbled in my head into one thing. And so I never saw any pictures of the feat he did until the last 2 years when I happened to get on some of his videos on YouTube where he showed these pictures. And come to find out, even trimmers of his that have that are, it's called natural balance trimming. He trains farriers. Okay, even farriers that he has trained do not realize that his research is totally different than Jamie Jackson, and they also, many of them, muddle it up, you know. And so, anyway, this is a wonderful article, and like here, let's see. Listen, change of thought, putting into practice. Let me make this bigger here. Do 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 do. Results. Change of thought. Putting into practice the information I gathered required a major shift in thinking. The idea that the sole, bars, and frog might play a major role in support of P3, the coffin bone, instead of occupying a suspended state seemed, look at this, can you believe this? Scary, but almost refreshing. You see how brainwashed they got everybody into their doctrines? See, it's like a religion. Why should you be afraid to think that? Right? But look, get around people. Look how they treat you. And barefoot movement is almost worse than the farriers. If you come up with another idea, they're going to kick you off their little barefoot site so quick that your head will spin. You know, you say anything, don't agree. They might put up with you for a little bit, but boy, oh boy, watch out. The mean girls are going to come out. So I want to read that again. Putting into practice the information I had gathered required a major shift in thinking. This guy's a trained farrier, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't a hack. Irregardless, doesn't matter. Nothing wrong with hacks. Okay, we're hacks. Putting into practice the information I had gathered required a major shift in thinking. The idea that the sole, bars, and frog might play a major role in the support of the coffin bone instead of occupying a suspended they think it floats around in there. You know, it's floating around suspended by those sensitive little lamina leaves. Where am I at? Instead of occupying a suspended state, seems scary. It should not be scary to have a different idea. But they persecute people. But almost refreshing. It has been common practice for farriers to remove, sculpture, and minimize these areas of the foot. Doing so suggests that the wall bears the burden of total support of P3. Now, it suggests that, but that's not what the ultimate belief and teaching is. The wall does not bear it, and that is never what they believed. They believed the lamina bears the weight. That the sensitive, delicate tissue on the side of the foot bears the weight of the whole horse. That the skeleton of the horse is magically suspended on these little lamina leaves. See, it's like it came right out of dark, right out of, somebody's wacko thinking. And so then that's why they start carving the foot out to force and of course, when you put iron and nails on there, you force the horse into that state of bearing weight on his nail bed. Fortunately, there are many farriers who look differently on these structures and tread lightly with a hoof knife. Those who understand the importance of the natural foot structure have decided that those features look just fine the way they were intended. It is refreshing to know. See, this is what I love about this guy, though. Okay? What he's going to say right here, and I don't care if people don't like it or not. It is refreshing to know that whoever designed the hoof, and I don't care if you think nature designed it, me personally, I like God. I have no problem with him. But I also know that nature does wonderful things because he is involved with it too. He says, it is refreshing to know that whomsoever, you know, designed the hoof did not make these parts by mistake after all. The fact that the sole, bars, frog have a function and possess the ability to respond rapidly to environmental changes suggests their presence are very important for support. Anyway, let's see. Anyway, so you should go and read the rest of this because it's just interesting how see, people are afraid to give their ideas. People are afraid to think something new because tradition binds you into beliefs that were based on inaccurate, many times inaccurate conclusions. And this happens in medicine. This has happened with the horse's foot. And if you read Bracy Clark's book, Hippodonamia, that you can get on Internet Archive, you will see that he saw it, back in the 1800s. He was one of the first vets to graduate from the Royal Veterinary College. And after many years of research, he found out that this taking down the heels and forcing frog pressure and carving out the sole and all the things they did were destroying these horses. And he worked very hard to try and change things, but they just screwed him around one way and out the other because these schools, once they get somebody in charge that has come up with an idea, they will not change their mind till they are forced to by the public. See, he appealed to the public in his book, but it just never went anywhere. So hopefully, we're getting it slow out the gate here, but hopefully, someday we're gonna have uh, so many uh, case studies showing these truths that will not be able to deny it, as well as having a very thorough, accurate understanding of this history, being able to simplify it and show that what is going on in hoof care is, I just want you to imagine the worst, most massive case of animal abuse that has ever been perpetrated on any species, and it is nothing compared to what man has been doing to horses through their experts for the last 250 years. And I am not even exaggerating a little. And you know what's really pathetic? You have some people that are actually saying that. See, I learned this deal, okay, um, from research in history and trying to understand different things. Okay, finding different truths, what really happened here or there and yon. Um, I learned this thing that this is how you get robbed. Okay, you got a neighbor, all right, and he's a good old boy and everything like that. You think And he comes over and he says, hey, you know, hey, uh, you need to know that somebody's been going around breaking into houses and robbing people in the neighborhood. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Why, so and so over here got robbed the other night. Why, they went out to the movie, and when they come home, their TV was gone. Wow, really? Well, thank you. Well, hey, thanks for the warning, right? Well, next weekend you go on vacation and you come back and you find out you've been robbed. And you see your neighbor again and you say, hey, I had to call the police. I got robbed, just like what you warned me about. Oh, no kidding. Wow, that's terrible. Well, I didn't see nothing. Okay, a few weeks go by, another neighbor, and you find out, oh, hey, your little neighbor Joe there, he's the one that's been breaking in and robbing people. See, I've found this out many times that the ones who do the warning are the ones that are actually perpetrating the same thing. And sometimes they don't even know it. So you do have some people that are warning people about they're warning people about, oh, yeah, don't do this. Yeah, these trims are going to be harmful and stuff like that. But then they're practicing things and they're still trimming out heels and doing the same thing. So you have to be really careful of who and what you are listening to and believing. Unfortunately, that is it. But anyway, so we have a massive problem of systemic horse abuse through their feet for the last 250 years. Anyway, okay, so let's see here. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Anyway, so that is genomics research compare. Oh, I was going to show pictures. Get down, puppy dog. Let me show you some more pictures of his real quick here. Just show you the difference between the two guys. Okay. And I apologize if I get a little passionate or a little, adamant and stuff. But as I said, okay, if their research is wrong and I apply it to my horse, what then? See? So, okay, let's see here. Okay. Let's see, change share. Hold on.
The sad part about all of it is that it's not instant. People start
Oh,
doing these
no.
trims, and a lot of times the horses get better before they get worse.
Yes, they absolutely do get
And
better.
so people are excited, so the knowledge just spreads further, and then all of a sudden these problems start creeping in, and they want to blame it on everything else but the trim.
Yep. Well,
So,
yeah, see, and I've seen that too. Because the feet can be so bad and big and this and that and the other that they're falling apart like they often do in farriery. So then
uh-huh.
you start reducing the foot and kind of trimming it up and it starts improving and the horse gets better. But
Yeah,
then you taking, keep taking. Like sometimes farrier don't take enough in certain areas. Heels grow
yeah,
long, collapse forward, toe grows long, all these different things. Then in barefoot trimming, you start taking that, and the foot starts straightening up, and the horse starts getting better. And
hmm,
then you keep taking, and then the foot starts to fall apart and go the other direction.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. And then they're even worse, usually more lame than they were to begin with.
yeah. Okay,
So,
so here's another. You can see that this would be front feet that are roped. Okay, look at he thought this was a toe callus because he was taught that the sole was only concave. Okay, but this is a convex sole ridge that is on every horse ultimately. Okay, regular farrier's pasture gauge. I thought Jamie Jackson said that don't work. Gene Obenek didn't seem to have any problem with it. And if you go to his research page, you'll see a whole bunch of things where he shows you the different angles and the averages of what he found. So he has examined, he has measured, and he has photographed. But where are the pictures for Jamie Jackson? You know, this horse, it might be rounded, but he still ain't got the 30-degree hairline. He's still got some heel. Now, these pictures also are taken in the winter. In Wyoming and Montana, there is less feed and it's dry. It's the winters there are dry. It's a different climate. So these horses got to travel long ways for food and this and that and the other. Well, you're going to wear your heels out, okay? And you're going to compress your foot like this. That's part of how these feet respond. Okay, so these are obviously rear feet, right? Now look here. Just a minute here. Look at the heel on that horse. That's a good 2-inch heel. See, he said heel length varied, but he said they had heels, right? Okay, so this horse here has a good amount of heel. Let's see here. Oh. I'd say this horse has heel. Oh my, look there. A standard farrier pasture gauge. Thought that didn't work on Nature's Hoof. See, to me, all this stuff about nature, okay, is just another way. That's not science per se. Just because nature is no authority. Saying, oh, it's nature. Okay, now in and of itself, nature as we know it is a amazing, great thing. But for a person to claim nature this and nature that, why don't you just say science? Why don't you just replace the word with science? Or why don't you say the word God? Might as well. God this, God that, nature this, nature that, science this, science that. Just because you use those words does not make it true or an authority. Okay? What makes it true and makes it authority is evidence you can see. Nature, nature is a cruel, arbitrary shrew, if you haven't noticed. All right? Science can be wrong. People that say God said so and so, they can be wrong. You claiming nature this and nature that doesn't make it so. But we are deluded. We're looking for some authority beyond ourselves to confirm things in us. Well, we need to let our knowledge confirm. We need to let the evidence confirm it. And the horses are saying this don't work. See, this doesn't work. These trims do not work. And here's the thing, you got all these hoof experts and all these people wanting their online classes and their webinars and their pay for this and Patreon and blah, blah, blah. But what you're not seeing is all the horses that ain't working on. Because when it don't work for somebody, that person falls by the wayside and they're out there alone. Okay? Because those people will drop you like a hot rock when their trims don't work out. It's your fault. Your horse doesn't have enough natural movement, or your horse isn't getting the right supplements, not the right diet. There are endless reasons for why these things aren't working out, except for the fact that it's your knowledge, your trim, and you're doing something wrong. And that is the difference between what they've been doing with this barefoot trimming and what we have been doing. We have been seeing we're doing something wrong. Something's wrong. Something's wrong, because we know that these horses can go without shoes. We know that these horses can be sound. It can't be all the horse's fault. See? So here you go. I told you, you know, I put a board with paint, and what did he find? He found that they bore weight here, the frog, okay, and the bars and the heels and the sides of the toe. Of course, then somebody went and plagiarized that and invented the 4-point trim. If you've heard of the 4-point trim, that's where somebody took Gene Ovanek's research of the 4 points he saw here and went, I can capitalize on that. See, and if you study the history of hoof care, it is one of treachery and greed and plagiarism and you name it, okay? Because there's money in it. See, so many horses so lame that if you could come up with some magic pill, okay, you're set to make a mint. And that's exactly what's happened. These people thought they got a magic pill. This is all we got to do, you know, just you know, throw a Mustang roll on it, and voila, nature's answer. Okay, so here's one of his pictures. Now, what happens here? This is winter, just like wild horses are gonna have. They're not always gonna have good feet either. So it's winter. This horse is wearing his heels down. As he does so, it's pulling the back of his foot down. It's taking his frog and it's pushing it forward. See, we can look at this foot and we can know it wasn't always in this shape because of the way the frog is pushed forward, which has bent it down into the foot. And you see the bars here, they've all been pushed forward. Okay, so if spring came and there was some moisture, then what would happen is he wouldn't have to travel as far for food. His toe would grow out. His frog would plump up. He'd break out the quarters, which he already is, and his foot would expand again. That's how they correct their own foot. See there? There's his foot. But you see how he was wearing his heels down and, of course, wearing his toe off? He's looking for food. This is Wyoming, Montana. I know that land, sparse grasses. Okay? Okay, look how he's pulling the cartilage down in the back of his foot. But guess what? Give this foot some moisture. Give this horse not to have to travel so far for food and water and all that. And he will correct this foot like you won't believe. But he's got heels. See there? This is a wild horse too. Wild horses don't have heels. That's what Jackson has told everybody. Okay, so this is how this is natural balance hoof care. Okay, hoof care today, barefoot trimming. This is their method for barefoot trimming, and it's based on measuring the frog. And the reason that don't work is because the frog gets pulled down behind the foot and shoved forward, and your heels move forward. And then the measurement changes and it's shorter, and you divide this up to get your toe length. Well, then it makes your toe length seem long, and then you're taking back a toe that don't need taken back. That's kind of what happens. Yeah. So anyway, so this is the natural balance trimming where they divide it into 3 sections and say that it's in thirds. You measure from here to here, and then you measure that in half somehow up to here, and then this is getting your toe length. Okay, well, anyway, so how long did I go on and on about that? Oh, my goodness. 3 hours, 3, 4 hours, 3.5 hours, something like that. So are you understanding more about the mess we're in here? Or did you already understand enough and I didn't need to tell anybody?
We
Was it
always like to hear
refreshing?
you talk.
It's always good to hear you talk. Well, it started out, I think I run that gal off.
Oh, hey, I have a new thought just to ponder around
She had
sometime.
she had an emergency. She had to leave.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't just me.
No, she appreciated what you had to say. She said something. It's in the chat. Someone can read it, but something that her horse was saved today and thanked you.
Oh, okay, because I was
Yeah, is
feeling
that it?
bad.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
that was
so I'm
lovely.
gonna cry.
Don't cry. We have work to do.
You're allowed to cry. Feel your feels.
Hey, I have a new thought that I've been thinking about. Are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, so if a coffin bone, I don't sleep anymore, so I just spend time thinking about this in my head and playing with the model.
Okay.
Um, if a coffin bone can rotate down
Mm-hmm.
when the heels are trimmed out and the joint gets shoved and all that,
Yeah.
okay, will it self-correct as we fix the back of the foot? And as the
Yes.
laminar wedge grows out, can we get that coffin bone back where it belongs or close to it?
Yes. Yeah, you take the pressure off that joint and the foot'll straighten out. That's one reason too why you have to sometimes leave that toe a little long so it can create pressure pulling it forward.
So in essence, having a founder or a bad laminitic episode where you get the big, the laminar wedge, if you can restore the back of the foot and give it room to expand and let things have a place to go again where they're supposed to,
Yeah.
in theory, the coffin bone would be allowed to unrotate, if that's a
Yeah.
word,
Yeah. Yeah. Why not? Yeah.
and then you could get a tight white line or something close to it up again at the toe, and then just start restoring the. Are you kind of doing that with the pony?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Right now, see, okay. So the back of her feet were so massively bound. It just blows my mind. Um, and yeah, so her cartilages, and I mean, it was rolled up like a wringer washer. Okay. And so
Yeah.
yeah, her foot is unrolling and it's starting to straighten out in the dorsal wall in the front as well. Because you
Because I mean,
see,
I'm just,
oh, go
we have
ahead.
so many horses that are in this predicament now.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm like, are they thinking it's a useless cause? We're never going to get anywhere,
Nope, it
or
is not a useless cause. I know this for a fact.
I
Um,
mean,
yeah, it's just a matter of us figuring out how to do it um uh because when you're taught that you got to have that toe back at all expense,
right,
okay, that can screw your whole program up, okay, because that when these laminar wedges develop, it's all to hold the wall and the sole to the coffin bone in the front of the foot.
correct.
Okay. And so then if you try and bring that toe back and you rasp into that laminar wedge and you destroy the way that that wall is holding that sole together.
You're destroying the glue, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the wall flips up and the horse is standing on the sole. And that's when you get those really horrible toes that are like they don't grow at all,
What
and
about when they flip up?
well, yeah, that's what happens is the lamina in the laminar wedge just keeps going and going and going and more and filling up that space and filling it up and filling it up, but it's not connected to the soul anymore, you know? And so it's just like somehow we've got to figure out a way to keep the 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 soul and the wall connected. You remember when that guy invented that hoof? Oh, what was that thing? Looked like a pipe clamp that you put on the front of the
Oh
foot.
yeah,
What was that called? Does anybody
I don't
remember?
even. Did it have
Hoof
a name?
wasn't the hoof ring. um, hoof clamp. No, hoof cinch. There we go. Hoof cinch.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I kind of understand why that works sometimes now. Because it pulled that wall and kind of it it kept that wall. Yeah, I'm really understanding it now. Now that I'm thinking about it, it
Is that the
kept.
one where it kind of looked like a pike clamp?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, it kept the wall from. Okay, so you know how the growth rings have a certain space between them in the
So
wall.
aren't you glad I brought this up? I just wanted to hit you with a
Yes.
whole new subject.
Well,
Sorry.
you did, and see, I used one, and I helped a gal put those on one time, and I've thought about them a lot, and I've tried to figure out the way they work exactly. But now, as we are sitting here with all the added information, now I'm understanding why they kind of worked. Okay, because okay, so when the sole and the wall and the toe become disconnected and the wall cannot grow down and connect to the sole, and the horse is standing on the sole, well, the walls keeps growing. And those growth rings are supposed to be even shaped or even width in the dorsal wall going all the way back to the heel. The same depth, okay, or width between them. And
Well,
so,
wait, it's going to get a little skinnier only because the back of the foot does get a tad bit skinnier
yeah,
than the toe. A little,
yeah, yeah, a little and stuff,
but not
but
drastic.
no, But in general, like in the first, like the 2 inches of the heel and the first 2 inches of the dorsal wall, you kind of got an even amount.
Okay.
Usually,
Yeah.
like you know how some of the growth rings are really prominent,
Yes.
and they're spaced like an even space. Well, the space of the coronary band groove and where the periopal covers, it's about that wide, going down even. I need to put a foot on here. Just a minute.
No, I've just been pondering this whole concept over and over again. If it
Yeah,
can rotate, it can unrotate.
yeah. Let me just finish explaining this thing I'm
Yep.
seeing here. So that
Yes.
hoof cinch. So what happens when the wall and sole become disconnected? Then the wall is still growing, okay, but it's not connected to the sole anymore. The horse is standing on the sole, and so the toe starts to go out and then get pushed up because the as it's pulling out, well, the lamina's going to work to keep trying to make lamina to try and keep everything connected together. Okay, so if you take that hoof cinch and you put that on there on the wall, it's on the back, and then it goes around the front, and it's screwed into the front. Well, it'll keep that wall from scrunching up to where all those little growth rings are like totally mashed together.
About how far on the hoof up from, like from the coronary band to the toe? How far down is it? About halfway? I don't remember where they put it. Or
Well,
is it closer to the ground?
let's look here. Let me look it
I don't
up.
Do-
remember.
Hoof
Sorry, guys.
cinch.
Do you have any photos of what we are talking about? Because
Yeah,
I'm very, very interested on
yeah.
this case.
Hi, Leaky. It's your friend.
Yes, I
Hi.
know. Yes, I know. Somebody was calling my name when you were talking about this.
No.
But,
Okay, here we go. Let's see. I'll share this.
somebody called the name Benenitra in this case.
I was trying to be subtle.
I know. And I want to
Okay.
see what is the hoof
Hoof
cinch
cinch.
thing.
Okay. Okay. This is the hoof cinch. Let's see. Let me find it here. Products.
I saw Amishmen here doing it,
Oh, really?
fixing cracks. I saw Amishmen doing it when the horses had such horrible cracks.
Holy
They didn't know
crap.
what to do. So they would put not around the entire hoof, but they
Uh-huh.
would put sections of one of those pipe rings. They
Uh-huh.
would cut it up and screw it, kind of like if you had a split board and you were trying to keep it from splitting anymore.
Uh-huh.
and they do that and just let it go all the way down. I've seen the Amishmen do it.
Ah, well,
But it
this,
didn't go from front to back all the way around. It was more like a band-aid over the cracks. And sometimes they would have two of them, one up higher before the
yeah,
damage and the splitting happened, and
huh,
then one down further to the ground just to keep the sucker together.
wow. Well,
They
here,
didn't have a name, they just do it.
huh, well, yeah, that makes
Could,
sense. And of course,
could
for
this
as expensive
help?
as they are, Amish would definitely improvise if that's
Yeah.
what they were using it for, you know, and
I
stuff.
had to
Just
think about it every time I saw it. And I thought, well, I can't decide if that's a good thing or a bad thing because I wasn't intact at the time.
yeah,
But it seemed to hold the foot together, with
yep,
whatever was going on that was causing the cracks to begin with because they didn't know.
yeah,
But
and
this, go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say this guy's onto something because he's got another product here too I never saw before that
Oh,
fits right in
screw
with what
on.
we're saying here. Well, no, first of all, these little things that go, around the top of the hoof. Maybe there's
Okay.
how it works. Let's look at the how it works. Okay, let's see. You got any pictures? Redirects growth. Yeah, redirects growth. See, remember I said that the growth of the wall wants to go forward and up.
Correct. But if
Okay.
you pull it in like you've got a girdle on, it ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And um but see, I also was concerned about that as far as still the soul, like trying to connect and make that soul and wall come together at the same time. Um where's some
But if you do
pictures?
it up higher on the wall or halfway and keep it from getting worse, and then as you do proper trimming, as the hoof grows, you would start removing the widest part of the laminar wedge. And eventually, if you keep working the back of the foot too, of course, doing everything it's
Yeah,
supposed to, eventually you would, through growth and time, the thickest part of the laminar wedge would just keep getting skinnier and skinnier and skinnier,
yeah.
until you don't
Well,
have one anymore.
yeah, if you straightened out the back of the foot,
Correct.
okay? If not, because something that a laminar wedge can do, because if the foot rotates clear up into the coronary band, you cannot grow it out. All you'll do
Right.
is push the whole coffin bone back, and the horse, the dorsal wall could look normal, but the inner foot's toe could be even aimed back towards the horse, like
He's
not
going to
just on
knuckle
its,
over.
yeah, not just on its tiptoe, but literally pushed even further back than that. Yeah, knuckle over,
I mean, I've
you
seen
know?
foals born that way where they put them in cast right away,
Yeah, yeah.
where they're completely, the whole hoof is completely, bent backwards.
See, I'm gonna find a picture of that thing here.
But I've just been pondering this whole thing because so many people are dealing with laminitis. So many people are dealing with founder, and we talk about it a little bit, which is good. You still have to understand everything that we've been talking about, but I've been just taking it in my head further,
Yeah,
and just kind of rotating things around in my head, going, okay, if this goes here, where's that going to go? Can this move back? If this moves out of the way,
yeah,
if I get a tight white line, can I start growing? Even if my coffin bone has had some injury to it, can I start at least growing healthy sole again if I get, quote unquote, the heels to stand up more
yeah,
and widen up using the notches that we've now really hooked onto,
yep,
and trying to like give people, with that just a little bit more to think about, that it is possible, but it all comes from the back of the foot.
mhm.
But in theory, I'm just like, if it can rotate, it can unrotate.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, it can.
Linda,
Yeah,
could this help all these cracks we have all the time on the same place?
You mean
um,
like
Remember?
Valor's one crack?
Yes.
no,
Valor and Benenitra has a crack at the same place.
no, no. In my opinion, at this point, no, because like Valor's crack is getting better because What he
Very
needed was
true.
needed all of the horn tubules to come back and line up and lift up the heels, and then that is what started the crack. Lowering the
Yeah.
heels and all the horn tubules grew forward to a place where finally the wall in front of it said, I ain't going nowhere. And it said, well, I'll just push past you then, and you got a crack. And so then if you restore the back of the foot and lift all that up and back up all those horn tubules and get them growing down to where they're supposed to grow, then the crack will, if it doesn't totally grow out, it will not open up anymore because all the torn tubules are in alignment and nothing's pushing on it.
Okay, my
Now
dorsal
Benny
walls
is
in the
getting
front,
better too.
Okay, good.
you know,
Yeah.
my dorsal walls, both in the front, he came to me with the two fronts straight up the center of the foot on the dorsal wall, crack all the way up to the coronary band,
Uh-huh.
both feet. It wasn't wide, but there was a crack all the way up. And
Wow.
did you ever I have a fingernail where a dog got me one time. That
Uh-huh.
fingernail will never grow right again because right in that spot, whatever you want to call it, of my nail bed got destroyed. So no matter how well I take care of that nail, I still have a crack right there. No matter what I do, the nail can only get so long, then it breaks.
Yeah.
So I think on my guy, because it was like that for so long, that it actually, that one or two tubules right in that spot at the
Uh-huh.
coronary vein, I think it actually got permanently destroyed.
Yeah.
And I think some horses have this kind of thing. Either
Yeah.
they had an injury or a crack that was left so bad, so long that it went all the way up into the coronary band.
Yeah. Mine, I'm
It
pretty sure
it gets
Valor's is
better
like
when
that.
they get better when you trim and keep up with it, but they never really go away.
Yeah.
They can
Yeah,
get worse and then they get better, but they're always there.
Yeah.
I could tell you I've had lots of horses with cracks, and if it causes damage in the cornet band, it's gonna grow like that forever. You can get the
Okay.
foot correct, and it'll almost like glue itself together, but that part's weakened and it'll split easy. But I can tell you,
Right.
if you're struggling with cracks in the toe, whether they've reached the cornet band or not, if you really address those quarters, some people want to keep the toe short, but if you really address the quarters, because once your quarters get wide, they'll want to grow out and
Oh,
they'll split
yeah.
your
That
toe
makes
apart.
sense.
So if you
Oh,
actually,
yeah.
like, I've had really bad toe cracks that won't grow out, and I would come in and actually try to leave a bit more toe and other parts of the hoof wall to stand on, and then really bring in those toe quarters a little more than I would have, removing that leverage, and the crack will grow out if it's
Yeah.
split up the center. So
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't stress out about it anymore. I just make sure I keep the hoof in the proper shape, like you said, and keep the quarters from getting out of control, and the crack, it's there, but it's not very noticeable, but I know it's there.
yeah, it's pretty much sealed up. It's like a scar.
Yeah. And then if I
Yeah.
let things get out of control or I go too long with trimming or I'm away or whatever, it comes back. And then I just have to work at it again until it disappears.
Yeah,
But
that's fun. That was funny how you said you got a crack in your fingernail that won't go away. I have
yeah,
the same thing on the middle finger of my right hand. I've got these lines in it and it grows all weird because one time I was on this horse, this colt, and I don't remember what I did. I reached up and I touched his shoulder with my foot and he had a fit and threw me off and I just barely caught the reins. You remember roping reins? you know,
yeah,
in my big finger or my middle finger and it twisted the joint and it did that to my finger. So now it's got those
yep,
permanent cracks. You gave me an
yep.
answer when you told me that about yeah,
What?
I'm never going to get rid of that crack totally because it's permanent because it's all the way up
Right. It's
into
all
the
the way up into the
coronary
nail
band.
bed.
Yeah, and
Right.
mine is clear up into the cuticle,
Yeah. Well,
you
that's what
know.
I meant by coronary band, cuticle,
Yeah.
whatever
Yeah.
we call it on humans.
Yeah. Same
Because that's
thing.
where the puppy got me. He got me right there with one of them puppy teeth.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, did that hurt? My grandfather had the exact same thing from one of his dogs.
It's hereditary.
Yeah, no. We're just stupid with puppies. No,
That's
but
a good one.
I've just been wanting to play, and I was thinking about that model, that hoof model you've been playing with.
Yeah.
And I've just been, in my head, going around and round and round with this whole laminar wedge. Can we get rid of it? How do we get rid of it?
Hmm.
I don't have one, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to work on a horse that does have one. So I need to learn.
Yeah, exactly. Well, see, all
So,
these combined experiences, see, we're seeing patterns of evidence, hard, concrete
right.
facts. It's not just nature. You know?
So now that we have Benny in said out loud, she's got basically a tight white line,
Hmm.
no more laminar wedge, even though she foundered,
Yep.
but she still has thin sole. So I'm like, now do we start treating a hoof like that, even though she's got that ski tip? Um, do we start treating that hoof and trying to trim it almost if it's like a quote unquote normal hoof now, because she doesn't have the laminar wedge anymore, that her coffin bone must have rotated back to some degree, or
Yeah.
she
Oh,
would
for
have a
sure.
laminar wedge.
For sure.
I mean, to
Um,
me, the only way to have a laminar wedge is if your coffin bone is rotated.
yeah. I, to me, I think I would not focus on the dish in her dorsal wall,
Right,
or trying to, I would not focus on trying to do anything major with the toe or the sole or anything like that. I would just keep gradually working on the back of that foot to
right,
keep developing it, because the better it gets, the more that will transfer to the front.
right, and it'll
Correct.
start growing a thicker sole.
Yeah.
Correct. This is
Yeah,
the
because
way.
I'll tell you, even on foundered horses with thin soles, as soon as I can, like bar and frog is still something I trim. I'm not worried about trimming
Yeah.
out from the sole, but you
Yeah.
still want to trim out that bar and frog because if it's impacted in the capsule, you're never going to get that foot to settle back in its shoe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You
Yep.
get
Correct.
them bars and frog built up, it impacts and they keep growing. And that hoof is just going to keep, I mean, it's the whole foot that rotates and the back comes up out of the capsule.
Yeah.
And then if
Yep.
you're trimming the heels out, trying to force it to be at a better angle, you're just contracting the back of the foot, squeezing the capsule, and pushing the back of the hoof up out of the capsule even more.
Yeah.
So,
So with a thin sole, okay, let's say you've got a horse with a really thin sole, and now you want to start working on backing the heels up, widening the back of the hoof.
mhm.
Would notching it be something that would be too dangerous to try with a thin sole?
I don't think so, only because like, let's take for instance, Dan, one of the horses that I was just working on. Not the only case, I've seen several, but one of the worst cases of founder. Basically, he had laminitis so bad, he had rotation, and his sole was hot and mushy and protruding out the bottom of his hoof. Like when I picked it up, his soles were sticking out past his hoof wall. And he'd come with wooden wedge pads glued on and wrapped onto his feet. So I had to cut those off because of the wound on his foot. It was so inflamed, and the hoof wall was so jammed in the cornet band that that inflammation was just going to keep blowing abscesses, and they're never going to be able to soak it with those wedge pads on. And so
Right.
it was like, oh my gosh, we were kind of up against the wall. So that's why I suggested how about some boots so you could remove those to soak his feet. But when I first took them off, it was like I didn't trim bar or frog because at that point he didn't have enough integrity in his hoof wall. He had basically no stabilization, and I'm facing like coffin bone coming through the bottom of his feet. So the only thing I could do at that point, looking at his feet, is that his quarters were jammed into the cornet band so bad that that was causing so much inflammation and what was causing the abscesses. So that's all I did from the outside, really, because I was trying not to touch anything on the bottom, is just from the outside, knocking out the quarters, not in the heel or the toe, just the quarters, those flares, and kind of brought it in and relieved that part. And about 4 weeks later, I came back and he had enough relief in that area that a whole bunch of the inflammation had gone down, and the inflammation is what was causing his lamina to be inflamed and mushy, and that's it was losing its connection because of the inflammation of the foot. So by removing that, it gave him enough relief, and then getting him in these boots, he was relieved enough that that inflammation went down, and they were soaking his feet, so they were drawing out the infection. And then I was able to come back in, and I had enough foot to work with, and just the frog and bars at that point is all I trimmed at that trim. And of course I knocked off the quarters again. But I added bar and frog removal. And then the next time I had, you could see that his foot had settled back into the capsule more correctly. I had healthy connection coming out in the lamina. All the inflammation was gone. The wound was healing. And then I was able to go in and remove more bar. I had some fresh live sole growing in, so I was able to remove some of the bar material that had actually impacted in and mixed in with the sole. And anyways, I was able to start cleaning all that out. And so now I've got I've got them super happy because he's running around the pastures. They were finally able to take his boots off. And hopefully after this next trim, he'll be able to start going back into work. Um, so yes, that's pretty much my very first start with him was just removing quarters to relieve the cornet band and get rid of the inflammation. So
No, it's not my case, Devon. On Benenitra's hoofs, I have nothing to correct anymore. That's the problem.
And you
well,
might
if she's
have,
sound, then yay.
yay, but you might have, she might never get, she may, these horses that have been chronically founder for years may never have totally perfect everything.
No.
Okay.
This is what I believe. I must be always on top of very, very small things, and she will be never healing correctly as another horse.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's
Your horse
the
looked like they
case.
had pretty decent soul though, Angelique. Like your
No,
horse is
she has no. She has no soul. That's the
oh,
problem.
It looks good, but it's thin.
yeah, okay.
Yes.
See, because she's worn off the toe. So she may never get a total sole ridge in the front of that, toe.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Next stop. So I want to show you this picture. Okay. So what you see me doing here. Okay, so here's the back of your foot. Okay, there's your coffin bone. Now the coffin joint, I don't have the joint drawn in here. Okay, but the joint is right up here. Okay, and so this anatomy, like I said, it's not like this is hollow. So when I push this forth, it's going to go forward into there, and it's going to push on this joint and push the joint forward, which is going to push the toe down like what you see here. See how I've squeezed this forward? Okay,
I
now,
love these pictures. This is perfect.
oh, thank you. And actually I did these pictures before I even understood what I'm telling you now. Okay, I saw this, but I did not understand how that was pushing the joint forward exactly. But anyway, so and you can see it's done it in this foot, right? So when we relieve that and this comes back like that, it's going to take the pressure off that joint, and and the foot's going to flatten out.
And which is also why it's very important to leave the toe to help kind of pull it forward.
Exactly. You know, disaster can really ensue when you start whittling on those toes, thinking you're going to grow that dorsal wall down.
Yeah, I came to a lady whose mare was super, super lame several years back. And when I seen her, I guess she had cushions. They had already started Perchen, so she had lost all of her muscle tone. She was pretty much like permanently bent in the knees,
Uh-huh.
and her toes completely stopped growing. And I'm like, oh man, I don't know if there's much I could do for a horse's foot that don't grow. I tried trimming her a little bit, but this mare was already falling on her face, and
Aw, she
she
was
was like,
knuckling over.
yeah, and she was like, she would
Aw.
literally take steps and fall, and she was 25 years old. And that is the first and only horse in my career that I was like, I'm sorry, but at this point, like at that point, there really wasn't anything for me to
No.
do. It was
Yeah.
already too late. The mare couldn't walk, and I'm like, at
Yeah.
this point, she should be put down. That is the only horse
Yeah.
I've ever said she needs to be put down.
Yeah.
And the lady still tried to put boots on her and do whatever. I finally like stopped coming because I'm like, people are going to see me, and this was a big part of my career, and they're going to see me
Yeah.
coming and messing with your horse and seeing how lame it is, and
Yeah.
so I don't want to be associated with a horse in this
Yeah.
situation.
And
I did what I could, but
getting worse. But
yeah,
here, you see, with knowing this stuff, there is a possibility we can help a horse like that now.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
know, where
because now that I
before,
think about it, I would have never thought at that point in my career that, because, seeing how bad she was, you're like,
well,
okay, I
yeah,
don't
me
want to cut the
neither.
whole, frog and bar. I mean, I did trim them, but not like we're trimming them
Yep.
now
Yep.
because
Nope.
I felt like she needed support. But now, if I was to go back in time right now, I would have
Mhm.
lifted that mare's feet up and I would have completely,
Seen
I
them
guess, who
differently.
said amputated the other day? I would have amputated her bar and frogs.
Yeah. On the capsule part. let's
Yes,
let's
yes.
make sure people know what we're talking
Oh
about.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They will grow back.
Yeah, they'll grow back like your fingernails. Ought to cut his fingernails right there.
Yeah,
Ought to.
but at that point, I would have never removed that much barn frog. I mean, I've always
Yeah,
trimmed barn frog, but I mean, I'm
yeah.
literally trimming the crap out of them
So
now.
that horse had to die because she had curled in toenails.
Yeah,
Just like
basically.
human has curled in toenails, but it's a lot more drastic when your toe is your whole foot, you
Yeah.
know, stuff like that. So when you think about it, it's like I said, this is the worst case of horse systemized animal abuse that there has ever been in the world or will ever be. I mean, you want to take anything that we see now, dog meat trade, you know, fur seals. I don't care what it is, massive deals of animal abuse. This is nothing compared to the hoof care industry for the last 250 years and the lies that they have come to believe. It's nobody's fault. I mean, this has been perpetrated. Well, it is somebody's fault. We go back to the vet schools. Those people were very disreputable.
Yeah, and
Okay.
they were good at making you believe it.
Yeah, exactly. And so the fault is on people who want to punish and persecute others for even having an idea,
Yeah.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. So that makes it your fault if you act like that. Okay, even though you had nothing to do with it, even though you're totally convinced your way's the right way, and what you learned in school, or this guy from that guy, the other. Okay, if you're the kind of person that if we come along and we're saying, look what's going on here, and you trip out because you're going to lose followers and revenue, you know,
Mm-hmm.
uh, well, guess what? You're just infamous. You ultimately become whatever that would be. You know, not a nice person. There we go. I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. Okay. So, yeah, you're mean. Okay. And we don't like it. So, okay. Uh, my goodness, I wrote this in 2017. Why did I write it but still didn't? Why did I forget or something? Because I thought it was more of a I guess I didn't realize the fullness of it or something. I have no idea what's going on. So what I write, I can't rotate the foot. Oh, yeah. Okay. The condition I was seeing in my pony was what you just described, Devin, and how the back of the foot on rotation sometimes will come up out of the back of the capsule.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll see this really long periopal and real thick frog and all this stuff because the foot is growing frog and heel as it is also coming up out of the capsule. And
Yeah.
so I was seeing this happening and I was trying to understand it. And so I said, I can't rotate the foot like the condition of what is actually happening. because that's the condition I was trying to describe here. And I haven't looked at this picture for a number of years. But the collateral cartilage, the digital cushion, and the frog are all pushed into the back of the foot and have shoved the coffin bone forward, rotating it on the joint of P2. Okay, what I didn't understand yet was how this foot was bound.
Mm-hmm. And
Didn't
I feel
under
like the lamina
Yeah.
wedge is almost the hoof's way of like wedging that gap to
Yeah, oh, it
keep
is. Yeah.
the toe connected, keep pulling
Yeah.
it forward,
So
so they don't roll over.
yeah, so sometimes you have a wall that'll stay together like what you see here. See, but see how it's pushing that toe down
With a
yeah, but other times the
mm-hmm.
wall gives way and starts separating in here. And that's when that laminar wedge starts to develop, which is the lamina multiplies, okay, and makes more lamina, the lamina part that's on the hoof capsule. And so then it just multiplies, and however, that wall is coming out. And you can correct a lot of that until it rotates up into the coronary band, and the coronary band rolls in the capsule. And then you got this bad deal that goes on where instead of, like, even here, okay, the coronary band is, let's see here, the coronary band is right here. Okay, let's say this is the foot. Okay, and so all right, so the horn tubules are growing down like this. See, out of here, like so, all the way down. Okay, but when the separation gets so high that it rotates, then the wall goes out like this, and this coronary band here rotates in the capsule. Then instead of, I got a picture of the real deal somewhere, but instead of growing down like this, now it has to grow up like that, over like that, and down like that. See, and then you got this laminar wedge in here. So there's no way you're going to just grow that laminar wedge out. If you try, instead, the laminar wedge will keep pushing the real foot back further and further because you're making it steep. So instead, you just allow the toe to be long with that laminar wedge in it, and it'll put some torque on that toe, pulling it forward while you're, and you have to have some torque on the toe, keep them pulling it forward so that when you're releasing everything back here and it's wanting to pull out, that it just don't pull the toe with it.
Yeah,
Does
it's
that make
crazy. It's
sense?
opposite of what you'd think. Drop the heels, shave
Yeah.
off the toe, but you see where that would make it worse.
Yeah.
But leaving the toe long, leaving the heels long, removing barn frog, and actually sometimes scooping a little bit of that quarter relieves all of it.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, what they're seeing is they're seeing a hoof capsule in here. They're thinking the foot is like this, but that's not the foot. That's the shoe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Really, what you have here is this horse wears a size 8, and he's been forced into a size 5 shoe.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the real capsule would have been like this, and so all this foot would have come unbound into back here and fit inside the foot, and that would have released that. So see, now when you look at it, you can see the foot's bent and shoved into a smaller container.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
So they're just seeing the capsule. They're not seeing, like what Angelique said about, we have to see the foot. We have to see the foot. And so we see the foot by first looking at these cartilages and what's going on, and then looking at, because look what happened to this foot here. See how it's been made smaller And look how
Mhm.
the frog cram's all shoved forward. You know, the heels are crushed flat and up.
Yeah,
And
a lot of
it's,
times when they do x-rays, they're just looking at the coffin bone,
yeah,
you know.
yeah, yeah,
They're
they
not
don't,
looking at all the bar and frog that's packed in there.
that's right. Yeah. They're not seeing all those soft tissues. And they don't know the true shape and form of the soft tissues because again, this is not a foot. That thing on the inside is not a foot. It is parts, you know, internal parts is what they're seeing. Even though in some cases, yeah, what? Somebody say something? Anyway, okay. Um, let's see here.
Yeah,
Maintenance.
the whole unit. You have to adjust the whole unit as one to get it to grow out from the coronet band evenly in anatomically correct with the internal foot.
Yeah, and I think that even the front, even if it's rotated in there, can eventually be corrected if you straighten out the back of the foot first. That
This,
didn't
this
sound
is,
good.
guys, this is
Sorry about
something I
that.
wanted.
Calm down, Linda.
Well,
Funny.
This, this is
oops.
something I wanted to add to all of this conversation. We should feel the hoof and see how the horse reacts. Sometimes we may leave the hoof wrongly,
Yeah,
but it suits better for the horse.
yeah.
I think I've sent you a last photo what I have done, and
Okay,
this is something I want everybody to see,
okay.
because now that I know that she's suffering and she's very sensitive,
Mm-hmm.
I put the how do you call it, this sticky ribbon, the silver duct tape, and I put um, a piece of plastic inside to make her not stepping, to have some protection on her sole. I've sent you the photo.
Okay.
And
Second here.
this is nothing. I mean, this is a remedy for to protect her thin sole.
Yeah, earth and soul. There's nothing wrong with that. You know,
So
we
we have
we
to
are not,
find,
yeah, we're
yes,
not barefoot. We're not barefoot people. We're not barefoot only people. We're whatever we can do to help these horses whose feet are not correct. You know, if her soul is not correct, then she needs help. You know, she
Mhm.
needs some protection. There's
Yeah.
nothing
yes.
wrong with any of
So
that.
we should not only try to make the correct hoof for the
Yeah,
horse, but to make the hoof that is more correct for this horse.
yeah, for
Yeah.
that horse.
For that foot.
Exactly. Yeah, for
For
that
that
foot and
particular foot.
exactly. Let's
Because
see
I
here.
see many people now intact that they are trying to measure and bring to the correction, and how long and how high or how big or how small it should
Yeah.
be. It
Well,
should be what is best for the horse.
yeah,
Yeah, because they're
but
all different in little
yeah, but
ways.
we also do have mapping to give us general guidelines, but we're
General,
also,
general,
yeah, general
yes,
guidelines to help you learn to trim and stay within certain perimeters. They are ballpark figures, but then you learn the anatomy to be able to tweak. And plus, we're talking about corrective trimming here. Okay. So on a regular
exactly.
foot, a foot that is not distorted, I can almost to a T do tack measurements and it will just come out that way. That is the way that foot actually is. But a foot that is distorted or has distortions, Yeah, so that foot needs corrective trimming. That doesn't mean I'm going to go to those exact measurements because I'm even finding on my own horse, his heels are higher from the hairline to the ground than 2 inches. That he doesn't have much of a, he, in the end, he's going to have very little angle to his coronary band.
And and this is what I'm trying always to say, because we know that horses react in various ways according to their age, to their
Yeah,
condition, to
yeah,
their deformities.
yeah,
And we have just to keep in mind that everything we do is for the best for the
you
horse,
bet.
not to be
Yeah.
perfect, but to be the best way it feels.
Yeah, whatever is available, however that within comfort zones that that horse can go. If you have a coffin bone that's half worn off and a ski tip, you may never get a straight dorsal wall. You know
Yeah,
what
or
I
a
Or
mean?
if
digital cushion that's completely destroyed, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, and so we have to learn to recognize from the history of the
exactly,
horse, and you bet.
that's
Yeah.
the key. This is the key to recognize what it could be the best and what is physically and humanly possible to achieve.
Right.
Yeah, because let
Because
me tell you
if you
what
see
you
now
what
the
you
solar view,
You know, but I will tell you, okay, now I'm
mm,
looking at Benitra's foot here, okay? And and you said something that left me under the impression that you felt that her foot was corrected in the heels about as far as it could go. Is that not correct?
well, I was trying to open the seat of the corn that was all covered by hills.
Uh-huh.
These are not these hills are not the correct hills. These are false hills.
Okay.
Yet
Well, I'd say
her hills will be correct when her bulbs will be correct.
okay. So I'm just looking at it and I was going to tell you what
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Mhm.
I see that now um well, what do I see? I don't know what I see. But what I see here is that the frog, let me draw, because I got the same thing going on with Valor, but it's getting better. Now that we understand how these frogs get distorted, okay, and how the bulbs get distorted, and how the frog is not supposed to be here under the foot, but these bulbs are supposed to spread, and the frog was actually supposed to be back here, right? So
Yes.
I'm seeing these frogs move back like I have never seen them before, and it is an amazing thing. And so,
But it always insists to go further towards the toe. You see,
well,
it should her apex would be a little bit back
yeah, well,
there.
what'll happen is as the frog corium internally and the bulb spread and the frog pulls itself back, like just imagine if you could take your thumbs up here, you know, thumb here, and you could just pull this all back like this and move all this into place.
Yes.
Okay. Um,
Hmm.
now I forget where I was going with that. I hate that. Oh, let me tell you this first because I wanted to tell you that, but then when I told you that, I forgot where I was going to begin with. Okay. Anyway,
We were talking
uh,
about the frog.
okay, we're talking about the frog. Okay, it was about the apex. I'm seeing these apexes pull back like crazy because this frog here, we get a different color. We'll do pink. Okay, so this frog here, let's say it's going around like this. Okay, kind of like so. When it really belongs, these should be straight and back about here. Okay. And so I
Linda,
know what
Linda,
what
on her next life, she's arriving 30.
well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because all the building
Yes,
blocks are still
I'm
there.
joking. I'm
Okay.
joking. Go on.
Okay, so I'm just showing how this frog is supposed to be. So there would be a frog lip, okay? And there would be a frog lip, okay? And then that frog stay, grows in there. Now, okay, let me get a different color. Okay, so here's the bulb right now, right? Okay, so the bulb wound up being about here,
Exactly.
say. So we imagine in our mind if we could take and just pull that and pull it back where it's supposed to be. Okay. And then when the frog grows, on there, it's growing here.
And does she grow toe?
Yeah, but it's, she's got a lot of coffin bone wear. I mean, you see the mark right here in the sole? That
Yeah.
always is indicated of coffin bone wear and sole corium damage,
Mhm.
but she's still growing some sole, so she's still got the sole corium there. And plus, just what I really like here is the wall is still connected to the sole.
Yeah.
That is
Yes,
such
but
a
it is growing forward. It's not correcting. It's not correct.
yeah, and it,
Yes.
it may
This
never.
is not. This is not a
One that
growth
she
that go.
Huh?
uh,
Two people talking
It
at the same
is.
time.
It is not growing over the soul. It's going out. It's growing out.
Yeah, I know what you're saying
Yeah.
because of the shape of the coffin bone. So it can't do anything but grow in that shape. Okay, so that may
Yeah.
be something you're just going to have to deal with, but something that will and can always, maybe, not saying for sure, but I believe that the back of these feet have a way of going back and forth and helping one another to return to what they would have been, could have been, should have been, had everything ever worked out perfectly for this horse in the perfect environment. You know, to being anatomically correct in the back of this foot, to where, I mean, the massive, how this if this all come out and went back to where it should be, had things been right, the back of her foot would be so massive and well supported that really the front wouldn't make that much difference
Exactly.
because
And if you see the heel buttresses are to be trimmed again,
yeah,
because these are not the correct heels, the real heels
right,
yet.
right. So you got this heel that's kind of curled in like so. Okay, well this heel would come back like this. There'd be the bar. This heel would be right here.
Yeah,
See there? And then with this
exactly.
massive part of the foot all straightened up back here and stuff. Because you
Exactly.
can see how it curled in, you know, like that when it's supposed to look like
There.
that.
Yeah,
See? So
exactly.
see, there's still some stuff that can happen there. It wouldn't be something I'd be insisted upon forcing, but I'd keep going in the direction you're going and watching it kind of unbloom and blossom because all the building blocks are still there. And the building blocks are in combination between the capsule and the frog it grows and the internal foot. Okay, so as the capsule kind of changes and grows, it pushes up on that internal foot and pushes it into a different position. And then You trim the capsule again and change the boundaries a little bit more, and then that foot grows the back of this foot from a little bit different position, just a little closer to where it should be, in increments at a time. And you go back and forth and back and forth. And then when this frog stay starts growing, it starts pushing that foot up. Okay. And then you keep bringing that frog stay down and keep moving it and keep opening that up after it's pushed stuff up and moved stuff. Um, and then see, it just goes back and forth, and they help one another to go back to where they should have been all along.
And I want to add something else that I'll not speak anymore because I want everybody, if I speak of Benenitra, I speak because everybody has to see her like an experimental case. Because I mean, her hoofs went through many,
I
many,
know
many,
that.
many
I know that.
cases.
Yeah, and people don't realize what, that again, this was a horse that would have been euthanized. I'm sure she'd be rather have the feet she's had and be alive in the sunshine, eating grass and grease, and having somebody who loved her, okay,
If
then
I
say,
bring
well,
her here,
you're useless. We've done your feet wrong. Let's just kill you.
no, no, no. If I bring Benenitra's hoofs here, is for people to see
You
what
bet.
we go through
Yeah.
and how things can change and
Yep.
how many changes we went through.
Yeah. And I know that. And see, and here's the thing I don't ever want you to say again. Don't ever feel, do not ever say again, well, I'm just going to tell you about this and then I won't talk no more. Okay? Because that
No,
tells
because I
me,
want other people to bring their cases and I want
well,
other
and
people to
okay.
discuss about their horses.
Okay, and that's fine, but I want to make sure that you don't feel like you can talk all you want to.
I care about
Okay.
tact as much as I care about my horses.
I know you
So
do.
I want
Okay.
people to understand
Okay.
that this is an old case that we are trying
Yes.
and goes always ahead.
Yes.
It's not, I mean, if it was another horse from another owner, not tacked, she would be dead.
She'd be dead.
And it's
Yeah.
not and it is not the sentimental attach that I have to the horse or the love I feel for this horse. It's a case of tact.
You bet. I understand. I
Hey, and I
really,
will
And
tell
I
this
you,
is
really
like you
why
said,
appreciate it.
it's an experiment or like a experiment project or whatever you wanted to call it. But this is the kind of case that actually is very interesting and people want to learn from. You know what I mean?
because we went through so many things. I mean, at the beginning, I had 2 abscesses per month. Then she lost all her soul bars, and do you remember, Linda,
Yeah.
that all the part of the soul view were distacked and lost, and then she grew a new soul, a new frog, and new bars, everything new.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I do
that
remember.
was, yes, like a slip shoe that went off.
Yep.
And we have so many photos of like Valor, so
Yeah.
many photos of Benenitra's hoofs that really they prove that all the work we are doing has some reactions,
Mm-hmm.
and we can rely on some
Yes.
deductions we have.
Hey, I know people who have such horribly foundered horses, they would, they would, they would give anything just to have this foot,
Yeah.
in its own imperfect state. Because of to me, this foot is almost perfect considering where it came from. And when
Yeah.
I look especially at the back of the foot and how much is there and the promise of what could be there too, maybe. Okay. I see a thing of beauty in this horse and in this foot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this horse is alive. She appreciates her life. She is going to leave a pictorial record, okay, that is going to offer hope to other horses. You know how many people have had contact me on horses that were just, they had been through every farrier vet, this, that, the other. And I also did not have the answers for them. You know, some helped, but many I couldn't because there were things I did not understand. You know, and the benefit with you, Angelique, is that you have done the trimming yourself. See, and there's so many people they couldn't do it, and you know, and by then the feet were so massive and such a mess that I mean, there, you know what I'm saying? So we're offering hope. We're looking for hope. We're looking for truth. We're looking for hope. We just want to help people and help horses. That's all.
And I have a question on this hoof. I was hoping
Uh-huh.
we could talk about something right now, and not
Sure.
not necessarily this hoof, but this situation that may
Okay.
be going on in several horse hoofs in the world right now.
Okay.
If you went to the side view, now I understand, she's
Okay.
older, like I'm saying, and when you're dealing with a 7-year-old horse versus a 30-year-old horse, there's a huge difference in what you can do. But let's say
Uh-huh.
we're dealing with a younger horse. Um,
Okay.
if you were to zoom in, the only
Okay.
thing that I was looking at and may not be able to be done on this horse, but just one thing that I was seeing that
Okay.
we've talked about with several horses and some of the things that I've experienced with other horses is
Okay.
I just kind of something that we've always talked about with the hoof wall is ensuring that the horn tubules going down the center of the toe are the longest in the hoof. And I just noticed on the toe quarter, not the quarters, but the toe quarter,
Right here.
where they kind of scoop, if you were to measure those, they're longer than the toe. And
Yeah.
I've seen horses where the bottom of the feet can be perfect, which this one almost looks perfect, and everything else can look great. But just that area being bent and jamming can be enough to cripple a horse.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just wondering in this situation, if you could get to, maybe not with this horse, but if you could get to a point with other horses or a horse or even this horse where there was enough of the hoof for her to stand on everywhere else and relieve that section of jamming if you were just to look at the horn tubules.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've taken
Which are
horses,
you talking about this area here?
yeah, like if you
Okay.
measured those horn tubules, you'd want them to be, you could see that they're a
Yeah.
bit longer than the horn tubules growing
Yeah.
from the cornet band, and that could be why you have a drop in the toe. Now I understand you got to scoop in that toe, the coffin bone. But if you were to focus on, and here in this case, you wouldn't touch that toe at all. You wouldn't touch the hoof wall even at the toe, but just the section of the toe quarter, and you wouldn't even have to remove that
Like
much.
here.
Yep, like almost like you could do a notch right there. Well, I would maybe even go up to that little bit of the front deep line.
Up
See what
here.
I'm saying?
This
I did
one.
a big,
Yeah.
I did a big notch
Well,
there.
I see the notch from the heel to the front of that, but I almost feel like that's more of the quarter. Like she almost needs relief in the toe quarter. Like you can almost even get away with leaving the quarter now.
Okay,
Be-
because really this is just a toe quarter. I
Yeah.
was looking at it like it was in the middle of the toe,
Yeah. No,
but
no, yeah, see?
this is a toe quarter.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, I see what you're saying.
But those horn tubules from cornet band to the ground are longer than if you were to measure from the very center of where the toe would be, like the
Yes,
bottom of
you're
the
right.
cornet
You're
band.
right.
So go to the very center
Yes.
of the toe now at the bottom of the cornet band and draw it down. And so if you were to measure those, you'd have a little bit more length. And that's kind of why, you could have some of that arch as well. So I mean, I'm just noticing that if you kind of focused on trying to keep those horn tubules getting shorter and shorter and shorter as they go back. Sometimes just that little bit of jamming can cause pain too.
Yeah.
So
I want to add something though. Okay, and that is for everything that we know, there is an alternate version on these feet.
yeah.
Okay, so we have to determine, is this just jamming, or is this the fact that her foot is still bound and curved and pushing the anatomy up in there, and so that the whole coronary band is bent and the
Mm-hmm.
foot is still bent. So you're going to have to take into consideration this may not be jamming at all. It may still be foot binding. Because, like, I went through this period for years where I thought that, like, the quarters were jammed, and so always relieving. Okay, but then that was before I knew about hoof binding and how the coronary band is literally bent. And uh, so it's forcing this joint forward, which also can forces the toe down. So we know that some of this toe is going to be worn off no matter what because of the laminitis. So in the laminitis case, well, I'm totally with you in what you're saying, mechanically, structurally, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the other thing that you have to take into consideration, and then really think about it and really tread lightly before you do anything, because on these horses that have been foundered as long as this one has, if you were to do anything to disrupt that toe dorsal wall connection, it could be the end of the line and a deal of no return.
Well, and that's why I'm
um
saying don't even
yeah,
touch the toe. Leave all that
yeah,
connection.
yeah.
Because I've just kind of found with like some of the horses that are bound, hoof bound,
Uh-huh.
sometimes trying to encourage a longer toe and leaving heel and kind of relieving those quarters help like stretch the toe
Okay.
forward and stretch the heels backwards and you know
Okay,
maybe not
so
on all horses, but
what do you think you might do right in this area exactly
right
to
from well
to shorten this up? I mean, what you're trying to do is to get these. I understand what you're saying because,
and just a little bit
you
because if
know.
you look at from the ground view that area where your cursor's at.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's see. Just a minute. Let's.
And I want to remind you that her lateral cartilages are bonified,
Oh, okay.
bonified.
They've calcified.
And
Okay.
Okay.
I try to massage. Do you remember I mentioned in a Zoom 2 Zooms ago? I put my fingers inside the coffee, the lateral cartilages, and I try and to make them move to
Okay.
the sides because they are bonified there.
Okay. Hmm. And you've
They
never
move
you've never
now. They
been.
move a little bit.
Oh, okay. So you're moving them. That's good.
But
Like
I
you're breaking up
guarantee.
the adhesions. But if
Okay.
Sorry,
the,
Elena.
sorry, hi. But you know what? If the hoof is bound, so the cartilages were deformed and pushed up, and
Yeah.
they calcified, then they will not be decontracted by, because it's calcium, it's losing its mobility, so it can actually break.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So that's
Yes,
why the
I don't go
horses,
so far,
that's why the
so I don't
horses
follow
who
it.
have, if they partially, in probably, we have to consider that that's why horses have to wear, this protection if they have any calcification of the cartilages, because if they hit their foot in that
Hmm.
place, they will create cracks. So it's
Well,
basically bone. So if we're considering this decontraction of the foot, we have, and the foot will be pulling it to the back. Actually, it will be pulling the fragile bone.
yeah. Well, and you know they used to cut those off. Did you know that?
The what?
Side bone, yeah, they come in there and cut it out.
But it's not a side bone. It's a
Well,
it's a calcified cartilage.
yeah, or not side bone, or yeah. Okay, we're
You're
talking
talking
about two
about the
different
ring
things.
bone.
No, I'm talking about side bone
Uh-huh.
that they would come in and cut it off.
All right.
How about that?
Almost
What's that?
like
Well, it
going
depends,
into
I
your
suppose.
joints and cleaning up the calcification
Yeah.
But we're
of like a
talking
human
about the
joint.
cartilage, not about the joint. That's what I'm saying.
But there's
Because
Yeah.
it's like
cartilages
a
and
sheath.
connective
No,
tissue
yeah,
in
I'm
those
talking about
areas.
you know how Valor cut half his cartilage off?
Yeah.
Okay, they would literally when that cartilage, because the way
Cal-
they were trimming, it turned to bone. Okay, they would come in and one of the techniques they tried to do was cutting it off.
So what was the result? I'm curious
I don't
because
know. I'd have to go back and visit that. You know?
because if you think the cartilage is the part of the whole system that of the support and that gives this amortization to the mechanism, right?
Yeah.
So there is certain amount of tension in the hoof that is distributed by all of the tissues.
Oh
So if
yeah.
we remove one of the tissue, the pressure inside the hoof capsule or whatever tension we call it, it's by law of physics will never be the same. It
Oh
will
yeah.
not be
Never.
able to function properly,
Yeah.
and probably other tissues it will be if they will develop huge compensation patterns which would cause further
Yeah.
damage in the long run.
Oh
And I
yeah.
mean,
Because the
I'm
Yeah.
not talking
yeah
about making an adjustment that is
no no
so
no I'm
drastic
just
that it would,
Okay,
because I
you're
mean, you
both
could
talking
tell
about two
by,
different things.
okay,
yeah I'm
oh,
just like
Yeah.
getting into some
And
discussion in my
cartilages.
head.
yeah. No.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Like what you're saying. That they need all these to function. You know. And and uh and like Devin too, I want you to know that I totally agree with what you're seeing there and
Hmm.
totally can relate. Okay, but
Hmm.
then I've got this other part of me that is that danger, danger. What if it's not exactly that?
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying like maybe even a notch for this horse, like
Yeah,
a notch might even be too much. But from what I'm seeing about every bit of the rest of the hoof, it looks like the hoof wall's healthy, the
yeah,
lamina's connected nice, the back
yeah,
of the hoof is structurally strong and healthy looking. So
yeah.
I'm talking about a minor adjustment in one area that really
That would
shouldn't that
and that
should
would
I
be
give
over
relief
here.
understood.
more than,
This would be over here, right?
I don't
Doing
see what I don't see
oh,
what you're
don't I have it on there?
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
talking about like very minor in one small
Okay.
area.
So here's the bottom of the foot. Okay.
Yeah,
And
so
so
just
over here is where those this where the horn tubules are longer than in the
mhm.
toe.
Yeah,
You
and
know?
so that's all I'm saying there is just bring those down,
Yeah.
maybe more than the rest, even leaving some of the rest of the hoof long. One, you're going to give more structure for the horse to stand on, and two, you're allowing relief in that one area that may relieve
Yeah.
that part in the cornet band that will either help or, if anything, keep it the same. I mean, I'm not saying
Yeah.
notch it out. I'm saying maybe just kind of do a light just scoop in there. Because that way,
Yeah.
even if you're like, oh man, they're a little bit tender, you didn't remove much, that hoof wall is
Yeah.
going to come right back. But I'm thinking as an experiment, if you were just do a couple swipes and make that area just a little bit shorter here
So
and
it
there,
would be so it would be uh so it would have a little room that if it wanted to, those could move back a little.
and it could relieve. Yeah. And I'm
Yeah.
talking little bits at a time. That way, if you're
Yeah.
like, okay, maybe that wasn't the right, then you didn't make it a
Yeah.
drastic enough change. But you may be like, oh my gosh, this may be all I really
uh,
needed. Because sometimes when
okay,
the quarters get long like that, they'll also help keep the foot forward.
Yeah.
Gallicky, I just
Yes.
wanted to ask because we looked only at medial or lateral. I don't know which one we looked at. Do we have the same development on the other side of the
Um
hoof?
um
Because the reason why I'm asking, if we're looking at the sole view, you will see
yeah.
that on the left side, the rim of the wall is very different.
Yeah,
Yes, because
Almost
this is
square.
not
It's almost
growing.
squarish.
yeah,
This is not
you're right.
growing over the soul. This is growing further out of the soul.
Okay,
It's she has not a very good connection.
Mhm.
okay.
It's okay. I just wanted, it would be, it just, an interest to see whether it's the same development on both sides. That's it.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
But
it does look different. So you know that there's a different thing going on, you know.
So I don't know. I just want to see, because if I
Wasp.
look from the soul view, I would suggest that the left side would have more problems than the right side.
Do you think that,
Yeah,
Angelique?
just looking like at the foot from this perspective.
Well, let's just map this thing right now. No.
But yeah, I mean,
But
with that
also,
foot, with all the growth you have, if you just lowered the quarters on both sides and left everything else long, she should have plenty to stand on and got good enough lamina that it'd be worth seeing if maybe you had a little bit of relief, more relief.
generally speaking, I would agree with Devin on this, but because Angeliki said earlier the horse has been transitioned to a new home, her home, and is
Yeah,
having struggles with the land, I think we're having important feedback from that alone right there, and we have to
yeah,
listen to that.
yep.
She's sensitive right now. So while I understand Devin's point, I really would err on the caution of Linda's advisement is not to do this right now. I'm just putting a big flag on the field.
Okay.
That makes sense. Yeah, we got to take into consideration that she has just moved. And then Angelique did say that she was tender-footed right now, coming to a new home, being on new land. And she
Mhm.
went out while we were here talking and put some tape on her feet to help kind of support her and protect her soul. So you see, there's something to everything we're all saying here. And this is why many minds must get together and hash these things over so that we all remember different points that came up, so that what we are developing here is a whole way of things to remember when you are corrective trimming. Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody's great.
And I
And I
mean, just
just
for
love
like,
the input.
me too. And aside from this horse in general, with just having cared for, I mean, literally hundreds of horses in my career, I
Yeah.
could tell you that I've seen horses literally be chronically can't barely walk, and just relieving that area of the sidewall is a game changer. Like the pain was never in the bottom of the hoof, it was
That
in the cornet band.
I can
I've
go
seen
with that.
horses diagnosed with laminitis and put down, and all it was a jamming in some area of the cornet
I
band
see what you're
that also
saying.
blows abscesses and all sorts of stuff. So not
Yeah,
necessarily this horse, but for training
I do.
purposes in general.
Yeah,
And that's why a lot of times people put shoes and pads on these horses. And if it was the bottom of the foot, then the pain on rocks and stuff should go away, but they still can barely move. And it's
yeah.
because the pain's in the cornet band and
Okay.
just relieving
Makes
that,
sense. I
So
know that happens as well. And you could even have a flare or a divergence in the side of the toe that's causing pain because something's going out. So yeah,
yeah.
I can relate to what you're saying. And so, you know,
I just wanted to share that, not necessarily about this horse, but I've seen these kind of feet a lot.
yeah,
I've seen a lot of different kind of feet. So I just
yeah.
wanted to share
And
that
I
part of it.
I respect I totally respect your experience, and I thank you for sharing that. And I think that's something Angelique could think about, you
Hey,
know.
Linda.
And I'll
tomorrow
remember it.
morning,
I'll remember
tomorrow,
it as well,
Devon,
because you're right.
Yeah.
And in fact,
Devon, tomorrow morning I'll do it. You know.
Just little bits, just
it's
little
not gonna
bits.
kill her.
Yes, doctor. Yes,
It's like
doctor.
me. Oh, the foot will
Yes.
blow up. Be careful.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not
me.
saying
They,
go butch out the hoof, just a couple swipes in that one area and see if it makes a difference.
yeah,
I have
yeah.
to see what's going on under the duct tape now
Yeah.
tomorrow morning. So I'll get my tools and I'll do it.
Yeah.
Don't
Okay,
worry.
look at that, Angelique. See,
Yes.
it is kind of sticking out there a bit.
Yeah.
So, you know, and stuff. See, Devin, I love that you stand with your guns. Okay. Because me, I'm like, oh my God, be careful. It's gonna blow up. You know, you know, you know, and stuff. And so yeah, it's
But hey,
yeah,
I'm not
okay.
saying I'm 100% right. So if it blows up,
We'll
I
blame you. Okay.
You
See,
can blame me. I didn't say anything.
okay, it's your fault.
it's your fault.
It's your fault. It's those cartilages. I know it.
I will say real quick, I know a lot of people have come to these chats because they want to learn. I just want to remind everybody that years ago I came to Linda to learn, and I have a lot of experience, but I still learn. You'll never stop learning. And for the first time ever, there's like a group of people that are as obsessed with horse hoofs as I am, which is why I
Amen.
just
Yeah.
love being here. My only regret is I didn't come years ago, you know what I mean, and been a part of it then. I didn't realize how wonderful it was. But I just want to tell you all that I just love being here and talking hoofs with all of you. You are the only people in the whole world I could do this with. Everyone else thinks I'm crazy. That I can be obsessed and talk horse hoofs for hours, especially my husband. But but I learn
Same
from every
here.
single one of you guys. So even if in a whole 6 hours, I only learn one thing, like I'm obsessed with that new learning. And every time I'm on here, I learn something from every one of you guys, even the newbies that are like, I'm just here to learn, but you guys share something and I learn
They
from
have
that. So
experience.
yeah, so I just
You
want
know.
to thank all of you guys. Yeah, I learn from everybody and
Um.
I love learning about the hoof. So yes, so thank you for that.
Miss Linda,
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
If you didn't.
I know, my Lord. Would you please pull up that left front foot picture? It's
Uh.
just about the frogs. What I'm asking.
On Cheyenne.
Diane,
I
yeah.
sure will.
Roberta,
Um.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So
which
we're.
state are you from?
Virginia.
Okay. Is it a typical way they speak there?
Well, of course.
Excellent. Thank you. It's for my educational
uh,
Yes,
purposes
ma'am.
because I'm
didn't
in Europe. I
didn't
love
Yes.
y'all
it.
know that? You'd
It's
think
very
y'all over
laid
there in
back.
Germany would know that,
You
but
ought to go to
y'all just don't
Georgia
know.
or South Carolina.
This is so cool.
Oh my goodness. Well, so yeah, okay, in closing out this subject that we were just on, I want to tell you, Devin, that I am so glad that you're with us and I totally respect. I'm glad that you weren't here. For the reason that all the experience that you got on the other side, okay? And how your eyes are learning new things and stuff that you are bringing to the table from your experience and the horses you're doing is vital for us, okay? So I wanted to tell you that.
Oh, well, thank you, Linda. I learned from the best. I
Hey,
mean,
hey.
yes, I got, all my experience in the field as well, but it started with you. So,
Okay, well,
yeah.
thank you very much.
Yeah, I like to be your hands. I'm out there, and of course, added experience of just watching how feet do. But thank you
Yeah,
for that.
great.
And I just saw an area in this group where I'm like, hey, I can like show what I'm doing and just
You
help
bet.
prove that tact is fact.
You bet. You bet. And anything that isn't fact will change.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Okay? Yeah. So okay, so this is what I need to do. I need to go to little girl's room, and then we're gonna look at Cheyenne's feet. And it's early. It's 4:18.
That's
You
What
are
the
all
heck?
crazy.
Okay. Oh,
Fidelity, I have
Yay, we
to.
could do this for 5 more hours.
yeah.
Can you
I better
start a bit earlier because I need to go to bed because I need to be able to get up at 4 in the morning and I won't be. So
just start earlier, or
disgusting.
did you say stop earlier because you have to go to bed?
No, you have to start earlier so I can
Start.
participate in the whole thingy.
Okay, let me think about that.
That would be
Okay,
lovely.
I better go before I have an accident. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
And the funny thing is that we are all women here. Once we had the man and he disappeared.
Oh well,
That's funny.
it
Too
could
much
be
chicken squawking.
intimidating.
They can only handle the chicken squawking for so long.
Mhm. I tell
Mm.
you guys what I found on Cheyenne, and where I just keep paring back the frog. Well, actually, I'm paring back just periopal. The true frog. I took some hemostats because there was a hole, and I picked that piece of material up, and the actual true frog is under it. It's the neatest thing ever. But I'm only taking off what it allows me to. You guys will see the picture and see, but I'm not sure how far, because I can almost see the corium like towards the apex. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do. It's kind of where I'm at.
Well, that's awesome. Usually, when you've been trimming and the frog continues to shed and you see flaps and stuff like that coming, then you know there's movement and it's relieving stuff that it doesn't need it there anymore. So, I mean, that's a good sign.
But
I
the
agree.
frog that's under there, I mean, it's so small.
Well, it's probably because your heel bulbs are, I haven't seen the foot, but
Yeah.
it could be the heel bulbs just being pressed together. So the lips
You'll
are
s-
pressed together.
you'll s-
So.
Okay, I'll have to wait until I see it, and then I go to bed.
Well, in the picture, you actually won't see the frog under there, but because she's been in boots, her hooves are wet in these pictures. So you won't actually see that frog under there. But it is. It's the neatest thing ever. It's like I've been cutting on this frog forever. Honestly, like almost 2 years.
Oh, well, that's exciting.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Probably a year and a half. Ah, hell, that's close enough. But yeah, it's like, you got to be kidding me. So I'm curious if I'm as that close on the other foot, because I do them the same.
Yeah.
Linda should have put the picture on so we could
Yeah.
start discussing.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait for Linda.
And then I don't know how to scoop, but I did try. You'll see that too, to kick these heels up.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, it worked. So
Oh,
I
yeah, it
think I
works great.
did something right, I think.
Yeah, and believe it or not, scooping also helps straighten out the capsule. So,
See, now, does that help the jamming and the coronary band?
it can if there's jamming, yes. But if the capsule's bent, it can
It
also help. If you're leaving the toe and heel, it'll help straighten it
Well,
out
yeah,
and level out your coronet band.
yeah. But her foot's so small now. Both fronts, well, all four are actually. I just have to be careful.
Well, remember, sometimes less is more.
There we go.
Yeah, yeah. And I think the left front, that's left rear.
Okay. On my way. Let's see.
Yeah, thank you.
Must be up further.
Hey,
It'll
Linda.
be, there you go. It's
Right
all
front, left front.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm on the left
Hey,
front. So,
And just
I popped in late. Hey, everybody.
hey, how you
hello.
doing?
Good. How are you?
Who am I talking to?
This is Mallory. I was in here a couple weeks ago with.
Oh, okay. I just couldn't see any name
I
and
know.
stuff. Hey, Mallory, glad to have you with us.
I'm here.
Okay, we're looking at Roberta's horse Cheyenne that's been chronically foundered for a while.
Yeah.
And so okay, Roberta, you wanna let you take it?
Yeah. So it will be if you will do the soul shot. please.
Okay. Aha. Let
That's
me what I want to do is I want to
that's rear foot.
oh, oh, God.
Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Let's see here. Um, left front.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, that's rear. Okay. There we
Nope.
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 Nope. That's still the rear. What is going on here?
Mhm.
That's right rear. Um,
There it
is that it? Okay, let
Yeah.
me get a oh yeah, LF. Let me get uh a copy of it and then change pictures here.
Roberta, where are you from? I missed the
Virginia.
I missed Virginia. I'm from Alabama, so you're making me feel at home.
Are you near Decatur, Alabama?
I was from Muscle Shoals,
Oh, okay.
so that's up by Florence. But
Wow, I live by Decatur. I live in Priceville.
Oh, do
oh,
you?
cool.
See,
Yeah.
that's where I get my. Do you know Doug Ripley?
That name don't ring a bell, but I've only lived here 3 years, so
Oh,
I don't know a lot of people.
yeah, that's okay.
I came out to California, so I hardly ever hear that accent.
That's why
Yeah.
I don't have one, because I'm from Washington.
Oh.
I'll get one if I go visit.
Okay.
See the song, there's the see this is the way it goes. It went from all my who was the guy that sang All My Rowdy Friends,
Are
right?
coming over tonight.
Yeah. Okay.
Glenn.
The Oklahoma guy, Okie from Muskogee, I think that's who sang that, not sure. Went from him to I got friends in low places to all my friends are on the internet.
And then to all
You
my
know?
exes live in Texas.
Yeah, there we go.
No, I'm just kidding. I had to throw that in there.
That one too, yeah. Okay, so all
On
right.
on this frog, I, if you're able to blow it up, I don't know, but it may help. Now, see the brown spot right there?
Right here, yep.
No, come back from the A.
Here.
Yeah, that one and the
Yep.
one below it going towards the frog lips, as you call them.
Yep. Down here.
That's the true frog because I took when the foot was dry, you could tell it was periople and there was a hole. So I
Yep.
took the hemostats and I just lifted it up
Okay.
and, of course, trimmed it, but the real frog is under there.
Yeah.
And I was saying I'll just take off what it allows me to take off.
Mm-hmm.
But when you go closer to the apex, it's just leave it alone. Or if it lifts up, take it, or
Yeah, if it lifts up, take it.
take even
Yeah.
where
And
it's red.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all this will eventually just not be there and you'll have soul there. This whole frog will eventually totally move back. That see the apex has been shoved way, way forward. Like
Uh-huh.
I let me show you something here, just a second here. If I still got it up there. Oh,
Did you
yep, I
say you've
do.
been soaking these feet?
Yeah, I keep
Okay.
her.
I was just wondering about where it looks like by the bulbs, where it looks like the frog is lifting. Is that where you were talking about having a big hole?
No, actually, where she just first pointed.
Oh, I'll go back.
That's okay.
Okay, I want to show you this real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the foot when it's stretched out and your frog, the base of your frog is back here, your frog lips. Okay? Okay, but look, I can shove that whole thing under like that. Now look what it does to the frog.
Yeah.
See there?
Yeah.
And then it can also get so compact and pounded that it pounds us right up into the foot and compacts it as well. So that's probably happening too. Now this, I don't know, you can't see the apex here, okay? but the sulcorium and everything has been shoved forward up here
For a long
a
time.
long time. And see, you can see it more here. See how it's all wrinkled and shoved up there?
Yeah, I do.
Well, same thing happens on the live foot, you know. So that this is why I say these frogs, this is why we have to trim these frogs the way we do, because otherwise the foot will not release. That, when Bracy Clark called it the bolt, the frog stay area, which is frog stays back here, supposed to bolt everything in place. Okay. And that solidifies back of that foot. Okay, but then when it gets all pulled under here and it grows from there, well, it's going to bolt it right there. See?
Yes, I do see. I completely understand now
Okay.
since I seen that yesterday. It's just what a big eye opener.
Oh, good.
So when
Okay.
you say trim the frog, you mean trim the frog, because if
Yeah.
I would have done that from the first time you ever said that,
Mm-hmm.
I would be somewhere else right now. I would
Yeah.
think so,
Yeah, probably.
you know,
You
but
know,
I'm learning.
well, and it has to be in combination with trimming the
Yes.
bars too.
God, I
You
need,
know,
yes.
unfortunately, I'm sorry. Ah,
Well,
yeah.
I just, I don't know.
You're doing great. You're getting better and better all the time. Okay. These bars are looking better and stuff. Unfortunately, it's not the real bar. I mean, it's real bar. It's just not in the right place. And so it will bind the heels right where they're at. You know,
So how much more do I take off?
um, let's see here. Just a second. Let me find the annotate. I'm lost.
Me too.
Okay. Let me get it down.
And I am taking off from the top, and I go from the end and I pull straight back towards the heel.
Okay.
That's how I'm doing it.
Like this.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're
Yep.
just following it down.
Down.
Say, yeah, you follow it down because this wall, this bar here, okay, is laid up against the side of the foot and the sole. And then you have the lamina line that's connecting it to some sole here, okay, and you can just follow it down along the lamina and the sole. Say, you can just follow it down just like over here. Start just following it down. You can come through here. Let me undo some stuff here. Just a minute.
Not
Okay.
like down. I just need to say this out loud.
Uh-huh.
Not like down towards the center of the foot. You mean down towards the wall,
Yeah,
or down towards the lamina
yeah.
wall,
Well,
bar
down.
wall.
I first
Down, back.
see right here. You take
Yeah.
it over that far to where the lamina is. Like the white line comes around here, like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you take it up over to that white line, the
Mm-hmm.
lamina line. It'll be funny looking liney when you get in there. That's as scientific as I can describe it. And so and then you take it down into the collateral groove.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So,
I was
your
doing it.
wall is like this. There's your bar, but then it goes down like that and like that. And so you're going to take off a layer here up against this sole here, because this sole here also goes down into the collateral groove. Okay. And this is connected, or well, probably not even connected, just up against it, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But it can also be connected, but you take it to the white line area and you just start following this part of the wall. You got this top part. Just like
Mm-hmm.
over here, you got your wall and it's got some width. Your bar has width too. Okay. That's the rim of the bar well. And so you follow it down where it lays up against the sole. And like over here, okay, I can see it. It's about like this. Okay. And so then it goes down into the collateral groove, clear down here. Okay, that's all bar. This is all this is bar here. Just like all this is bar. Let me see here. Let me undo. Okay, and but then you want to map it.
Mm-hmm.
And see, it'll change. It'll change as well. And see, here's something you can see too. See, you can tell this doesn't have the correct heels because the wall comes in like this. Okay, and then the bar goes out like that. See?
Mm-hmm.
And so this wall is curled in like that when it's supposed to come around and be like this.
Yeah.
And still have 2 inches of heel there. And the frog here would be way back here. See, and wider because your heels are contracted too. See how close your bulbs are together there?
Yeah.
And plus they're rolled in, looky here,
Yep.
comes in at least to here. That's your bulbs smushed together and at least into there. So let me undo that. All right, so we're gonna just map the foot. Let's see here. Okay, so come down here. And I mean, our mapping is prone to change as we learn more. Like I used to map the bars like this. See there? Where
Yeah.
it would be, it'd be almost perfect. Looky there. But then for some unknown reason, I started doing this. Okay? And then for some other reason, don't ask me why, I can't remember, I started going to where, okay, where's the true apex here, which would probably be around here, and then on the other side, and then just coming up to the inside of the heel. Okay? And you see where that made it closer here?
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
And of course now I'll even take out more. I'll go clear up into there, and take all this out and stuff. And I've even been dressing down the bars, you know, because I know they're not really supporting anything, and that I'm believing now at this time, and again, that anything is subject to change. Okay, that these feet are strong enough to pull them. If they're strong enough to make their own heels, okay, if I remove the bars, they're strong enough to pull everything back and up where it's supposed to be. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the bars, the whole foot is not depending on these little bars here. Like everything's going to collapse, Um, if you have some elevation to the back of the foot, although we want to remember this. See, there's always that other thing.
Mm-hmm.
So how much elevation do we have to the back of the foot? Let's look at that first before we go making a decision on what we're going to take here. Okay?
Linda, before you
Yeah.
go there, you explain to Roberta that because people are afraid to take the heel buttress lower, to take off a piece of heel buttress
Yeah.
this way, if she trims this way, as you
Oh,
are saying,
you mean,
they are afraid that they take the heels shorter.
okay.
But
Well, uh
but we can do that if we have to take off a piece of the bars.
no, but you don't have to do that though anymore if you take off a piece of the bar. See, this whole heel reset thing, I have rethought and stuff because and I'm not saying it's wrong, okay? Um, but I'm not saying it's always right either because there was stuff when we were doing that and I thought of that now I wonder about. Like I learned some other things. Just a minute. Okay. I have bronchitis, by the way. I had to cough up a lung. Excuse me. Um, so, uh, um, the more you can elevate the foot, even if it's false heel, the back of that foot, the more you can elevate it to get the hairline up, the easier the foot will release these heels. Because if you lower it, it wants to pull them in again. Now, we did this lowering on the heels to reset heels because, you know,
Exactly.
yeah,
Because
I, but
because
I, go
people
ahead.
are afraid to take all these parts that you're showing now because they are afraid that they're lowering the heel buttress.
Oh, okay. But see, you can take bar without lowering the heel buttress. See?
Okay.
Okay. And you do that, you just don't have to worry about there being a hook there. You know, because your bar will actually be lower than your buttress, which hers is already right here. See it? Right there. Let me draw it in here. Now, I'm not saying what I'm saying is totally right. Well, I know for a fact what I'm saying is right is that if you elevate the back of that foot and keep that foot up in the air, then the foot isn't going to want to be pulling up and pulling the heels around behind it. See? And so so it has a tendency to release your heels more.
Exactly.
Okay, so her wall comes around like this, but then there's a little ledge there, and the bar is lower than the heel. And so you don't have to think that your bars and your false heel has to be the same height. Because none of it's what the horse is really supposed to have anyway. It's all an adaptation and a
Exactly.
distortion.
People
Yeah.
have to understand
Okay.
that you can lower the bars without touching the real heel.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I thought you were talking about when we were doing the resetting of the lower and the heels. Okay. Okay, yeah, you need to understand that you can take bar and it doesn't have to be level with the heel. What's more, you'll see bar grow up into here, like say your bar's clear up here. Okay, you can cut all the way through that into clear over here and lower that bar however you need to. And it doesn't have to be perfectly joined or even the same height as the heel.
Exactly.
You know, when we get all said and done and the heel and the bar is correct, then yes, the wall will come around like that, and then the bar will go like that, and it will be one unified piece, and this will be the same height to here, and the bar will taper down like that.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah, but now no. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, people need. Now you see there how we talked that out because I misunderstood. You know, see, we're going to discuss things, we're going to talk things out. We may not be understanding what the other person is saying, or even, one person may not realize that maybe we found something else or a little tidbit, like, oh, there is no central sulcus. What? You know, where's I on that one? And stuff. So see, we're playing catch up, you know, and stuff. So we work that out so that we communicate effectively so we each know what we're talking about. And we may agree or we may not, or we may hash it out or whatever. You understand? Because see, it's come to the point now where we got so many people in this group that have experience and have seen things that they have input and they can disagree with me and I can disagree with them. But see, this isn't a deal, and so we respect each other in that way. And this way, we all come to a consensus and a knowledge of the truth. And we're kind of a safety net for one another as well. Like, I really like the way, Tiffany, that you spoke up concerning how Benitra had been moved and that we needed to take that into consideration and the different ground and stuff like that. You see what I mean? This is a good deal. And I want people to be able to speak freely, you know. Now, in fact, I know I'm not going to let somebody come in here and promote something that we all know pretty much is false, okay? But we would discuss it and show them why we don't believe in that anymore, how we all did it and la da la da da, and here we are today, and so whatever. So if a person wanted to say, keep following somebody and so and doing this or that, and well, I think every method has something to it. Well, I'm sorry, but we're not going to cherry pick out of try and find one little thing that they do that might be right that probably isn't, because we've already done it. Okay. And so yeah, we will discuss it, but in that case, we're not going to just let that stuff keep infesting what we're trying to do here, if you understand what I'm saying.
I'm saying what I'm saying because I know how people who are not professionals or
Yeah.
who do not have a huge experience like I had
Yeah.
when I came to TACT, I didn't know about trimming. And all these years, I have the experience to understand what people understand when they are not knowers
Yeah.
about this.
Yeah. And this is great because that'd be something I'd miss, and that's something somebody needs to know. Okay, let's ask
Because
Roberta.
now I understand why Roberta cannot take these bars down because she knows and she's afraid to disconnect the wall from the bars.
Is that fit, Roberta?
Well, I did that this time. That's why they are the way they are. I said, I'm just going to go for it. So, yes, you are right. But now I don't care.
Okay.
Because I'm
This is,
right.
yes, exactly.
Look at that. Look at how we worked that out to help someone.
Because
You know,
I know that you are saying
You're
something.
right.
And because we don't have, I and Roberta perhaps, we don't have the experience of doing it the
Yeah.
correct way, we are afraid to do, and we just into our mind, it's a mixing up of things
Oh, it's a
because
bad.
we say,
yeah.
if I take the bars down, I cannot have the wall, the heel buttress up and the bar down.
The bar down, exactly. Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up. And look how see how this all works out, and stuff, because because when I first started doing that, all right, I was like, whoa, you know, you know, and stuff. And so Roberta, see, I was looking at this picture and I thought, man, something's different here. And that's because I thought, wow, she really trimmed those bars up pretty darn good. Better than what I've ever seen you trim the bars up
Yeah.
before.
I just went for it.
See there?
Exactly, this is the way. But,
Well,
the first time is difficult to do it.
I
do
just
you
went
know
I
that
can relate on this.
on this trim, Cheyenne was just so sweet.
Aw.
She's usually fidgety because she's hurting, in the heel.
Uh-huh.
But she just stood there and let me have her foot for whatever reason. But she
Wow,
did.
that's great.
And that's kind of the end result.
Yeah.
as of this one.
Well, see, that's great. Now
Yeah,
you see this bar wall here,
I do.
how it's even got some kind of ridges in it. And that would mean that it was getting pressure, and instead of growing out and getting trimmed off, okay, that it's compacting. Like,
Oh,
when you see the uh, 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 bulge in a growth ring in a
uh-huh.
hoof wall, that's
Yep.
because of the pressure is compacting that,
Okay.
you know. And so if you see ridges that go like this,
Yep.
that means that the bar wall was not growing out and getting trimmed off, and so it was jamming back up into the foot, and
Okay.
then it couldn't go any further, so the wall starts compressing, and when it compresses, it'll make a little bump between the
Mm-hmm.
growth rings. See what I mean?
That
I
means,
do.
Roberta,
I,
take it off.
I,
Take it off.
I'll just take some more off,
Uh,
map it, and just do it again.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I know that. See, all of this, you'll be able to. Well, and I'm sure. Well, it actually goes clear over to here.
Yes,
See it there?
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, you'd be able to take all of that off, pretty much to
exactly.
right here. See how? Look at here. And of course, nothing's. I'm not going to say anything's constant, but one thing Gino Tech taught was to run your hoof pick down the wall, and where you feel this bump here, that is really where the bar's supposed to end.
Ends. Yeah.
And they would be aimed down
Down.
like so.
Okay, I'm gonna take it all.
Okay,
Next picture, she's gonna have
we're gonna.
have trimmed right.
Okay, well, looking forward to seeing it. Now you can also start trimming this out here.
I was wondering how much I take off of there.
Yeah, just start lightly tapering and thinning this out so that
It's
you're just
pretty
kind of
tight.
cleaning it up. Yeah, it's pretty compact, isn't it?
Yeah, I have a sole rasp. I thought, well, I'll try it, and it did. I mean, I took quite a bit off, believe it or
Yeah,
not,
I think it's looking good. I noticed a difference.
but I wasn't sure. How am I going to know when to stop?
Well,
If you
see,
hit blood.
okay,
Oh
yeah, there
yeah,
you go.
that's
Don't
right.
say that. People will say bad things about us,
I
Devin.
know. I'm sorry. That's a joke. It's a joke I like to
Uh,
use. I
In
apologize.
fact, I'm going to quit using a red marker just so, people won't say, oh, look what they're doing. Um, no, the fact of the matter is that we know that sometimes when any farrier trims a foot, that sometimes they can nick or get a little close to something they shouldn't have, and you will see a drop of bud. Okay, so the thing is not to freak out. Remember how you did that.
mm-hmm.
Um, as you learn, you grow, and you learn to recognize signs and become more careful. And so we don't do that on purpose. You keep what's that blue powdery stuff? Wound, something wound. Forget whatever it is. Keep some of that around. Keep some
Yeah,
antiseptic around. You know, stuff like that. But see, eventually you are going to want to clean all this out
that's what I thought.
because it is compacted and it's shoving up into her corium.
Okay, well,
And
just take it all out.
well, just kind of start light, like
Like, okay,
let's see here. Yeah, because see, it's compact, and so the corium is going to have to heal.
yeah, okay, yeah.
That grows it. What I'm gonna do is I'll find this one picture. What would it be under? Where it shows this guy did a dissection. He was so nice. He let me use his pictures.
Hold on, baby.
Anyway, he did a dissection where he pulled the bottom of the capsule off and the sole, and that horse had this kind of sole and stuff really built up all around the foot like this.
Mm-hmm.
And so on the corium, you could see where it had damaged the corium. Now the corium will straighten out and heal, okay, but it had atrophied some of the corium. So that's what that does. All of this was meant to exfoliate and fall off as the horse grows it. So
pretty much that's probably been, because I didn't see that before,
yeah.
but it's probably been there, right?
Oh, for a long time. Yeah. Yeah, that's
The
that's
layers that I had taken off when I trimmed her,
yeah.
because I really didn't see it before.
Yeah, this is just compact and smashed into the bottom of her foot.
Okay, we'll
See?
get it.
And
Peel
Oh,
peel the potato.
yeah.
yeah, correct.
Yeah, or be like they were in the Depression. Boy, that bit thin it. Really thin. They're gonna peel anything. Yeah, real gentle, just start taking it off. It will straighten out.
Okay.
Okay. And so what happens to people is they might come in and start taking that off and they say, well, that made my horse sore. Well, or tender footed. Well, and it just seemed to grow back right away, so I must need it. No, I don't. It's coming out of the foot. Okay. And you've got,
Okay.
you've got uh atrophied corium. So then when the blood starts getting to it again, you know, because see, my horse used to have it too, because we are told, oh, don't ever trim none of that.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I look at the bottom of these feet, and these feet don't have that. Everything on the bottom of this foot is meant to grow and exfoliate. See, on a continual basis. And when it doesn't is when you have a problem with that area of the foot.
Okay.
At least that's my
Mhm.
theory, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me see here. Let me undo that.
The correct sole goes off on plaques. How do you call um, like slices of stone? A correct hoof. On a correct hoof, they take the sole goes like plaques of stone and they
Yeah,
detach by themselves. But in our case, Roberta, this never happens. So we have to call it done, be done.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
We
we
have
have,
to peel it.
And more often, for sure.
yeah,
Yes,
That's my
yes,
problem. I need to do it more often.
yes. Less and often.
yep, yep. Okay, let's look at some more pictures of this foot.
Okay.
Okay, I think you're doing great back here because I've been looking at what you've been doing for a long time. So as soon as I saw this, I went, wow, that's looking great. You know, that you can get down to you're getting down to innermost layer of frog. It's not periopal, or it would be this color here. See the white, see the bulbs, the white skin?
Yeah.
There might be some somewhere, you never know. That stuff's so sneaky.
It sure
Um,
is.
yeah, but I can see a difference for sure. And that's just a bruise, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because these get bruised and then the blood from the bruise leaches down into the lower layers. And so people come along something like that and start freaking out, well, usually
When I
now,
came here, but I always ask because sometimes people want it closed.
oh, somebody's talking. I think it's Devin.
Yeah.
Let's see. Mute that girl. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, let's go.
Then her either side, her lateral or medial, just a quick look.
Okay.
And this was I was trying to scoop,
Mm-hmm. You're
but
doing better. You got more this time.
that's the end product.
Okay, well, you're getting there. Um, let me draw something here. If you know what, if you take and draw it out first,
Yeah.
that'll help. It still won't be perfect because it's hard to do.
I wasn't
You
sure
know?
if I need to go like a little farther back, meaning, yeah, back
Yeah,
there.
I think you could go here,
Oh, wow.
right
Okay.
there,
Yeah.
like that. You know?
That would help her
Yeah.
tremendous.
You know, this is already looking better right here. You know it?
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
remember this hoof, Linda. I remember this hoof, and
yeah,
I think the lateral cartilages are different now.
yeah. I think so too. Well, and you can see, just I look at a lot of times the periopal and the bulb and things like that. But definitely, if you come in there and you just take that off,
Okay.
I think that that would enable this heel to come back
That would be
more.
awesome.
You know, and then the next step we're going to do is to um, do what Devin was talking about because it looks like a safe bet on this. Like, hey, Devin, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how you were talking about how the horn tubules, you got your horn, of course, you know, this is bent going out that way,
Mm-hmm.
but look how much longer this one would be. See what I mean?
Yeah.
That's going to keep your toe uh forward. But of course I think that'll be after you deal with this right here and let this leverage stay here maybe a little so the foot will come out this way and then I would then think about maybe doing another notch up into here or something. You know. What do you think, Devin?
But and
Yeah.
I still
Yeah,
have
that looks good. On
Okay.
this foot, yeah, I definitely would be more worried about the heels. That bigger notch, like you said, will help relieve where that bruising is and kick those heels back. And then once you have more support back there, then you can definitely start addressing the toe quarter.
Okay.
because I still have the on the front of the toe.
Mm-hmm. Right here.
Mm-hmm.
Or oh, the front of the toe, the big wedge thick
That stuff. Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
What's that? What is that
That
called?
is probably sole and laminar wedge.
Lemon part of the. Okay.
Maybe. Let's look at it. I've been looking at it too. Going, what are we gonna do
Yeah.
here? You know, I think you got a big chunk of sole in the toe here. Um, you know, I don't even think that if you just even took off this much, well, just a little chunk here, that's gonna hurt it
Mm-hmm.
that much. What do you think, Devin?
Yeah, I think you could probably do that too. And if you look down from the bottom, you could rasp the whole hoof flat just to where you're getting rid of the excess hoof wall and you got a clean white line all the way around. And then do your notch.
Well, but she's foundered, so she may not get a clean white line on
Yeah.
Oh,
this, and she would wound up taking too much
Yeah.
soul.
well, I
Her-
mean, not touching the sole. Maybe not a clean white line, but there's just a bit
Okay.
of hoof wall grown past the sole, I guess is what I'm saying.
Just
Okay.
off.
But one of these days, one of these days, we hope we're going to get all have clean white lines.
Yeah.
Um, you know, a lot of people don't even know what that is. So, okay, let's see here. Let me undo that. Okay, so I got the side view on there. Um, that's a lower view.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Look at that. Okay. So,
I remember seeing pictures of these though, a couple chats back, and it already looks better. So great
yeah,
job.
I
I'm
do too.
telling you, it's the water. And I'm
It's the water.
well, I've kept her in the water.
Good.
Wow, you
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
really
I
see there.
finally.
That looks, you got straight growth coming out. So that's good. I could see now that you got a bit of founder going on. It
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
hard to tell from the bottom view.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, until you start looking at the sides and the front,
Yeah, where you can see it jumps
you
out.
wouldn't know it, you know. See, that you can't really tell. But we know from that toe that of course this is too far forward and the wheels are forward and everything, but eventually, eventually that toe will grow down to about here, and this frog is going to be back here, and these heels are going to be back here. So
Yeah,
this is
and some of that bruising in that frog could be like what you were talking about before, Linda, because
mhm,
I've been trimming out so much more and seeing more
more of
bruising
it.
and sole and frog that I'm like, wait a minute, that's new.
Where'd that come from, huh?
I've never seen that before. And because it's more of a gradual, I think we're just having more drastic changes in these feet
Yeah,
now. But some of that bruising in the tip of that could just be that, I mean, that's a sign of movement. So that's good.
yeah, yeah.
Like
That's what
you
I think
pulling the
too.
sock back up, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Or you're
Biologic,
you're
the
forcing
bio
the shoe
sock.
back on in the right spot.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna go to let's see, was okay, so this is the back of the foot, right? Same foot, left front.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right, we are seeing stuff. Since you've been soaking it, we are seeing some stuff.
Yes.
It's
This is
opening up, yeah.
awesome. Yeah, okay, so we're going to save that and I'm gonna flip it over and we're gonna look at it in a bigger picture. Let's see here.
Hey, this is so exciting.
It is exciting. What you've been doing, I'm seeing lots of changes, and you keeping the foot wet. I'm seeing great things. Um, Exciting things. Okay, so screen share. Okay, now this is oh man. Okay, so this foot is just so bound up in the back.
Hmm.
Look at the back of that. Now I guarantee you that you could probably put your finger in here and that it is so bad that the hair is rolled together
I
and
believe.
and
Yeah.
against each other. See it
Hmm.
there?
Yep.
Um so if you can, you can try and get some of this out here. Okay?
Okay.
Um wow, yeah. And just look how rolled that is. See, she
Better than a
until
broomstick.
see how deceptive souls are, you know? And you got the whole hoof care world. That's about all they look at is the soul. But see how then we come here and we look like this is I wasn't expecting this, okay? But now that I see it, it explains a whole lot of why that toe wants to shoot forward like that, you
Just
know?
I
being
love
so
this image
bound.
you're on right now, Linda, where you had showed creating a bigger notch. Because from this area, if you were to mark that section, you can see where, if you're looking at where you scooped and the buttress, that
Hmm.
area is higher. It's the highest point.
Yeah,
So if you left her like that, if you go directly up to the cornet band, you're going to have jamming there, which is probably why you have a lot of
yeah,
that bruising there. So definitely scoop that out because you want that buttress, or at least what your false buttress, to be the highest point. You don't want anything forward your buttress higher.
yeah.
And so I would definitely scoop that out. And that
This
will
little
also,
piece here,
yeah. And that will also
and
help
on both
separate that
sides.
heel and kick it back.
Yeah,
And then get those heels to, because it looks like the bulbs and everything are coming out back like they're supposed to.
yeah,
And you really need those heels to kick back and support it and get up under it. And I think that'll really help.
yeah. And
Now,
and you
see,
can
where do you see that it's higher? Because I mean, I
okay,
look
I'll
and
mark
I
it.
look and I look and
I'll
I
mark it.
look. Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to see. Just a minute here. Where am I? Okay, there we go. Annotate. Okay, see this? See how it goes from here's the end of the heel buttress, and it goes up
Oh,
like
okay.
that.
Yep.
See this little nub in here?
I do
Okay.
Yeah,
now.
if anything, you
From
want that to go down and like scooped down to
yeah,
the quarter
that
from your
that
heel buttress.
yeah,
Yeah.
that would be your notch, about where your notch would start. And
Yeah.
so you can see it here too. Now, this is also heel buttress that is growing in, and that is also why this is high here. So here's another thing you got to remember too. Um, See, there's always the alternate deal and stuff, and that is you're also wanting to maintain height in the back of the foot.
Yes.
Okay. So determine, we'll go look at the side again. If we want to do this now or let these grow out a little more,
Let
you
them
know,
grow out.
and maintain the height to your back of your foot, you know.
Yeah, and definitely I would judge that by how your horse is moving
Yeah,
too. Because if they're comfortable, then leave it. But if you're
She's
still having pain,
comfortable.
that little piece could
yeah,
cause jamming
this
and
can
cause an
make a
abscess.
difference. Yeah, it'll keep your heels forward and all kinds of things.
Oh, well,
And so look at your bars here. You see how
And
that's going to hold that right there?
you have bruising in that one spot just below that high area. So
Right
that's just
here.
proof that
Yeah.
you have
okay.
That's
some jamming in that area.
okay. Yeah, that's telling you something. So
Okay.
I'd go ahead and do the notch. That's not going to take off. That's not going to lower you drastically. Okay.
Okay.
I'm lost in space robot. Danger, danger. No. Oh, danger, Will Robinson. Don't cut off that millimeter. Oh,
So
yeah.
I am going to notch both lateral and medial.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And touch the top of that, both high spots.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
like,
that just right there is where you're gonna right about in here, right there. If you do your well, right here, if you do your notch,
okay.
okay, that's gonna take that off
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
So that will be good. Now it's interesting to see how all this periople's cracking.
Now,
It's
see,
it's
that's the
the
one.
cracking.
She was cut that
Oh,
big one.
is that what that was?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I cut part of the front of the toe off.
Okay.
Got hung up in whatever it was, too.
And so you're gonna bring this bar down about like that.
Okay.
See there?
Yep. I'm going to take a
Okay.
picture.
And eventually, from what I'm seeing here, with this is very contracted foot as well.
Yeah.
Might just do this deal where you're gonna take this whole chunk off right there.
Uh,
Well,
I
not
was
this time.
I was wondering when would you say that?
Yeah, you see how that would make. See, this is what the horse traders used to do. I've figured out to the heels to the horses with contracted heels to make them look like they didn't have contracted heels so they could sell them. Because contracted heels were a sure bet you're going to have a crippled horse, right? And so they'd take that out, and then the unsuspecting person would think the horse did not have contracted heels when it really did. So we'll use that. Um, I've been using it on Valor, and there's some other people who've been using it with great success. That
I
is,
did it.
yeah, and I did it, and I'm still doing it. Um, and I'm starting to see the whole back of the foot just spread apart, and it grows back, but it grows back in a better spot because
Oh, nice.
think about how this is falsely curled around, and this
Mm-hmm.
heel buttress here should be about over here. See? And so we're gonna the way to get it we're gonna have to weaken this. You got to weaken the bar. You got to reduce this out so that that curl, because the curl is an arch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Curl is an arch turned sideways. Okay, so arches are strong, right? So we want to weaken that arch.
And
Um,
I've been doing that on everybody.
really?
It's been great.
That's awesome.
Well,
Okay,
just
well
about
you're
everybody,
our
not
guinea pig.
every. Not every single one, but just about.
Okay. Well, see there, now Devin's the guinea pig.
Yeah, and I have a tendency to be very drastic with my trimming too. So
Okay, okay.
Roberta, you can do it with your rasp.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
what
So you feel
I use my rasp.
confident. You just rasp this square that
Yeah.
Linda, just
Yeah.
rasp a little bit so you're not afraid to start
To do it.
with, because you cannot cut it with your knife there. It's difficult. So you
Yeah.
rasp it a little bit, and then as you feel more confident, you do it more.
Yeah. And I've just seen great results from it. And the thing about it is, now if you'll notice, usually you'll see the heel curled around like this, and the bar will actually be curved out like that. And so what I've been doing is I've been taking this right up flush with the bar to where it actually does look then like one piece, but in reality it's not. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah.
because the heels are curled around, and so what happened to the bars? The bars curled in. See? So you really get so that, again, picture being able to take your fingers and just, if this whole thing was movable and you could just unwrap it and pull it all out.
Yeah.
See?
Yep.
So, okay. Let's see here. All right. Well, okay. Let's go back to the other page there. Um, hmm. I'm
Sorry,
starting to get a
guys.
little burnt out here. What time is it?
Oh, sorry. I'm
5:15.
laughing
It's the witching
because
hour.
we overwent the 5 hours. We are almost 6 hours now
See there? Where'd the
talking.
time go? Where did the time
Well,
go?
the right foot's going to be just like the left foot.
Yep.
So
Same thing.
you don't have to
Okay.
you don't have to go to, I mean, it'll be the same thing.
Yeah. See there? Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Again, so you can read the foot,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. That's
Yes.
awesome. And you just got to remember that when we do take this area out, which we are not ramping it, we are not beveling it in any way, shape, or form. You know, when you look at the side of the foot, you're going to see this area right here. Like, you're looking at the side like this. Okay. You're not seeing the part that wraps around over here. You're seeing this piece right here, and you're seeing that piece right there. So the base of the actual support area is right here. So if I go taking this, I have not taken anything away from that. See what I mean? You can't
Mm-hmm.
even see it over here.
Right.
He's
Yeah.
still standing right
What are
here.
you doing, Mr.
Right.
Hornbuckle? You're gonna fall. You're gonna fall.
Oops.
Uh-huh.
Anyway,
Yeah.
that's just an added thing there.
Okay.
And alrighty.
I'm sorry, I'm at work. Let me mute myself.
I already did. You just unmuted yourself.
I wanted to apologize.
That's all right.
Linda, I know you're tired, but I've got one more question.
That's great. What do you need?
Well, it's just any rear foot,
Okay.
just whether it's medial or lateral.
Okay.
And I tried to do the scoop, but I know I probably need to come back.
Actually, this is looking pretty good.
Or do I need to come back? I know one of them. I
Let me
think I
see
do. It just
here.
kind of.
Share. How's that? Was that one of them? I see a
Yeah.
scoop you did there. Okay, which we
Is that
technically call it a notch.
Notch? Yes.
Because of the doctrine associated to all such. Okay, so this looks good. I can see it might be time to take the toe down. Okay. Because this bruising I'm seeing in the toe,
Mm-hmm.
I think you could take the toe down and which if you take it down, it automatically takes it back. Okay. But let me look here to make sure. Um, see, and that's something we all got to learn too. How do I take, and of course, when a wall is like with Benitra, when you've got that curve and that flare, your foot is lower to the ground than if you
Mm-hmm.
just had a straight dorsal wall that's growing out past the sole. Could be the same length, but the other wall comes down and goes out like that. Well, that means your sole is thinner and your foot is lower to the ground. But in a dorsal wall like this, you probably have a little room to take off, you know, what?
Well, I know she's thin too.
Hmm. You
Soul's
might
thin.
have room to just take off, you
Like,
know, that much more and then
okay.
just kind of lightly bevel that. But I'll look at the bottom. Yeah, because she doesn't really have any heel buttress per se.
Mm-mm.
She's got that. So,
Just a
you
hair.
know, so we'll see. Maybe not. Maybe just bevel a
Bevel.
tad more, maybe, but not go
Okay.
into the sole at all.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so see, and here's the thing we can do too. We and I can do it, and you can do it, and everybody can do it. You can be looking at it and you say, well, I think I could do this. You don't have to hold to that. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know,
Yep.
I would go through a thing where people ask for advice and I tell them something, but then I keep looking and then I look, well, wait a minute, this is going on back here. Oh no, wait a minute, this is over here. Well, maybe then you shouldn't do that. See, I can change my mind as I start noticing more things. Or, because there can always be something you haven't thought of.
Right.
you know not that some little bit is going to make 10 million tons of difference, but we want to really learn how to do the right thing at the right time you know
Mm-hmm.
so okay, so okay, well, now what were you going to ask me about this foot? You were asking me about the scoop.
If I needed to have more of an arch.
Mm-hmm. Not really. You just need to have
Okay.
enough
Just
to give some relief.
room.
Yeah, just
Okay.
some room. Now on some other feet, yeah, we'll do a big old wackaroo, but you ain't got no heel
Yep.
yet. So really, you need to just keep growing this heel in, and get some more elevation to the back of this foot. I mean, look at where that is.
Yeah.
See, so we need to get this. We need to add wall in, okay, to where this hairline is more up like that,
Mm-hmm.
and this be more like that. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, anything else on it?
No, I think that's it.
Yeah, I want to look at the sole here real quick. Um,
It's probably
left,
butchered.
left rear. No, it's not butchered. You're doing a good job. You know, you're doing fine. They are what they are. This is all about growing a good foot. Yeah, we got to trim certain things off or to facilitate the correct growth, but we can't grow it. You know,
Yeah.
that just takes time. And look there, see, your bulbs are on the ground, they are being pulled down to ground.
Yep.
So yeah, I would have been wrong to tell you to take that toe down at this time, um unless it's getting to the point where you should take it down some.
Mm-hmm.
That could be, who knows, next week, because you don't want it to just keep growing out here. You want it to where, yeah, it's supporting and there's some leverage and stuff, but not to where it's clear out here. So you just got to maintain and keep growing these heels so that keep this weighted. Remember, you got to keep this part weighted right here
Mm-hmm.
so that as the growth comes down, it will be encouraged to stay at the top and then add into the capsule.
Yep.
Okay. Let me look at the sole. See, I don't think that looks like pretty thin. She's thin soled, right?
Yeah, she
See,
is.
I would have made a wrong call if I told you to take that toe back. But down, down. I would have made a wrong call because I was not really looking on the true condition of the heel. I was focused on the toe, looking high and long. Why does the toe
Mm-hmm.
look high and long? Because the heels are trimmed out. So see, even with my experience and knowing what I know, I can make a wrong call. That's
Mm-hmm.
why we just do not rush in to give always to make a determination, and why we can hash it over and why we can change our mind. you know and here's the thing too,
Here, Linda,
as
here the bars are overlaid.
well, somewhat, yeah. I mean but right, I mean, yeah, keep the bars in check, but grow this area,
Mm-hmm.
keep trimming the frog, keep trimming the bars, and grow this part of the heel.
I
That
have a
is
question.
the most important part. What's that, dear?
The picture you just showed previously from the bottom view, like from the heels siding down. I
This
know it's
Oh
one
like
yeah.
upside down. Yeah, I mean that's probably like kicked up a little
here.
bit, so it might not be 100% accurate. But
Uh-huh.
um, what I do agree with Linda on this hoof. If you can lower the toe and stand him or her up a little bit, because I'll tell you, when you get a toe that wants to build up like that and it pushes, more of the weight back on the heels, it'll ski those heels off. You can never touch them and they never seem to grow. So sometimes just like she said, lower that toe, try to stand them up. I try to sight down the hoof and keep my heels above my toe if I can, or at least aim for that.
This is
What if
really
my heels
this
are just so she's so pulled under that even if you were to just run a flat rasp over the toe, it's still. I did take a rasp over the toe actually.
yeah, Jeff.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, and obviously there's changes, so that's already happening. So I would just keep doing that little bits at a time,
keep
and
the toe lower than the heel.
or at least even, like the hoof wall of the toe, the hoof
Just
wall
the
of the
hoof
toe,
wall.
and the
Yeah,
hoof wall of
not
the
the sole at
heel
all.
buttress.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Just making sure that the wall, because the sole is so thin, making sure that the wall in the toe does not get very much longer. But see, Devin, you missed something, okay?
Okay.
Because I said exactly what you said I said. Okay, but then when you
Hmm.
were off doing something or something happened, you didn't hear the part where then I was backing up on the whole thing and stuff because I had not really, really looked at the back of that foot and how much heel she did not have. So I
yeah,
started thinking, well, the toe's going to be thin. And what I was talking about was we can change our mind.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
mhm,
Because I don't want to get roped into something where I think I'm seeing something and I'm focusing on an area and I tell somebody to do something, but then I'm sitting here and I keep looking and then I think of something else and I go, well, maybe that wouldn't be the thing I should do. I want to be able to say, no, wait a minute. I don't need to do that. We need to be able to back up if we want to, and it is not a big deal. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
hmm,
And stuff. So I thought that was interesting, that see, you were seeing the same thing I was, and you came to agree with me, but in some point in time there, I had changed my mind and was telling him something different, and you hadn't heard it.
yeah. Sorry, I'm working,
No,
so I'm coming in and
no,
out.
I know it. I know that. I know that, so no, no, there's no sorry here and stuff. There's no sorry in any of this stuff. It's we're working things out. We're
Hmm.
evaluating. we're analyzing and we're trying to bring into bear all of our experience. And you know what? That's a difficult job. Okay, this is it's like I said, this is worse than brain surgery and rocket science. Okay? Like for real. And if you don't think so, you look at all of the writers in the past who have written on the foot that never got it. See?
Oh,
So,
yes. This is a very, very fine art.
yes, it is. You know? And so the one thing about us is that we freely want to say when we have possibly said something incorrect for the wrong time, right place, right time, wrong place, wrong time, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Hello.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Anyway, okay. Yeah. So see, we need to be totally open and honest with one another and be able to discuss, be able to back up, be able to go forward, be able to disagree, agree. We could agree and still be wrong, right?
Yes.
And no shame and none of this.
That's right.
Okay, we are true scientists here, and this is all evidence fact based, and tact got where tact is for being able to say, wow, I was wrong about that. And so I have decided, because sometimes I got to tell you that I feel this grave responsibility, you know, that if I'm on here and I'm telling you something, oh my God, it's got to be right. And then if I see that it wasn't, or maybe it wasn't, I got to be able to say, hey, I think I was wrong about that, that you shouldn't do this at this time. Okay? And everybody needs to feel that way. Okay? So,
Yep.
okay. Okay, well, everybody, I sure love you. And you're all wonderful people. And is there anybody here that needs to ask a question, that something they need help with before we go? Mallory, how about you? Is Mallory still there?
I'm here. I'm here. Sorry.
I'm here, I'm here.
Hello. Yeah. I'm here. I'm here.
How are you doing? And is there any question we can answer, or something you'd
Um,
like to say?
we're doing good. He got a massage yesterday because I was curious to see how he's been compensating,
Mm-hmm.
um, in his body. She said that she saw that he was a little bit sore in his left front,
Mm-hmm.
a little bit tight in his crest and in his hindquarters, but nothing bad. I told her about his feet, and she's like, oh, well, they look great to me. And then I showed her pictures, from the past, and she was like, oh my God.
Wow.
But he enjoyed his massage so
I
much. It was
bet
so
he did.
sweet. I got a little picture of him smiling, and he's licking his
Oh,
lips,
aw.
yawning. He was a little annoyed at first because he didn't know what was going on. I
Had
did
he
manage to
not
talk.
had he
Sorry,
not had a massage before?
I'm really guessing not. I mean, he came from that feedlot.
Yeah.
Um, I managed to talk to his previous owner, and I didn't pry or anything. I just wanted, more information
Yeah.
about him. So, like if you have like more pictures, or I would just love to, try to hunt down where he came from.
You bet.
And he let it slip that he knew about his feet, and my neighbor who's training him knew about his feet. The
Mm-hmm.
girl previous knew about his feet.
Aha.
Um, so I guess that this has been at least 5 years for
Uh-huh.
him, kind of being neglected and
Yeah.
just kind of passed around. And the guy was like, "Oh, like I'm curious what you've been doing," and I'm like crying a lot and trying
Mm-hmm.
to learn
Yeah.
a lot, and throwing
Yeah.
a lot of.
Oh.
I haven't touched him at all. It's been so rainy and muddy. And it's really, this part of California gets really dry and then really wet and really dry and really wet.
Uh-huh.
And I don't really want him to get ouchy if I trim him and then it dries up and gets really hot. But he's gained a lot more concavity since those pictures that I sent you, and
Okay.
his toes have not spread out or stretched out.
Oops,
And he
wrong
hasn't
one.
been lame since, so
Okay.
I'm gonna take it. But my farrier is gonna be coming out on Friday, and I wanna see what he thinks about showing me how to just lightly rasp his toe back just a little bit, or see what needs to be done, if we need to do anything right now. His soles are a little bit squishy. And I'm not sure if that's just because it's been so wet.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know. He's not lame, so I'm just kind of taking it and walk away.
Yeah, you're trying to take it and keep him comfortable and okay,
Yeah.
so I'm looking at our messenger to see pictures, but for some reason my messenger is not good. Didn't you send me pictures in Messenger?
I sent
Maybe.
you a photo album link. Yeah. I can
Oh,
send
that's
it
right.
to
Yeah,
you.
send it to me again, would you? So
Okay.
I can
I'll take some
see
pictures. I'll
what
take
refreshed my memory was when you said feedlot. And I
Yeah,
was like, yes, this is the horse with really bad feet to come out of the feedlot that is getting a second chance. Sounds like fourth chance with you.
my poor little
Poor
baby.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take some more pictures today.
Okay.
Um, and
Well,
I'll have you look and see what difference has
yeah.
happened in the last, I think it's been 4 weeks.
Yeah. Hey, that'd be great if there's some way you could come next week. We'll look at both sets of pictures and see what
Okay.
we can brainstorm about and understand about him, okay?
Yeah, and his digital pulses are gone too. So
Oh,
that's like
hey, great. Well, great.
that's a huge win for me. Hmm.
Well, he sure got us one lucky horse. Find
Aw.
somebody to love him as much as you, and oh my goodness, give him a massage. I bet that's the first massage he's ever had.
Well, my husband was mad. He was like, "What's body work on the calendar?" And I was like, "I don't know. It's nothing."
I don't know. Dun, 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 dun. You ever see those jokes about uh, people and the money they spend on their horses, like I bet he'd like to have a massage.
Yeah,
Did you arrange for me to have a massage wife? You're so wonderful.
yeah.
Oh,
So I don't know if there's going to be any more in the future. I'll have to try to play that off. But
yeah. Play that off. You're paying for a horse to have a massage?
yeah, and I was like, well,
Yeah,
the neighbor
man.
lady, I was like, the neighbor lady down the road does it, and she's pretty rough and tough cowboy. And I was like, go ask her. When you guys go to horseshoes on Wednesday, if it's stupid. He's like, I don't want to ask her. I'm embarrassed. I'm like,
I don't want to ask her. I'm embarrassed. That's
I
funny.
get I get I get in trouble around out here for coddling my horses. They all
Oh,
grew up. Horses they don't need a
yeah.
shelter. They're fine.
Is okay. Is your husband a cowboy?
No, he grew up as a hay farmer.
Okay.
His grandparents were hay farmers. His sister had the ponies, and they were naughty. They got out all the time, and it was my husband's job to bring them back. So
Oh,
he
yeah.
raised, like horses are hay burners. They're not good for
Yep.
anything. Tractors better. My
Yep.
husband didn't. I had horses my whole life. In Alabama, I grew up next to fox hunters.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
that was, that's what I experienced. And
Yeah.
we just got our property here a couple years ago, and he didn't want any horses, and so we compromised and got two.
Well, so we
Yay.
compromised and got to for now.
Whoops.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, did I let something? Okay, never mind. All right. Well, hey, this is great. And those are two lucky horses to have you. And
Oh,
so I will look forward to talking to you again next week and seeing some more pictures of him. If you could I'd like some pictures of him and your other horse too, if you want. And
oh yeah,
we'll just go through both of them and look at both their feet if you want to.
sure. Yeah, I'll go ahead and send them today so you can kind of have them and get them sorted out however you like, and
Okay.
then then I'll be here too. Yeah, I think I'll be here next Tuesday.
Okay, great. Hey, well, thank you, and thank you for sharing about him.
Well, thanks for hosting, Linda.
You're welcome, dear. So, okay, Tiffany, was there anything that you wanted to talk about if you're still here? Because I know we were talking about the color of the soles on your horse's feet, how they had changed.
It's not that the soles changed, it's that the soles are two very different colors on two different hooves.
Oh, okay. You got those pictures? Are they on the
Hold
group?
on.
Both of
They're
them are
on the group, but I have something more interesting that I think I'd rather discuss if it's
okay.
possible.
Yeah.
I just sent it to you via Messenger.
Okay.
Did I just come
And
in?
I'm
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
I am there. Wow.
Those are for me
This
and
is
Deb.
so interesting. This one, oh, I'm just looking at something here, which I'll show you later. Okay, so this picture you just sent.
Yes, that's the same hoof. So this is a hoof that this is his front right that came in with an abscess when we first got partnered together. But if you
Uh-huh.
zoom in on the top picture, it looks like the heel is coming down because it you have like a little clearance at the bottom.
Yeah, just a minute. I gotta save the picture and then open
Okay.
it and stuff so we can, that is very interesting what's going on back there. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Share.
Wow, I never saw that before.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Have you looked at that? Is it heel or frog?
It's heel
Wow. Well,
because I take the frog out.
okay. Okay, because see, I got this one picture where I was helping this gal unbind a foot. In fact, we've looked at it earlier. It was Anna in Sweden, where the foot was unbinding and you could see a piece of frog sticking out in a really funny way. There's a lot of similarities between this foot and that foot. But you can see his cartilage has extended from comparing it from, excuse
Here,
me.
I'm at the hoof right now. Can you
Oh,
see?
okay. Just a minute. Let me
I
oops.
knew that enough.
Wait a minute. Where'd you go? Did we get your picture up there? Hold on. Um, I gotta get on Zoom. Hold on. Eh, just a second. Stop share. Stop share. Okay, we can see you now.
Can you? Okay. I don't
Yep,
know what I'm doing, to be honest.
that's
You want me to
okay.
pick up your hoof? It's
What
dirty.
none of us do.
Okay.
Not really.
Okay. Kimi. He's very busy eating.
Look at him.
Let me see.
He's such a good boy. You don't know
No, this
how.
is heel. This isn't frog that's coming in.
Well,
This is
then his foot expanded and he started growing heel buttress.
cool.
That is cool, and we will expect many more pictures. Uh,
Okay. You'll be sorry
we
you
will
said.
expect a washed foot, looking down, sole view, multiple side views. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's not ready for a photo shoot right now,
No,
but
no,
yes.
not right now. But I
Yeah.
mean, maybe by next week you might be able to get a few.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow morning. We can
Okay.
negotiate. I'll bring cookies.
Okay. Yeah, you're not spoiled, are you?
Just a little.
Ha. Well, you live in a pretty cool place there. Hey, show everybody your soaking station.
Oh, that's all the way down there.
Oh, it is? Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Okay. Yeah, it's like a spa.
it's true.
It's a spa with nice scenery and everything.
That's true.
You
Thank
know,
you.
that's really funny.
This is
Okay.
why he's growing the hills and the frog by himself.
Yeah.
Well, see, that is really neat that that's going on. Okay, I'm going back to the picture.
Okay. I don't know how to get
Um,
there with you.
I'll figure it out. I'll
Okay.
figure it out. Remove pin.
How do I stop sharing?
I don't know.
I'm pushing a lot of buttons and nothing is working.
Tiffany,
Make it
um,
end.
make it end. Uh, oh, I'll share and
Okay.
that'll quit. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. now I got to find share. And there you're back again. There now it's just your mugshot.
I was guilty on all charges.
You ain't been in near any Teslas recently, have you? No, just joking. What a crazy world this is. Holy heck. Okay, let's see here. Where am I at? What am I doing? Where is the share? There it is. Okay. Okay, so this is super interesting, and I'm on the wrong page. Da, 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 da. Well, I have lost. Oh, no, there it is. There we go. Okay, so that is heel. Well, isn't that amazing? See? And so this is the same foot, and you can see how the cartilage is bent down, and whatever you've been doing is the right thing. And it released, and the cartilage went up, and it obviously opened up where the heel buttress was, and the heel buttress started growing in. How cool is that?
It's super cool, and I want to just acknowledge Angeliki because she really helped me, and another lady who I didn't ask permission to say her name, but you mentioned earlier that if it wasn't for Angeliki's contributions, you probably wouldn't be here today. And I
Yeah,
understand how she lifts you up, right? Because this is
yeah,
scary. We all know I'm a
yeah,
newbie. She encouraged me to do the notch along with this other lady.
yeah.
And I was like, I am petrified. And she's like, I boost you. And I really was like, oh man, this lady is so far away.
Wow, yeah, isn't that great?
But
Yep,
yeah, that camaraderie and support really
you bet.
means a lot in this community. So
That's
thank you
that's
to all
awesome.
of you.
Yeah, that's fabulous. Oh man, well, you're doing a good job, and we appreciate you having here, and you're an encouragement as well. So, uh-oh, I can hear Angeliki, but she's really cutting out.
I've learned how to do these things
Angelique, you're really, really,
from
really cutting
living
out bad, and we
down.
can't hear anything. Sorry about that. Okay, people. Well, we're gonna call it. It's 5:45. I don't know if this is the longest we've gone, but we've got at least 15 minutes, half an hour to 50. Usually we end about 5:15. Okay. But I wanted to make sure and talk to some other people and stuff. And it worked out great because we're seeing a great thing here at the end. If that horse didn't have
I've
it, yeah, I'm sorry,
learned
your
all these things
internet in Greece is down.
through you.
You're gonna have to save that for next week, Angelique. Um, okay, so what was I gonna say? So what this proves, okay, if you were go to these clinics where they want you to force these feet to look like that one dead wild horse foot, they're trimming out the heels and it's forcing the foot down behind like that. If they weren't meant to have that extra piece of hoof wall and heel buttress, when that released, it sure wouldn't have grown in, would it? See, so this is all, this is great, Tiffany, that this is another piece of proof that what they're doing is they're doing a trim that is simply an adaptation to distortion from the environment when there's not enough food and water and the horse has to travel way too far and wears his feet out. So, yeah, that's natural, all right. But as I said, nature can be an arbitrary, cruel shrew. Um, and so we don't always want to follow her lead. Okay. All right. Well, hey, everybody have a great week. And we'll hear you, see you next Tuesday. Thank you for being here and happy trimming.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Linda, and all the other ladies. Have a great evening.
You too. Okay, now how to get out of here. Let's see. Stop share.
Bye, Linda. Have a good day. Thank you
You
so much.
you Thank you. Let's see. Okay, stop sharing and go down here and end the meeting. Oh, wait, no, stop the live stream. Live stream.